All right, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Isabella really quickly to start the virtual call.
Thanks, Joanne. So good morning, everyone. And before I give our introduction to our virtual crew, I just want to go over a couple logistics again for our in-room audience. So just like yesterday, refreshments will be available throughout the meeting in the back of the room, and then there's coffee available just outside the meeting room. If you need to use the restroom at any point, it is out the doors to your left down the hall. And then lunch today will be up on the terrace where the networking event was last night. And then for our virtual attendees, welcome. Welcome back to day 2 of the Extended Day Ahead Market Revised Straw Proposal Stakeholder Meeting. My name is Isabella Nicosia from ISO Stakeholder Affairs. Just a reminder, if you have not seen the materials already, they are available out on the ISO webpage, on the EDAM initiative webpage. And so you can get to that by going to kaiso.com. You'll go to the Stay Informed tab, Policy Initiatives, and then you'll find the EDAM page on that main landing page. And then again, today's meeting is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only, and any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And if you need technical assistance at any time during today's meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. His name is Marvin. But thank you, everyone, and I'll turn it back to Joanne Serena, our Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience.
Great, thank you, Isabella. And good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the EDAM Revised Straw Proposal meeting. And welcome to everybody who's also joined us virtually. Yesterday, we had nearly 225 people join us virtually, so really appreciate the attendance and engagement yesterday, and certainly all of you that are here in person, thank you for joining us. Before we get started into back to the discussion yesterday, I'll give you a little bit of an update of last night. I can't give you the Mark Rothleader play-by-play commentary, but I will sort of indicate that we did not get into an EEA3 situation last night. We did get into an EEA2 at around 4 o'clock, and that sort of essentially helped us get over the peak. The peak load was 50,184 megawatts. Now today, we are still in high load conditions. We do have a flex alert in effect from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. We are currently in an EEA watch from 3 to 10 today as well. A little bit higher loads are anticipated today, between 51,000 and 52,000. So probably similar to yesterday, but could be a little bit higher. Certainly the smoke that is coming from a number of different fires could affect the solar production. So that's sort of our outlook for today. But again, yesterday, with the amount of conservation we received, which was a really great response by everybody across California, significantly helped get us over yesterday's peak. So thanks again to everybody who's helping us out. All right, so with that, we're going to continue our conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Milosh. We have Milosh Bosanak with us. We have Partha Madhvikar. We have Gabe Murtaugh. We have George Angelides. Today we have James Friedrich joining us, and I think Danny Johnson, if I can see him down there, and Anna McKenna. So a whole crew today to walk us through the next sections of the revised straw proposal. And I just want to ask your help in order for us to get through it. We do want to answer everybody's questions. The dialogue's been really fantastic. But if you could just help us in terms of minimizing duplicative sort of questions or conversations, just to help us get us through all of it. All right, so with that, I'll turn it over to Milosh.
All right, good morning, everybody, for day 2 of the discussion. And we're going to pick up right where we left off, and Partha is going to walk us through the different components of the transmission revenue recovery proposal. We've talked about the component of potential short-term firm and non-firm transmission revenue recovery. Percentage of new builds is we're going to be picking up, and then continuing on through the rest of the transmission presentation. After that, we hope to get into the rest of the design components of the proposal. We'll pause at discrete points when we've kind of finished explaining the concept as a whole, and then we'll pause there and take some questions rather than stopping at each slide, just to help us move forward through some of these items a bit quicker. And I'll reiterate again, to the extent that we don't get to your questions or something comes up afterwards, as you're reading through the proposal, thinking through these topics, we're certainly open. Reach out to us offline prior to the comments coming in, which we'll talk about at the end of the day, but will be due on the 26th of this month. We've moved it out from the 20th to the 26th. So we're certainly open for any outreach, any clarifications ahead of your comments. So with that, let me turn it over to Partha to continue walking us through the transmission section.
Sure. Thank you, Miloshin. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I really want to sort of reiterate our thanks from yesterday of sort of the robust dialogue and feedback we've received. And before we move forward with component 2, I thought, for the sake of people who might not have attended the end of yesterday's meeting, I might go very quickly through the slides we gave previously, just because I feel like sort of building off of component 2 and 3 probably really needs sort of a foundation in terms of how we're treating component 1. So I won't go through all these again, but just for the sake of the discussion, really kind of what we discussed previously was, we're really kind of moved on to that bucket 3, which is that transmission that has been unsold by the transmission provider and looking for cost recovery options associated with that. And so that kind of the first thing that we kind of level set it was that as a part of our proposal, we're going to basically be including all of that bucket 3 transmission into the EDAM market hurdle free. And so the EDAM market optimization itself would not be providing that cost recovery for that unsold transmission to the market. But sort of along with that, we wanted to recognize the fact that transmission providers, while offering this bucket 3 transmission, they would be sort of facing a risk of potential lost transmission revenues associated with making that transmission into the market hurdle free. So that really sort of brings us back to sort of like this broader picture of transmission cost recovery. So in addition to that, sort of what we call to say is sort of those lost firm transmission sales associated with that bucket 3 revenues, there was sort of a number of other topics that we were sort of going to be addressing simultaneously as a part of the transmission cost recovery mechanisms. And that really included both, so that bucket 3 component to the firm loss revenues, but as well as potential short-term non-firm loss revenues. And that's sort of what we consider to be kind of part of that first component that we discussed yesterday for the firm and non-firm revenues, and how we'd be calculating basically a historical baseline and adjusting that based on sort of actual sales going forward. But the two other components that we were looking for cost recovery on were, and they were brought up and we felt needed to be addressed, were potential lost revenues on approved new transmission lines that increase capability between the BAAs, as well as addressing sort of a specific situation for EDAM entities where they had significantly large volumes of wheel-through transactions relative to the imports and exports that they face. And so those are really the 3 components that we're addressing. So again, really quickly, this slide, I recognize I'm not going through these in detail because we covered them previously, but the key idea was that, if we're looking at the total TRR that needs to be recovered by a given EDAM entity, that these short-term firm and these short-term non-firm revenues and short-term firm sales likely historically have only been sort of a small component of that total. And we're really sort of getting at using a 3-year historical look back to determine what those revenues are, what percent of the total is. And that percent was going to be used later, so that's why I was focusing in on that percentage. as well as sort of a commitment to relook at this sort of 2 years after the EDAM starts to make sure that the numbers we use in the baseline really sort of accurately reflected changing market usage and condition. We talked a little bit about a bound to gross TRR. I won't go through this in detail, but really kind of the recognition, the fact that the percentage of sales in the EDAM the amount of sales in the EDAM might not really reflect the sort of the relative sales of the entity as a whole. So for lack of a better term, if an entity had a significant amount of sales that were going from a EDAM entity to a non-EDAM entity, and that's where they're getting most of their short-term non-perm revenues, maybe that there should be a bound to the amount of cost recovery. And so we were looking for feedback in terms of that proposal. Again, I apologize, we went through it fast for people, but I just want to make sure people are caught up. The netting of sales is kind of what I alluded to before. When we were forming that historical baseline for the EDAM recoverable TRR, we recognized that we need to sort of subtract the actual transmission revenues that they were continuing to get associated with firm and non-firm sales going forward. And that would be sort of what I would say is really the actual shortfall in the TRR that was experienced by that entity. So that's sort of the quick recap just in terms of what we discussed yesterday. And so now we're going to, and just maybe to lower its expectations, I'll probably try to get through all the transmission cost recovery and then open up for questions. So yeah, really look forward to your feedback. It'd probably be good to sort of get it all out first and then sort of seeing how the pieces fit together. I'm sure people will have questions, and yeah, we'll look forward to that discussion. So in terms of moving on to the new substance, we're really sort of focusing on that second component of cost recovery, which is really sort of addressing the percentage of new transmission build and the potential for loss recovery. So kind of at the core, what we identified was that sort of new transmission bills raise the same risks of foregone transmission revenues associated with a loss of non-firm and short-term firm transmission sales that will materialize as entities could choose to rely on the EDAM market rather than explicitly purchasing short-term OAT rights on that transmission. So to address that issue, while not allowing this to be open-ended, we propose that the amount of new transmission upgrade revenue requirement eligible to be recoverable from the EDAM to be limited to the ratio of the non-firm and short-term firm point-to-point revenue requirements associated with third-party sales on the new upgrade to the EDAM entity's TRR today. So in the example shown previously, showing the derivation of EDAM recoverable TRR, the non-firm and short-term point-to-point revenue makes up $7 million of the total $100 million, or 7% of the TRR. So in our proposal, this percentage would be similarly applied to the revenue requirement of the new transmission upgrade, so that increased transfer capability between EDAM BAs. So for the sake of this example, if the upgrade adds $50 million to the total TRR, then the amount recoverable through the EDAM would be 7% of that $50 million, or a total of $3.5 million. That would be eligible to be recovered as a part of this component 2. Yeah, so all right, so let me, again, we have the firework button here throws me off. I press on it and think it'll move forward, but it does not. So, yeah, so, so moving on to, for people following slide 23, This is really focusing on our third component, namely the recovery of transmission costs associated with EDAM wheeling through volumes for net of imports and exports. So kind of to maybe lay the foundation, looking back at the historical use and practices, we identified that certain WEIM entities experienced this situation during certain months of the year where their transmission system supported robust wheels through its system, which really benefit others and highlights the lost transmission revenues from those entities. These entities would lose wheel transmission revenues, including through the EDAM market, but without the comparable benefits from imports and exports. We proposed that in those limited months where wheels exceeded the combined imports and exports, the EDAM entity would be compensated for that excess transmission used to support the net wheeling through its systems. So to that end, the volume of wheels through the EDAM entity transmission system minus the EDAM entity's quantity of import-exports will be compensated at the EDAM entity's non-firm hourly point-to-point transmission rate. I was going to hold for questions, but we have a question request. So go ahead, Jeff. That's great.
Jeff Nelson, SCE. A question on the last statement there. The general design of this was to determine some flavor of lost revenues, set that as a bogey, and then subtract off sort of revenues they're still getting. And to the extent that there was sort of a shortfall in revenues, there'd be a make-whole payment for sort of the concept. This feels very different. This feels very different, if I'm reading this right, that even if, let's just say the bogey was $7 million and their other revenues were $10 million, where they were $3 million in the good, they'd still get this payment. Why is that? Why isn't this sort of amount simply augmenting the 7, where maybe this becomes, $1 million, just make a stupid number. So now their bogey is no longer 7, it's 8 million. And if their actual revenues is 10, they still get no uplift. Well, why is this one special and getting automatic guaranteed payment?
Yeah, I'm happy to try to take that. I'd look for feedback from other people in the room too, if they have their own perspectives. But to me, I think it's really sort of recognizing that for these specific entities, that like for most entities, the value proposition of the EDAM really comes from, and from a hurdle-free EDAM, comes from the ability to have imports and exports from their system to be able to sort of capture those efficiency gains. And this is both for the EDAM and for the WEIM market. And that's sort of that foundational of where those benefits are being derived from these specific entities that have large volumes of wheels. And this might be sort of in the context of the WEIM as well. There really was kind of a recognition in the WEIM market that, we were going to take a look at this issue. And that really might be that historically they've been providing this transmission in the context of the WEIM, and that they might have sort of, for lack of a better term, been providing it, losing out on historical wheeling revenues, and not really having commensurate benefits associated with imports and exports coming from their system. So to me, it's a little bit about how you're forming that baseline calculation, in that the baseline for, if I were to describe as component 1, would really be sort of looking back at the past 3 years, which might have already had a significant amount of wheeling volumes crossing through their system, which they're uncompensated for. And so this is to me, this is really kind of taking a step back and level setting sort of what that baseline should have been historically, and allowing them to have some sort of cost recovery mechanism associated with that transmission. But that was at least my thinking on the appropriateness of that topic. But.
Okay, so I'll just comment on that. So to me, that argument, sort of resetting or changing the baseline, would argue to put that, again, we were talking about originally, it was a 7 million bogey, is to put this number in that pot and make it an 8 million bogey. But still, if they had 10 million revenues, still no uplift, as opposed to, no, even though you would normally not get uplift, you get 1 million of uplift. So just a thought, and especially in the EDAM context, because we're just discussing EDAM, not, you may have been trying to kill two birds with one stone, but I don't think it's appropriate in the EDAM context. Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow some questions on the subject matter we've just been speaking about. I'm Jan Strack from San Diego Gas and Electric, by the way. 2 points I wanted to make, and this is back on previous slides, but you talked about an update of the the historical numbers every 2 years. I just want to know when the update takes place, is it possible that there could be a complete phase out at that point? I guess where I'm kind of driving with this is, it seems like we don't want to create a system where this is sort of an indefinite uplift regime where people start relying on EDAM for uplifts. So that's just one comment I guess I would make. The other one was for the new transmission. Just want to be clear that this only would apply to things that are in progress or regulatory approved at the time someone joins EDAM, and that after they join EDAM, there's no further uplift recovery for new stuff. Would that be accurate?
I think as a part of the proposal, it was to be on an ongoing basis to reflect new transmission that might not be included in the original baseline calculations of lost transmission revenues. And maybe to your first point, Jan, I think it's a fair point. I don't know that we have established how that cutoff date and methodology would work, and what analysis we would do and how we'd change our proposal. I think more of it is a commitment to relook at the numbers and relook at the flow patterns and to see what was necessary, but we weren't necessarily specifying. So like, I wouldn't necessarily completely eliminate the idea of it resulting in a phase out or seeing it, but I think we're just trying to prove out the numbers, but like, in terms of what those actual flows and what the actual benefits look like. I don't know, Milos, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just note that, the intent behind this transmission revenue recovery design was really to try to keep the EDAM entity whole from a transmission revenue perspective as a result of participation in the EDAM. This is not, I think we recognize that the OAT is going to continue to remain in place in the EDAM. It's not really movement towards an RTO structure. So I don't think we were envisioning necessarily a phase out. There may be differences in terms of how much needs to be recovered through the EDAM as we go along, as more entities join. But the thought was that as they continue operating under the open access transmission tariff, and as they participate in the market, we want to continue looking at what is the impact on that historical transmission revenue requirement and try to keep them whole throughout that process.
Right.
So that was the intent, really, not thinking of a phase out. And then in terms of the second aspect, we had some discussions internally as well in terms of the component 2 and the new transmission builds. And the intent there was as well that if somebody's in the EDAM and they pursue a transmission upgrade that increases the transfer capability between EDAM balancing authority areas, increasing that benefit, making additional transmission available for the benefit of the EDAM, but there should be some recovery for that, even on a going forward basis. But that, certainly open to suggestions.
Appreciate your thoughts. I guess I just feel like we're setting up a system where we're sort of creating an addiction to uplifts here, and it would be better to actually create sort of an incentive to move towards an RTO if we had some sort of structural phase out of these uplifts for some period of time. And I don't have any specific proposal how you would do that, but I just think the sort of open-ended approach maybe doesn't get us where we want to end up.
Yeah, no, fair point. I think we can look at that. I encourage you to put that into comments. Originally some of the I think on one of the previous slides, we talked about a period where we would relook at things after 2 years. And the idea there is to see what's the impact that the market is having on those short-term firm and non-firm revenues, and seeing whether there need to be any adjustments. But certainly, I recognize your perspective. Put it in your comments. There may be some opportunities to think about on a long-term basis. Is there some kind of a phase out towards an RTO. But at this stage, the intent was really to try to keep the EDAM entity as whole as possible as a result of participation in EDAM from a transmission revenue perspective in these areas. I think in the straw proposal, we noted, for example, that we would look at, are there impacts on potentially other revenues as well as you start up the EDAM. So I think this will be a feeling out process, especially at the beginning, seeing what impact is the market having on some of these transmission products, including on the ISO. What impact is it having on the WAC revenues, et cetera?
Hi, Partha. Doug Bocignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. On slide, I think it's 24, where you show the formula looking at the historical revenues versus there we go. So the shortfall, the recoverable TRR historical minus the actual transmission revenues, I think there's a piece missing there, which is the EDAM transfer revenues associated with that release bucket 3 transmission. Because that's what we're talking about, right? The entity's making available this bucket 3 transmission, and they're foregoing the historical short-term firm and non-firm revenues, but then they're getting some transfer revenues, and I think you have to track that and acknowledge those revenues in this calculation. I think this would also help with the problem Jan's raising, because those revenues are going to offset a lot of this shortfall, maybe all of it.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. And I'll start, and maybe Partha you can add to it. But I think that's an open question in terms of what do the idea here was that as you continue to make transmission sales on the DO, that's offsetting the revenue requirement, that the amount that you may have to recover through the EDAM. I think an open question is whether transmission transfer revenues that accrue as a result of that bucket 3 unsold firm ATC being made available to the EDAM and those transfer revenues accruing, whether that also offsets the revenue requirement in the EDAM. I think that's an open question. I think on one side, maybe that makes sense to offset those revenues. On the other, that may be something that the transmission providers may utilize to potentially protect themselves, those transfer revenues to protect themselves from uplifts that may be caused by transmission customers exercising their transmission rights between day ahead and real time. So I think that's something certainly would like to see some.
But I guess my response to that is they'll have bucket 1 and bucket 2 transfer revenues from day ahead and real time that can be utilized to offset those potential redispatch costs. To me, the bucket 3 is a completely separate animal. It's the unsold transmission that otherwise it's going to be unused. Now it's being used, and you're recognizing that they've foregone getting the short-term firm and non-firm revenues, but not recognizing that they're getting transfer revenues associated with that. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I just want to make also a comment about the wheel through. I think you mentioned that you would compensate based on the short-term firm rate for the last slide, 26.
Maybe you can scroll a couple of slides.
And I just had a kind of a question about that, and I think maybe this would be part of the sort of the look back. Because I think for many transmission providers, that short-term rate is actually kind of a premium rate to recognize that it's a short transaction, it wasn't sold for a long period of time. But to the extent there's a lot of wheel through, that it's persistent, it's not just happening occasionally, I think you'd want to revisit whether that's the appropriate rate. Should it be some other more baseline rate?
Yeah, and thanks for that. I'll just clarify that I think what we proposed was the non-firm hourly point-to-point rate, not the firm, because firm may not be standard for some of the entities. They may not be offering that. But that's a fair point. I think relooking at, is that the appropriate? And just to clarify as well on this component 3, it's the net, really. It's that amount of wheels above the imports and exports. It's not necessarily the entire wheel through volume, but it's that net amount that would be compensated at this non-firm hourly point-to-point rate, and I think the non-firm hourly is the standard. I think that's the product that's pro forma the short-term firm hourly is not necessarily performance, so some entities may not have that. But fair point that we can revisit this occasionally.
Yeah, and the other thing, at least I'd add to it, Doug, to your first point is I think that you're bringing up really fair questions. There are certainly discussions we had, and I certainly would sort of appreciate too if any of the other EDAM entities had perspectives just in terms of what those trade-offs look like in terms of it being sort of a direct offset done through the ISO process versus a determination done by the EDAM entities in terms of how they might want to offset different types of uplift costs using that revenues. I think that rather than having just us weigh in, I think allowing them an opportunity to respond as well, I think would be probably more fruitful. Yeah, thanks, Doug. It's a good point.
Just to be clear, though, you are asking all the EDAM participants who are not that entity that's getting the uplift to pay for this, and they're being asked by the ISO to pay for it. So I think that you can't defer this question to all the other OATs. You have to, ISO has to address it head on.
Absolutely. I agree, Doug. For the more for the purpose of, for lack of a better term, having a fruitful discussion on the trade-offs in terms of why that may or may not be appropriate.
And to be clear, I mean, the ISO has a lot of revenue that would be recovered in this bucket, right? The wheeling out revenues, the export revenues it gets today, and under what I'm describing, the export EDAM transfer revenues would be a credit against that,
right? Yeah.
And I think there's a big chunk of dollars there, right?
So your points understood, Doug. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
You got Jeff Nelson, SC. Just one nuance on that. There certainly is a lot of, and again, if any of the other EDAM entities want to jump in, there's a lot of work that's being required to be done by some of this transfer dollars. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's appropriate to just credit all the transfer dollars against this. A conversation we're having with some folks at whatever the reception thing, whatever it's called, was last night. Is there, if all that sort of uplift and make whole is taken care of, and there is extra dollars, then it might, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but in my mind, it might be appropriate to take the extra dollars and sort of use it as an offset. But I think it's inappropriate to just take all of the dollars and do something and just offset with it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jeff. Well, maybe this is a good time. I know that the next section really focusing on is that the allocation of the cost, but we've had a good, robust discussion. I see David Rubin has his hand raised, but maybe we could take questions for the phone too at some point, just to.
I was actually part of just going to echo the point you made. I thought this has been a really good discussion, and I think, the points that everybody has been making, I think really go to refining these concepts. I think, what I really like is that if we start with, we're trying to implement this and how best to do it, Jan's point about a phase out and not being too dependent on it if we're heading towards an RTO, I think is a fair one. And maybe what you do is, a 2-year reevaluation may be too short. We may want some certainty as to what the ground rules are before we go into an EDAM. But at the same time, we don't necessarily want to have that long-term dependence on something that we hope to be phased out if we move to another stage. I think Jeff's point about, and the point that you and Milos were making about what we're trying to do with the congestion and hold people harmless. But at the same time, Doug's point, if there's excess there, can we apply it the way we do a revenue credit today? I think there can be balance in that regard as well. And to the point of, and again, maybe we're being simplistic here, but simplistic may be a good place to start if we have the ISO do some of that netting before we see the bills. that does a few things. It simplifies our settlement process, which is always helpful, but it also adds a degree of uniformity, which I know our customers have been concerned about and others have mentioned in the meetings here. And so if we build that process into your tariff, there's uniformity to it and additional certainty. And so at the end, we then would rather have the congestion and transfer revenues offset and then take the rest as a credit the way we would a short-term firm sale today. So I think it's really helpful, and I think we'll try and address some of that in our comments when we take it back and think about it further.
No, thank you, David. Yeah, really appreciate that, those comments.
I don't think there's any other questions, Martha? Nothing in the chat? Or is there? Nope. Oh, Kathleen.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me? Kathleen Colbert. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. That is a really good discussion. I wanted to kind of wait to the end because I have a slightly off-topic question. This is helpful for thinking through making the transmission service provider whole, and I understand that's your focus on the proposal. We, and I think other stakeholders as well, have been asking for a similar conversation about making transmission customers whole. And I am very simple, but I continue to use it because I think it helps give context, is for your component 2. We need to have the discussion about what about long-term point-to-point requests that trigger upgrades, and the transmission customer pays for that, funds those upgrades. I'm just asking for this space at some point to have that conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Would you like to expand upon it now?
If you think it's the right time, yeah. It's up to you.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate if you'd like to make the comment, yeah, I'd appreciate hearing it.
Yeah, and I encourage other folks to jump in too. It's an oversimplified view of how the old world works to think that it is only transmission service providers that incur costs associated with the transmission system. So when we're talking about making entities whole, like if you go back the slide to component 2, so maybe people can see that, and just on the call, there is a long-term point-to-point reservations have a substantial cost associated with engaging in that long-term arrangement. They may very well exceed the congestion rents or the transfer revenues that an entity might be able to recoup as a third party by your proposal. The way that I perceive this proposal is if that entity is a transmission service provider, you have a mechanism and you're thinking about how to make them whole. I respect that. Our request is, can we talk about transmission customers? And I think over time, I continue to involve my example to not just be the upfront investment in the point-to-point, but to use the upgrade cost because it's very tangible. Long-term point-to-point requests, 13 months longer, when you make them, there may not be sufficient capability on the system. In the OAT world, they're going to review that, see if the ATC is there. If it's not, it may require an upgrade. The cost will be communicated, and that can be funded by that transmission customer. So as a cost of doing business to enter into that long-term point-to-point that we're talking about respectfully being mandatory in this market. Because it's mandatory, it's really essential that you provide a make whole platform, not only for TSPs, but for transmission customers that have also incurred very similar analogous costs.
Yeah, I'd like to open up to see if others think I can respond as well, but maybe I'd first sort of see if anyone else wanted to respond in the room. I think David Rubin.
I remember Dave Rubin from Envy. I mean, I appreciate the issue, but from a practical side, what we've seen is if a customer is responsible for a major transmission upgrade, what we're really talking about here are major transmission lines like our GreenLink project that enhance interregional transfer capability. These are, for us, it's a $2.5 billion project to bring GreenLink west and north. And because it's part of our transmission plan, we're building it as part of that and not making any customer pre-fund the construction of the line. And so when you get into this, yes, that's how it is under the OAT for particular transmission requests. But if the upgrade is really an interregional facility, they're not going to be in a position to front it. And so there are, I think, ways of doing it, but just from a practical perspective, this is not how the interregional lines are getting built.
Yep. Thank you, David. Maybe to add to it, and I'm interested in your feedback, Kathleen. It's, to me, what we're really getting at is you're really bringing up sort of our, for a lack of a better term, the previous discussion we had just in terms of customer rights and what those options look like to exercise it. And the way that, to me, that we were thinking about was really, you're funding that upgrade, you're obtaining that right, and now what does that right really, what does that right get you? And what does that right get you today? What does that right get you in the OAT world going forward? And so to me, the three pathways that we outlined were really trying to allow for a similar, for basically comparable options as we transition into this EDAM, or to allow them the exercise and use of that transmission rights going forward. But was not necessarily addressing the same issue of cost recovery, because in effect you're funding that right, you're funding that upgrade in order to basically be able to attain service or attain that transmission, that point-to-point transmission right in the context of the OAT world today. So to me, the analogous was really trying to get at maintaining the ability to schedule and maintaining that ability to basically exercise that right, but it wasn't necessarily sort of a comparable issue around funding with an uncertain cost recovery mechanism, which sometimes the transmission providers would have to face when upgrading rights. But yeah,
that's helpful, Partha, because that is not how I think about it. And so maybe I can spill a little on that. And I think about this from a very market health perspective and overall efficiency. I believe the incentive structure should be set up in a way that we are trying to incentivize any holders to make transmission available to EDAM, to increase that overall transfer capability, to optimize the overall efficiency and benefits out of EDAM. So yes, there's a customer rights piece to it, but there's also customers have rights and we want to incentivize them to make them available to EDAM. And it shouldn't matter if the customer self-schedules or doesn't, to be made whole for their upfront capital costs and investment that they are making available to EDAM at this analogously to everyone else. That's really what we've been focused on, is we want to see EDAM be successful. And a part of that is to not build in disincentives to make transmission available. So I think about it the opposite of how I think you're thinking about it.
No, thanks. Thank you, Kathleen. And maybe as a suggestion, I certainly would appreciate if you want to include this in your comments, some sort of discrete examples. I think that'd be really helpful, and certainly happy to follow up offline as well, just to understand sort of what these situations look like and be able to walk through them. So yeah, thank you for that feedback.
Hi, Partha. Jeff Spires with PowerX. Like others, I think this is a good discussion to be having. Just maybe a higher level comment about what we're discussing. You know, one of the key assumptions that the transmission cost recovery proposal is making is that the pool of revenue that you're worried about is limited to those short-term firm and non-firm transmission reservations. And so that obviously means that there's an assumption that the long-term investment in the OAT framework continues much like it does today. And I think that that is something that we need to be cautious about, because if that's going to be the case, and we're going to make an assumption that entities are going to continue to invest in OAT rights, whether it's ongoing, investment in the existing transmission system or upgrades, as Kathleen is getting at, the only way that that assumption is valid is if those rights continue to have value, both economically and physically. And I think that ties back to some of the discussion yesterday around, as a transmission customer, you're looking at investing in that transmission. What does that mean from a congestion rent allocation perspective? Is the transfer revenue allocation between BAs equitable or not? If you have high priority rights, are they respected through the market optimization, and how? And that's some of the questions I was asking yesterday about some of those challenging times when there's not enough transmission to go around. What happens? Those are really important elements of this design to make sure that the scope of this cost recovery is not more than just the shorter term. If you can ensure that the design contemplates the OAT and considers how it functions and respects those rights properly, then you can get to a point where the revenue at risk is probably a smaller bucket, and you can figure out probably multiple ways to deal with that. But I think the concern that we have is when we don't see the details around how does the OAT priority get respected, is the congestion rent equitable or not, we struggle to understand how we can be confident that the bucket of money is really that limited, because it seems like it exposes entities to say, well, I'm not going to invest in long-term transmission if I could just go into EDAM, use the transmission system that way.
Yeah, and thanks, Jeff. Fair point. I think in the straw proposal, what we noted is openness to continue to look at what is the impact beyond some of those short-term products. I think the more immediate and more direct impact that we would see would be on those short-term firm and non-firm sales that are daily, what did we say? Hourly, daily, weekly. I think we noted in a footnote that we would monitor what happens to the monthly. And I think the same is true probably for long-term as well. But I don't know that at the offset, we could, quantify or open the door that wide without yet seeing what those potential implications would be. That's why we've included kind of a 2-year look back period, or re-looking at this 2 years later to see, are the impacts broader than maybe we anticipated, and there may be an opportunity to relook at these components again. But we're certainly mindful that there may be implications on other products as well, and I think the more direct impact is on the ones that we've identified, and then we would monitor through the different OAT transmission providers some of the other implications as well.
Can I just respond briefly to that, Milos?
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and I think looking back and evaluating how things play out makes sense. But I think there's a more fundamental point I'm trying to make, is that upfront the details around how those OAT rights are going to be contemplated and respected in the market is something that we don't see clearly in the proposal, and that's why I'm asking the types of questions. And so I think there's an opportunity to be proactive to say, here's how we're going to deal with these rights through the market design.
Yeah, no, fair point, Jeff. And I think we recognize, and I think our design thus far has primarily focused on those conditional firm rights. I think we can be, and we will be more explicit in how some of those other non-firm transmission rights could be exercised. I think there's pathways for that. We recognize that there are going to continue to be sales of those products, and it's important that those be recognized and that those entities can exercise those rights. So I think we can put more detail on how some of those other that are not firm or conditional firm transmission rights are exercised, and we'll look to do that. A bit later today, we'll also get to the transfer revenue and congestion revenue allocation discussion. As you know, I think that's an important piece to this puzzle as well. So we hope to provide some clarity there and have a discussion as well there. So hold on to that, because I think I agree with you. That's the important piece to the overall transmission puzzle. How are transmission rights exercised? what's recoverable through the EDAM, and then how are those transfer revenues and congestion revenues allocated. And we'll get to that last piece of it later today. But fair point, great point. Thank you.
Kevin's next.
Kevin Smith Bank. I think Jeff's raising great points. There are a lot of gaps in the design, and that's just something that we're trying to close in on. I think CAISO's come a long way, in my opinion. But, you know, Doug and I talked about this issue. I think, you know, transfer revenues and how those might be allocated. People are raising really good points, and so I don't think we've comprehensively addressed all these things. But when I think of long-term rights, I guess where I struggle is we have RAP, we have our own RA programs, we have the resource sufficiency evaluation. So I know from my entity's perspective, we're going to be buying long-term rights. In fact, I kind of want to hear more specificity about specific paths and other things that are at risk from a long-term basis, as opposed to this vague, we're going to stop buying long-term rights. I don't think we can, as load-serving entities. We have reliability obligations. So I'm not saying it's a red herring, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as we're making it. So that's my perspective. I'd like to hear more from PowerX, Bonneville, others on this issue, but I want to hear specifics. I want to know, what are those paths that are at risk? Southern Intertie, okay? Is that at risk? Because I think we're very interested in that. And so I want to get more specific. So as we try to be, as people are demanding you to be more specific, I think we need to be more specific about what exactly are these risks. And I think there's no perfect design. If you want an RTO, then we got to go to an RTO, because it solves 99% of the problems we're raising right now. We're trying to take a critical step in a direction, which I agree with Jan and others. That's where we're trying. I think most of us see where this trajectory is going. Nobody wants to surrender all their rights today, and nobody is asking anybody to surrender all their rights today. What we're trying to do is take that little incremental step forward, and it's not going to be perfect, but I think we all need to provide more specificity, not just the ISO. I think we all need to drill in on some of these issues. But that long-term rights issue, I want to understand a little better, because I don't see the risk.
Okay, Jeff Nelson.
Yeah, maybe I can just add on to that, Kevin. I really appreciate that comment and feedback. I think that, at least from my own personal perspective, that's dead on, because we really are. I'm at least learning a lot from you all, just in terms of how your processes and systems work today. And so providing those specific examples and understanding that framework of what's really at risk, to me, that would be very valuable. So I'm certainly happy to hear more in the room. I'm certainly happy to follow up with people offline. But yeah, I think that your point, Kevin, is right on. We really need that input and participation and specificity in terms of what those situations look like. So yeah, thank you again, Kevin.
Yeah, Jeff Nelson, SE. Kevin really said most of what I wanted to say. I am concerned at making sure that we understand how this interacts with just how it interacts, right? We don't want to do something that causes a weird reaction backwards. But EDAM is not the forum to figure out the long-term transmission planning process. It was never designed to do that. It's not in scope of EDAM. That's a great discussion to have. Wonderful. I've got a lot of ideas in that space. None of them are showing up in the EDAM conversation. But I do want to make sure that we don't do something that we didn't realize we were doing. So I do appreciate the conversation.
I think we got name dropped. So respond. No, it's fine. It's a good discussion, actually. So, Russ from BPA, we are generally concerned about this, but frankly, we've also struggled to try to isolate exactly the revenue that would be at risk. And so I think the first step is having a mechanism to recover revenue, and then it's going to be everybody's careers for the foreseeable future to argue about what part of the revenue needs to be recovered through that rate. But I think having a rate mechanism is a great first step. And Bonneville has always anticipated we would have to try to take a shot at identifying reasonably what ought to be recovered under that rate, and that would be an ongoing process. So I'd just like to get that process started, and we would, we're ready to participate in that, and we've done some work at a high level in terms of the sort of revenue that might be at risk. I think everybody does and will continue, and programs like RAP will encourage everybody to buy long-term firm to bring home their resources. I personally wouldn't anticipate that interties would be at risk. And when I say interties, I mean lower I and big I interties, so north, south intertie, and the east. Those I think are always going to be fairly well subscribed, and I think short-term purchases mostly go to credit the long-term firm at that point in time. On our network, people still buy a wheel for their resources, whether it's a PPA or they own a resource. But many, if not most entities, buy additional long-term firm in order to redirect or resale in the short term and take advantage of economics and optimize their resource. And I think that's the exact sort of activity that EDAM is intending to displace for good reason. It'll do so more efficiently. Identifying that revenue, the extent some of it would be new original short-term sales, some of it might be redirects. And we have one network rate and for all paths, and we check against the flow gate. But we would be willing to do that work and participate in a process where we try to look at and really demonstrate what is the revenue at risk. And you're probably not going to get it right the first time, whether you're over or under, and you're going to have to continue that process to figure out what's a fair amount of revenue that you could reasonably say was displaced by the market. But that's kind of a high level of the sort of activity that everybody might not be familiar with.
Kevin, you're going to respond to that, or otherwise, because we're going to go to the phone as well. But
yeah, this is real quick. First of all, I apologize for name dropping with people. So I apologize to Russ.
Imagine what they said before you were in the room, Russ.
I know, but Russ's his statement's super helpful, right? This is what I'm talking about. This isn't exact science. We're jumping into a place nobody's been. We're trying to create a halfway house, all right? And that's what it is. And I think it's not just a halfway, it's a transitional house. We're trying to move in a direction. The West has never moved like this, right? So we're actually making progress. So that's a good thing. There may be revenues that we didn't anticipate that are going to get lost through EDAM. We also recognize that over time, we're going to, and this goes back to Jeff and I think Jan's concerns as well. We're not trying to create windfalls for any of us. What we're trying to do, and for example, Bank has, a PMA, a Western Area Power in our BA. They have to be able to collect their federal rate. They can't have cost shifts going on between various customer classes. We have to be able to respect all that. So but we're not looking for, lost revenues to start filling our coffers. But we know that over time, we're going to start to recognize, like in EIM, we're seeing benefits. And over time, we're going to get more and more comfortable, and our regulators will be more comfortable for some, that those benefits outweigh the costs and maybe even the lost TRR or other things. So I would expect this to evolve. And I think we need to put in place some kind of a robust oversight that includes market participants in this and very transparent. And that way we can monitor and see when is that point, because maybe it shouldn't be forever. I agree with that. But anyway, I kind of, Russ got me thinking about that this is probably more complicated than just, short-term, non-firm, and firm. They have a much more complex system and all that. So I think it has to be adaptable to meet those, obligations.
Okay, can we just go to the phone real quick? We've got somebody waiting in queue. For the person on the phone, please state your name and affiliation. Go ahead.
And please make sure your device is unmuted.
No. All right, we're going to go to you, Stuart. We'll come back to the phone. Go ahead.
Thanks, John. Stuart Kelly, LE. I think we're talking about a level of precision here, and I hate to dash anyone's hopes in this. It's already a flawed mechanism, right? But it's pretty darn good given the set circumstances we're trying to deal with and bring these two worlds together. I think a very important point that was actually raised by PowerX and BPA is to try and keep this bucket of revenues as small as possible. And I think we should remember that in terms of setting the mechanism. I think it's an extremely useful starting point. Ideally, it would get phased out and we wouldn't rely on that. I don't know if that's possible long term, but I think if we reflect back to what occurred when we implemented EIM, it wasn't exactly correct on day one, and best I can tell, it continues to evolve, and I think we should bear some of those components in mind as we think about this particular mechanism. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. Isabel, is the person on the phone unmuted?
Marvin, is that caller still in queue?
The caller just re-entered queue. Let's go ahead and try again.
Marvin, go ahead.
Good morning. Go
ahead.
Good morning. This is Tanya Dorland. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. And please state your
affiliation.
Okay,
so I'm with the Public Advocate's Office, and I've been following this conversation, but something that I just want to get clear is, so the EDAM will increase activity on the entire Western grid, right? And there'll likely be a need for increases in transmission capacity, not just new lines. And it's likely known where there'll be needed capacity increases already, like the interties. And so I'm wondering, is the CAISO planning on, monitoring those areas where we already know there's going to be an increased activity, determining the upgrades that are needed, and will cost allocation be determined based on the increase in transfer activity from certain BAAs? I don't think this discussion is in the EDAM yet, but if it's not, can it be, or is this part of another initiative?
No, thank you for that comment. I certainly think that is an issue that we can monitor and track. To your first question, I did not view that as sort of currently within the scope of the EDAM as is, but I think those type of issues certainly are sort of overlapping with the discussion we're having previously. And yeah, I think that some of the specifics and comments on that would be certainly appreciated. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, and this is Milos with the eye. So I'll just note as well that one of the key tenets in the EDAM that each balancing authority area continues to retain their own transmission planning function, and they may identify their own needs on their system for expansion. There's also these opportunities for interregional projects and the increased transfer capability between balancing authority areas across the West, and those would have their own different, I think those would determine their own individual cost allocation. Would not be something necessarily that the EDAM design contemplates. But fair points, and we can, to your point, I think we can, as Partha noted, we can monitor, we'll have visibility across a wider footprint on the uses of the transmission system and transmission paths as well. And I think that visibility will be helpful and may potentially even avoid some upgrades in certain instances. But thanks for the comment.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep going. Go ahead, Partha.
All right, well, maybe we can move on to the next section. I recognize that we have a pretty packed agenda for today, so I wanted to make sure that we have are able to get to additional topics. So at least in terms of the next slide and focus is really on the allocation of these costs. So we identified sort of what those revenues that were, thank you, Milosh. We identified sort of what the revenues were at risk and sort of what should be sort of subject to cost recovery. And so the EDAM proposal has sort of two different options. One is to provide, after accounting for sales, have an uplift rate assigned either to gross load across the footprint or to demand plus supply across the footprint. Under the design, however, I'd note that we propose not to allocate an EDAM entity its own TRR revenue shortfall, so its mere demand does not have to pay for its own TRR underfunded cost from an underfunded cost recovery perspective. So under the first option, the ISO would propose to derive an annual EDAM entity-specific rate, which excludes its own TRR shortfall amount that we applied against the gross load in the EDAM footprint. We would calculate this rate by allocating each BAA's TRR revenue shortfall to the other BAAs in proportion to that BAA's gross load divided by the total EDAM gross load, less the gross load of the BAA whose TRR shortfall is being distributed. The second portion would be really calculating the total BAA. I'll stop there on the first option. So the alternative option really is the ISO could drive an annual BA specific rate based on historical gross demand plus supply. And part of this proposal really providing sort of a larger denominator across to recover forecasted TRR shortfalls and result in overall lower rate. So the rationale among this proposal is that both demand and supply would be benefiting from an EDAM and thus should bear cost associated with those TR recovery mechanisms. So under this approach, the resulting rate will be applied as an uplift both to demand and supply on a monthly basis, and the revenue, those revenues would be able to be sort of contributed to offset that TRR shortfall amount. So those are really kind of the two high-level ways in which we were basically thinking about allocating those uplift costs, which is really, for lack of a better term, to gross load or to demand plus supply. And so we're seeking feedback on both of those mechanisms. And so to reiterate once again that for either one of those, I think the idea was that we were going to basically be netting out, we're basically going to be not allocating those costs for the shortfall back to that same entity that incurred that shortfall from an allocation standpoint. So, so that was at least the sort of the high-level proposal in terms of how we would allocate those costs to different different entities. So maybe I'll stop there. Are there any comments? It seems like Kevin, you want to?
Cindy, Doug Boccioni. I can say that now.
Hi, Doug Boccioni for BAMX. So would this be done retrospectively or prospectively? Because you don't know what the short-term firm revenues are gonna be, and under my proposal, you don't yet know what the transfer revenues are gonna be. And in the CAISO, in the TRRs for the PTOs, they use the actual historical WAC wheeling out revenues as a credit, and then that offsets the TRR prospectively. I mean, well, sort of going forward from that point, you're using what you already know to have happened. It seems like you need to do something similar to that, right? Because otherwise you're going to have to make a bunch of assumptions, see what happens, and then do a true up.
Yeah. James, do you want to take this one? I know we've discussed this previously.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit similar like we do with our current tech, but there is a true up mechanism that is going to allow you to update. So basically they're going to estimate for the first year, what it is that the loss or the amount you need to recover. And then once we get to the end of the year and we know exactly what the real sales were and what is the true amount that need to be recovered, they'll resubmit it, and we will go during the resettlement of that year, we will true it up and align the recovery based upon the true numbers, as that's a proposal now versus carrying it over into the next year like we do currently for WAC.
Are you going to ask the CAISO PTOs to do something similar?
I think that's part of the discussion we still have to have as to whether or not the ISO PTOs are going to do that, or if the ISO is going to do that based upon our current WAC mechanism.
This is Jan Strack, San Diego Gas and Electric. Just on your two options there, I would strongly recommend we not consider option 2. I think there's a risk here that if you start including allocating the uplift to suppliers, it's going to sort of start leaking into their bidding strategies. And I think it's better to isolate those costs against load who ultimately pay for the transmission one way or another anyway. So my suggestion is that we frankly drop option 2.
Kevin Smith Bank. I agree with Jan, and although either way it's going to get paid for by load, and to me the idea is just kind of keeping this out of the market, and it's an uplift. Let's just admit it and not try to embed it in that cost. So that's just at a brainstem level, but economists can argue over that. I'm struggling with simplicity versus, trying to be precise and kind of going to Stuart's analogy. But it seems to me that we're not going to get absolute precision. I'd like to know what this uplift is really going to look like as far as what the level is going to be. Is it going to be 10 cents, 20 cents, $1? At some point, maybe it starts to matter, but the idea of precision, and I think a single rate, in my opinion, is just simple, right? It's clean. There's no issues with pancakes or other things. So I'm not sure about this applying a different rate to each. I know we've talked about it, and can probably be persuaded otherwise, but it seems like it could be a level of complexity that's not necessary, at least at the starting point. But I'd like to hear more on that, because I still think just one rate to everybody would be a better and more easy to implement.
Yeah, no, fair point, Kevin. What we put in the straw proposal, we put some examples in there. If we're looking at a BAA specific rate, as Partha said, if we're excluding, each BA being responsible for its own foregone revenues, but I think we could derive an example of a common rate across the footprint that would apply to all load. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, James, I don't know if there's a way to back out still to ensure that the balancing authority is not paying for its own costs. But the example has, at least the examples that we've laid out in the proposal, including the appendix, lay out different rates based on some realistic numbers. We made certain assumptions looking at historical volumes in the EIM in terms of load volumes. We made some assumptions about the amount that would need to be recovered, that foregone TRR. And I think the rates that we're getting in those examples are, below 10 cents, depending on if you're allocating it to across load or if you're allocating it squarely across demand plus supply. Obviously, the latter is going to be a bit smaller, but I think all the rates that we're getting are based on the assumptions that we made. In the appendix, we lay out different levels of recovery that would need to occur. And even under those scenarios, I think the rates that we get are below 15 cents. So that should give us some sample. Obviously, I think the numbers differ as more entities join and participate. But I think as a starting point, we try to assume 4 different entities with different levels of load that are based on realistic numbers that we've seen in the EIM, based on our EIM data, and then we made some assumptions about what's the volume of recovery, and that's laid out there. But I don't know, James, if you want to add anything more in terms of what's possible to derive what would be the implications of a singular rate as opposed to a BAA-specific rate that excludes the particular BAA being responsible for its own foregone revenues.
Now, as a settlement person, I agree with you, Kevin. I prefer simple, but and when we did the original proposal, we tried to do EIM area rate, and based upon the input we received from that, there was a lot of concern that each BAA was paying for its own recovery. So we can do a single rate. That is not a problem. It's just now we really have to come to an agreement that everybody's willing to share in the fact that you may be paying part of your own recovery as well as for the whole EDAM footprint.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess when we're starting, and this is, again, when does it matter? I don't know what level, what threshold, but if we're talking a 10-cent rate and all this complexity adds a 1 penny to, the bottom, is it worth it at a startup? And I guess that's really the point. If you start getting up into real money, but maybe it matters. I mean, maybe even that fraction matters, and it's not like we formed a firm opinion, but I think the KISS principle is going to be really important at the beginning of this market, and the more layers we put in and the more unintended consequences or potential we create, then, I just think we should try and keep it as simple as possible, but others can disagree on that one.
And I'd like to hear it in the comments. I'd like to hear
Jeff has a comment.
Your preferences versus a BAA rate versus a uniform rate across the EDAM footprint.
Yeah, this is Mike from Pacific Corp. I'll say, as someone who will not be doing the settlements, I do like the precision that comes with having a BEA specific rate. I hear you, Kevin, on the simplicity, does it really matter? I think each entity probably, depending on how they are situated, the size, and I won't try to do math in my head and the correlations, but the size of, their TRR recovery and also the size of their load, then some entities that might be a bigger deal versus other entities if it's a single rate or not. So I do like the precision of this. I know it's still not perfect, like we said. I think that's it.
Yeah, Jeff Nelson-Essie, I do like the sort of the precision method rather than the single method, and Mike really nailed it. If you had sort of comparably situated folks with similar load denominators, because I agree with Jan's comments too, I think they should be going to load, not load to supply. Similar load denominators and similar dollars sort of in play, then maybe it's a smeared rate makes sense because we all look about the same. But we don't. That's certainly not the case in the load side. Just on its face, we're not all similarly situated at all, and it may or may not be true on the dollar amount that's in play. So out of the gate, seeing we're not similarly situated, to me, and just from a policy, it's like, yeah, we're gonna keep you whole, but you're gonna pay for half of keeping your whole out of your own pocket, so you're only half whole to be made whole. So yeah, so just the policy of not paying your own and the lack of similar situations argue for the precision in my mind.
Sorry, am I jumping?
Yeah, go ahead, Russ.
Okay.
Act as a.
So if it was a single rate, like, could you sort of split the baby? Like, so everybody's going to have different revenue requirements, but I assume with a single rate, it's going to get normalized over everybody's transactions, essentially. So I think, from our perspective, we want to make sure that our revenue requirement is as accurately calculated and that we get that money. If you had a single rate, could you get the simplicity and then just have the CAISO directly allocate the funds based on what everybody agrees to in terms of the revenue, like their share of the revenue requirement?
So the single rate is more for who's paying for it. Because once I've collected it, I'll distribute it regardless to make sure you recover your transfer revenue requirement. Now, the trying to take a singular rate and applying it to load, in order to get that single rate, I've got to take the total load and then divide by it. And so then I'm going to apply it evenly. So you are going to have situations where you will have, depending on the size of your load, you potentially are going to have a higher pro rata share of the overall recovery that is needed to be collected. So I think, Jeff Nelson was kind of addressing it, and so was Mike. When we have differently situated load, those with the higher load are going to have higher recovery from it. There isn't a way to drive that out.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thanks.
I think we have a couple more slides before we take a break.
Yep, and hopefully we can get through these pretty quickly. We've actually covered most of these already and as a part of the discussion, but at least sort of the grounding, the purpose of these next two slides are really kind of focusing in on sort of the CAISO BA and how to be treated. Most of the discussion, and rightfully so, has been sort of around sort of how we think about the EDAM entities and sort of the processes that go on in the WAC for cost recovery. But there really are kind of analogous situations for the CAISO BAA for transmission and lost revenue. So I think that we really have probably discussed most of these issues. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to go quicker through these, but maybe I'll just sort of do this really quickly and see if there's any questions. So bucket one transmission, which supporting the ISO's BA resource sufficiency obligations, can really be thought of as the transmission associated with supporting those resource sufficiency resources imported and delivered into the ISO across interfaces with other EDAM BAs. Other EDAM entities, depending on resources to pass the RSE that are wheeled through the CAISO or export from the ISO, would either be, so for the case of the wheeling across through the ISO system, entities would demonstrate establishment of wheel through priority, that priority being equal to load across the ISO system, and bring effectively bucket one transmission to the EDAM across the interface based on the process in place for establishing scheduling priority. For exports from the ISO system, entities would demonstrate establishment of high priority export status to export the supply from non-resource adequacy supply from the ISO and meet that bucket one transmission requirements. And so for those two categories, the WAC charges would be assessed for the high priority exports shown to meet the RSE. I'll jump to the next slide and then see if take any last questions. This was really kind of maybe reiterating sort of the comparable one for bucket two and bucket three. As we really saw, so bucket two transmission in the ISO system, it was really primarily associated with legacy contracts where the rights holders could schedule use of those rights, but unscheduled transmission would not be made available to the market because these entities are able to exercise those rights generally into real time. And so the remaining transmission on the ISO system could really be thought of as bucket three transmission with the historical TR recovery proposal described above, making up for those historical WAC revenues. And so I really wanted to sort of explicitly call this out just to make sure it was kind of clear what was the differentiation on the ISO side. But I feel like we were sort of had these conversations already earlier just in terms of that treatment and cost recovery. So yeah, I guess I'll say I appreciate the feedback already received, but maybe I'll stop there and see if there's any comments, questions, or feedback on those topics.
All right. I feel like an auctioneer. Do I see a hand? Do I see any movement? Okay, Doug.
Yeah, I just have a question. I mean, where's bucket one? I mean, wouldn't the transmission needed to bring in RA resources, for example, for CAISO load, wouldn't that be bucket one?
Yes.
So it's not, everything else isn't bucket three. It's bucket one, bucket two, and then everything else is bucket three.
Yeah, and I can't remember the previous slide. Let me just double check. But yeah, I mean, this is transmission into the ISO, right, across the interface. Yeah, that would be the bucket one, transmission externally coming into the ISO across the interface that they will be bringing to the table to demonstrate sufficiency.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking more about sort of implicitly the transmission within the ISO that's used to complete that import.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know you don't slice and dice it that way today, but it seems like maybe you need to think about it.
That's right. I mean, ultimately, I think all of the transmission on the ISO systems is we don't slice it and dice it. We try to break this down as to, in this context, what would others need to demonstrate, that sufficiency across the ISO system, and then we talk about bucket two, what that will look like on our system. But I think in practical terms, almost everything for us is kind of this bucket three, effectively, on our system. That's all made available to the market, with the exception of those legacy contracts. Is that transmission that's available to the market to optimize, as in the EIM today, that will be available in the EDAM as well.
Okay, Carrie.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum, and this is more of a general question. So typically in these meetings, I avoid asking California-centric questions like about MIC and how things overlap, because I don't want to derail the good conversation. But it's suddenly occurring to me that the next draft, I think, is the draft final proposal. I absolutely don't want to derail this, but like when are we going to get to some of those more, again, California perhaps focused issues on how this will work?
Yeah, thanks, Gary. I think in the proposal we laid out a few California-centric issues that I think we have to resolve. We talked about the excess supply above the resource sufficiency evaluation and how that's disposed of, or how is that made available to the market, or otherwise held back. And we're seeking some comments in this revised version, and hopefully that's going to inform some of that discussion. That's one area. The other area is that net export transfer limit. Is there merit? Is there value to that? It's also the allocation of some of these revenues. There's a number of settlement issues that are, I think, more broadly, but it's the allocation of penalty of the RSC failure. And then I think on the transmission front, I think we've tried to lay it out here, but I think those are the primary, California-centric still issues that are left to resolve. Are those export limits? Is there value in that? It's this position of excess supply above the RSC, and then are there any additional mechanisms needed for the ISO to cure a potential resource insufficiency, and then the allocation of certain and disposition of certain penalty prices.
I mean, perhaps I could add MIC to that list on whether you're going to need bucket one transmission and MIC going forward if you're a California load serving entity. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, maybe I'll touch base with you offline just to get a better sense of what you mean there in the context of how transmission is made available by the ISO. But
yeah, certainly. But just the general question though, like putting it in our comments is one thing, but having a stakeholder discussion on it is another. Perhaps we can, and again, I don't want to ask my MIC questions now because most of the room does not care. Maybe you guys don't even know what MIC is, because if you're not from California, you just don't care about that acronym. But yeah, perhaps like a working group, an hour, just so we could hash out some of these things.
Sure, sounds great. Good. Yeah, and maybe Partha and I can follow up with you offline just to get a better sense of what you mean. What's the breadth of those issues that you see, and then we can certainly find some time to talk about it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So we'll parking lot that one. Any other questions? Jeff Spires over here. Jamie. Behind you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff Spires with PowerX. Can we just go back one slide, please, Partha? I just wanted to ask about the first bullet with respect to bucket one transmission and the RS test. My understanding of this is that if you had an entity in the Southwest that was looking to buy from the Northwest and include it in their RS test, they would need to show that they have PT wheel status across the ISO system. And my question is that I don't understand how that fits with the discussion we had during the stakeholder call a week or two ago, where the proposal is that imports can be included in the RS test even if they don't have transmission. And so I'm looking at this and just trying to kind of bring those two things together in my mind, because what it seems to lead to is, a situation where if a Southwest entity is trying to include a contract, an import into their system that's wheeling across the CAISO BA, they have to prove that they have the PT wheel status at the same time that, say, a California LSE is looking to count an import into the CAISO BA for their RS test. They don't have to have BPA firm transmission. They can just include that and then purchase the transmission at a later time and schedule it in real time. So can you just help me? I'm struggling with how that's the right outcome.
Yeah, no, and fair point. And I think, I don't know if we've been this explicit in the proposal. I'll have to read it. But yeah, I mean, this is all caveated to, with the exception of how we're proposing to treat these WSPP or firm energy contracts where that source and transmission path may not be known in that day-ahead time frame. Outside of those contexts, we would expect that resources are bringing in bucket one transmission and making the necessary firm or conditional firm arrangements on other systems, with the caveat of these types of arrangements, as we talked in the resource efficiency evaluation, where again, we may not know, entities may not know these types of the source or transmission, but we would count those resources in the resource efficiency evaluation that be offered in the market. And then there will be an expectation of later tagging those in the day-ahead time frame to provide that confidence that those arrangements that may not have had that information by the time of the market run, that there's confidence that these are true and physical deliveries. Yeah.
Well, a couple thoughts on that is, I think the reality is that bilateral contracts are where this issue is going to arise. So if you say that the exception is for WSPP or what have you, I think that really does cover this type of issue. And much like I was trying to say yesterday, I think there's clearly a seam on the Southern Intertie in particular. There are firm rights holders on either side. There's ongoing dialogue in a different initiative around how to assign high priority within the CAISO BA for entities looking to wheel through. Regardless of how that plays out, there is a discussion that needs to be had here about firm transmission, priority on the BPA side, priority on the CAISO side. How do those things interact? And I just really want to emphasize this is such an important issue. I think we just need to be clear that this is something we need to work through and recognize there's going to be situations where one entity's got firm on the BPA side, they don't have high priority on the CAISO side, and then there could be another schedule that has priority on the CAISO side but not on the BPA side. These are coordinated lines. We need to have solutions that people understand and that are fair in those situations. So I think this is an important issue we need to really dig into.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Fair point. Yeah, and I think you noted this yesterday as well, or was it? Yeah, it was yesterday. About those different priorities and somebody that maybe is going through multiple systems. And I think the difference may be whether they're in the EDAM or not, but if they're going through multiple systems and they're acquiring different priorities of transmission service across those systems, how's the market treating those, especially if those are self-scheduled in the market? What does that look like to the market when you have those different priorities? And that's something we can certainly think about talk about more. So appreciate you raising that point.
Okay, are we ready for a break? Partha? Oh, one more question. Kathleen?
Yeah, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So I have first of all, Carrie, when you mentioned that the next iteration was the draft final proposal that had a heart attack. And second, along those lines, I'm actually going to make a specific request for additional content in a workshop or something. So I will name the initiative Transmission Services and Market Priorities. It's something that we have brought up for a long time, is it is directly related to EDAM. And I've always thought of it as an EDAM related initiative, specifically because ideally we are going to be honest about the seams differences, I won't say issues, differences between California and non-California BAAs. I think we need a space to have that very honest and intellectual conversation about these differences in the context of EDAM, because that's what we're all trying to think through, right? How is California's forward transmission process going to work? How is the non-areas going to work? How are they going to integrate? How are they going to be compatible? That is not a conversation I think that we've dedicated to yet. I'm going to request that CAISO consider an additional workshop where we merge the two conversations and have just an honest, helpful look at that in the context of this EDAM. I think that would be a good place to bring in Mick. Totally agree with that, and that would be super helpful.
Thanks, Kathleen. We can consider that. And I think we had a recent workshop on that initiative. I think we'll have some additional discussions, comments are due on that. So I'd encourage you to submit comments in that initiative as well. We can walk through it. Yeah.
I think it's the integration is what the integration points that Kathleen's pointing out. Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
and we've acknowledged those, I think, in the straw proposal, revised straw proposal here as well. So we recognize there's an interplay between, how do you establish that high scheduling priority? There's a process in place today to establish low or high scheduling priority of the ISO system today. We're looking at potential modifications, but the idea is that you would still establish high or low scheduling priority. I think the question is in the mechanics of how you do that. So I certainly recognize that establishing that priority plays a role on the ISO system. We're working on what those mechanics would be and potentially changing that from how we do it today. But.
And just to flesh this out, Milos, it's the mechanics will be helpful, but it's not just the mechanics. The integration piece to try to really nail this is you're using the words high priority and low priority. How does that compare to firm? How does that compare to conditional firm? How does it compare to bucket 1, bucket 2? How does MIC interplay? It's not just the mechanics of your changes, it's the integration points to this proposal.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that clarification, Kathleen. I think we have one person on the phone. Do you state your name and affiliation?
Go ahead, Ian.
Hi, Ian. Is that Ian White? Go ahead. You might be muted.
Please make sure that your device is not on mute.
Ian, go ahead.
Y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Ian with Shell Energy here. This has been a really good discussion both yesterday and today. And as I've sat back and kind of listened to these transmission discussions, I think what's clear to me is that as this moves forward, there's still multiple details here, as Carrie's pointed out, Jeff and Kathleen, that need to be fleshed out, and the interplays between transmission for EDAM, I think, need a little bit more clarification. So perhaps this is something where for entities that are affected by this, that have external OAT rights that are long-term firm, could come together in some sort of a workshop where we could kind of go through it. A few of these issues I think might be helpful, because it seems like just in hearing folks talk, through this, there are multiple concern areas with bucket 2 and with bucket 3. And so we'll put this in our comments, of course. But I would urge the CAISO to take that into consideration. Given the outcome of EDAM and what its intended purpose is, I think we shouldn't have the purpose or have the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so certainly we want to get this done as fast as possible, but I think we also need to get it right and have it equitable for entities that have long-term firm transmission under owed arrangements that would require individual TSPs to change their odes. So anyhow, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. This is Anna McKenna, and I just want to I think there's a theme going on here. And one, I'm really happy to hear you guys want to meet with us more and have more meetings with us. So yes, we're going to take you up on that opportunity, Carrie and Kathleen and Ian and even Russ. So I think this does go to a little bit what we talked about yesterday as well. There's examples and specific areas of details that you all are feeling like you need more information on. We will definitely want input on the comments, but I was just having a little bit of a brainstorming idea with myself. It would be helpful for those of you who have specific examples to write those down as to what exactly you're looking for. Send them separately to Milos. Okay, Milos?
Sounds all right.
Okay.
Milos
Delegation is a great tool, by the way. But yeah, now let's get those examples in, from folks as soon as possible, because everybody seems to have a different flavor or a different, type of issue. And we will start working towards an offline discussion. And Carrie, to your point, I think there are some California specific issues that we will be looking at. We actually talked about having to do a special or a side little a stakeholder effort where everybody's welcome to come, even for those who are not interested, but it will be more focused on perhaps those details around the California BAA that we need to achieve a little bit more, consensus on. So thank you for that. I do suggest we take the break at this time, and then maybe we can continue on, but just wanted to assure everybody that there will be more details and more follow-up, and I will follow up on somebody's point. It might have been, I don't know who it was. Give us the details of those examples you need as soon as possible so we can work towards that more efficiently.
Thanks, Anna. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 11 o'clock. Thanks. Should be refreshments outside. See you at 11. All right, I think we're ready to get started here in another minute or two. If I can get my panelists back. Okay. Sort of a last call. Get your cup of coffee, glass of water. Get ready again. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Unfortunately, I just heard of some very sad news. Queen Elizabeth has died at the age of 96. And for me personally, I come from British origin, so long live the Queen, and she did have indeed a very long and successful monarchy, the longest reigning ever. So amazing. All right, I think we can please get started again. As they say in Britain, carry on. Flash.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, from a little bit of a break. And I think we can, putting resource efficiency and transmission behind us, I think we can focus on now some of the day-ahead market activities. And I'll be quick here, but some of the things that we're going to cover now in those day-ahead market activities is the IFM and the RUC. We'll talk about market power mitigation, convergence bidding, and external resource participation. This is where we're also going to get into confidence in transfers. We're going to have a number of examples we want to walk through and get some feedback on. And then we'll conclude this section with the GHG discussion. But the day-ahead market activities, we talked about resource efficiency and transmission up to this point, largely positioning ourselves to go into the market between 10 and 1 p.m. And now we're going to cover some of those day-ahead market components and what happens in that 10 to 1 p.m. time frame. So with that, I'll turn it over to James Friedrich to walk us through the IFM and the RUC discussion.
Okay. So let's go on to the next slide. Oh, I'm the next slide. Okay, I'm the controller. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the IFM and the RUC. So the day-ahead market has 3 sequential processes, and I'll be talking about 2 of them. We're going a little out of order because the day-ahead market processes actually start with market power mitigation, which Gabe will talk about in the slides following these 2. But for the IFM is an economic dispatch and unit commitment optimization. The purpose of the IFM is to balance supply and demand. It produces unit commitments, it produces energy schedules, it produces, for the CAISO at least in the EDAM, it will produce ancillary service schedules. And then once the, in coordination with day-ahead market enhancements, where there's an imbalance reserve product considered, the IFM will also procure imbalance reserves. So the main differentiation between how entities are participating in the day-ahead market relative to how they're participating in real time are that the real time does not have demand bids, whereas in EDAM, in the day-ahead market, entities can actually bid in their load, either through self-schedules or through economic bids, where they submit a price and quantity pair into the market. And so because entities are participating in the day-ahead market using load bids instead of the load forecast, there is the possibility that depending on how the day-ahead market clears, that the level of load that is cleared can be less than each BAA's load forecast. And that's where we have the RUC process that following the IFM secures the capacity needed to bring the BAA up to their load forecast. So let's talk a little bit about the new imbalance reserve, or the proposed imbalance reserve product. The imbalance reserve product is intended to procure 15-minute ramping capability that covers the forecast uncertainty and provides intra-hour ramp capability that's secured in the day-ahead market timeframe. So this is a topic that's being discussed in the day-ahead market enhancements initiative, but it's part of the EDAM because once the imbalance reserve becomes a day-ahead market product, it will be procured across the EDAM footprint. We continue to believe that this imbalance reserve product would enhance the benefits of the EDAM in various ways. Most notably, there's a diversity benefit that can be attained for each BAA, where each BAA has a certain quantity of uncertainty that's inherent in their own load, but by thinking of or having the uncertainty spread out across a wide geographic area, you can actually blend the uncertainty, your uncertainty, with your neighbors, and on a footprint basis, the total uncertainty is a lot less than the sum of each individual BAA's uncertainty. Imbalance reserves builds confidence that the solution is coordinating capacity to address unrealized uncertainty, and also by considering the uncertainty needed in the energy schedules, produces more optimal energy schedules and thus energy transfers. Imbalance reserves allows BAs to meet uncertainty needs from resources across the EDAM footprint. So again, imbalance reserves will be among the products that BAs can receive transfers in and transfers out, both having their resources, their flexible resources, providing imbalance reserves to their neighbors, but also the possibility that their neighbors can provide imbalance reserves to them, and thus achieving some economic benefit there. The last thing I'll mention is that imbalance reserves is helpful in the resource efficiency evaluation, in the sense that it's establishing a consistent metric and treatment of uncertainty for all the EDAM participants. So every EDAM participant has the same methodology in determining what their uncertainty requirements are for the resource efficiency evaluation, and the imbalance reserves provides that, that purpose. So as I mentioned, after the IFM is run and we have optimal energy schedules and demand that's cleared, we then turn to the residual unit commitment process, which I'll refer to as the RUC process. So RUC procures incremental and decremental capacity, or at least, well, today RUC procures only incremental capacity, but in the day-ahead market enhancements, we're considering enhancing the RUC process to provide both incremental and decremental capacity. And the name that we're calling this incremental and decremental capacity is reliability capacity up and reliability capacity down. The market or the RUC process determines whether or not to procure reliability capacity up or reliability capacity down in a BAA based on the amount of physical energy that clears the IFM in relation to the load forecast. So one phrase that's important here is the term physical energy, in the sense that in today's IFM process in the California ISO BAA, we include virtual energy, virtual supply and demand in that process. And so the term physical energy is used in the extent that if there is net virtual supply, meaning more virtual supply that clears relative to virtual demand, then the RUC process will clear physical energy, or will award physical energy to back up that virtual position. So based on how load and virtual bids clear the IFM, absent RUC awards, there may be a shortfall in meeting the forecasted demand with physical resources, as we had already mentioned. Suppliers who are participating in the RUC process do so by submitting reliability capacity up and down bids into the day-ahead market, and the RUC process uses those bids to produce hourly reliability capacity awards, and will also include transfers and, of course, prices, marginal prices. In the latest draw proposal, we continue to propose that RUC remains an integral component of the EDAM. The working groups that we did earlier in the year seem to have paid off, and that the stakeholder comments seem to support the RUC process being part of the EDAM. And then also that we continue to propose that all resources that must submit reliability capacity bids at the same quantity as their energy plus ancillary service self-provision in the IFM. The basic idea is that resources that are shown and the capacity that is shown for a BAA's resource sufficiency evaluation, which does not consider reliability, the resource efficiency evaluation does not consider reliability capacity bids, that resources should be providing the same amount of capacity in the IFM as they do into RUC, which will ensure that resources shown in the resource efficiency evaluation and that capacity are fully available for use in RUC and are not withheld. Now, just to clarify, in which we did in the proposal, that this requirement to bid into RUC only extends to the capacity that's shown in the RSE through the energy bids and ancillary service self-provision, and does not extend to all resources in the EDAM BAA. So RUC reliability capacity bids only need to be offered concurrent with energy bids and ancillary services. But if a BAA has for some reason kept a resource or a set of resources out of the day-ahead market, they're not obligated to provide bids for those resources in the RUC process. Okay. I believe that's my last slide. Are there any questions in the room?
I think we have a question in queue on the phone. Todd, you can go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Can you confirm what the load forecast target is today in RUC in terms of percentile, and confirm what you plan to use for the percentile load forecast in EDAM?
Yeah, so we plan to use the 50th percentile or the 50 percentile forecast in RUC in EDAM, which is essentially the midpoint of the forecast. You may be referring to today, it is practice for operators sometimes to bias the RUC forecast up to 100th percentile
load forecast, which we talk about in the day-ahead market enhancements. We don't think that practice will continue, at least to the extent that it does today, after the imbalance reserves are implemented. But the intention is that each BA's REC forecast will represent its 50th percentile forecast.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we have a question over here, Robert.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher with NVE. In the current REC process, the RA is bid in at a $0 bid. What is your expectation in regards to EDAM for RA and how they will bid in for the up and down capacities?
Our expectation is, I turn myself off. Concurrent with what's being proposed in day-ahead market enhancements, that we would propose that RA Resources would have the freedom to bid their cost into the REC process, either up or down, and that we would no longer require REC Resources or RA Resources to participate in REC with $0 bids.
I think Kathleen has a question. Keone needs a mic, please.
Yeah, thanks. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks, Robert, for that question. I think that's a good question.
Of course you know.
Yeah, it's a good question because it's something that we actually don't know yet if that's going to be feasible or actually occur. First, and I'm not necessarily talking about whether or not the DAME occurs, but whether or not the RA rules, so the RA contract that you have is going to allow you to submit a non-zero offer, whether or not the CAISO implements a rule that does that. And so I just wanted to add that clarity that I respect your answer was about the CAISO functionality, but there may still be contract requirements to not offer a price because that would be double compensating for the same service.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing up that point. That is something that we will explore more in upcoming day-ahead market enhancement touchpoints. In fact, it's scheduled to be part of the discussion for a workshop that's on the 14th, next Wednesday. So we'll talk about some various options that we can try to avoid those duplicative costs.
Right. Thanks. Thanks, James. Doesn't look like there's any other questions. So thank you, James. All right, Milos.
All right, I think the next one is market power mitigation. So let's see here. So Gabe is going to walk us through the MPM presentation.
Great. I think we're working here. Thank you, Milos. Okay. So today in the ISO markets and in the WEIM markets, we have constructs in place to guard against market power mitigation. This is standard, electricity market design. I think the classic example is you've got a local area or a load pocket, and you've only got one or just maybe a handful of resources that can serve that load. And you want to ensure that those resources don't have the ability to arbitrarily impact prices and basically charge as high of a price as you want to. So what the California ISO does, again, and this is for the California day-ahead markets and real-time markets today, as well as the WEIM markets that we operate, is enforce what's called a 3 pivotal supplier test. And we're basically checking to see if we have sufficient supply from at least 3 different suppliers with 3 different ultimate parents to be able to serve load and even in excess of load so that there's some additional capacity there. And we believe that this 3 pivotal supplier test can ensure that there's sufficient supply out there that we have good reason to come to a competitive solution in the market, no matter what these resources are bidding. And we also have, we think we have provisions in the market that's incentivizing resources to bid their actual marginal costs. And if prices are higher than their marginal costs, they're getting dispatched. If prices are lower, they're not getting dispatched. In the event that an area, this could be a local area or a particular balancing authority area in WEIM, doesn't pass this three pivotal supplier test, all of the resources in that area are deemed to potentially have market power, and the ISO then can potentially insert default energy bids for those resources. What we do is look at a segment by segment basis for the bids that are actually submitted, and for bids that are above the ISO calculated default energy bids, we reduce those bids to the default energy bids. Obviously, if bids are under the default energy bids, there's no additional changes or updates that are made to those bids, and then we rerun our market a second pass, and that second pass would use the mitigated bids from the resources. Those default energy bids are, ISO estimates of what marginal costs are for those resources to operate. So for some resources, like short-term or use-limited resources, those might include opportunity costs. For traditional gas resources, you're typically thinking about prices that they have to pay to purchase the gas and round-trip efficiencies, maybe some additional adders to kind of come up with what that estimate of a marginal cost to generate for that resource is. And that's how we come up with our default energy bids. Let's advance one more here. So yeah, second slide here, and this is my last one. What we're planning to do with EDAM, so for this policy and the proposal that we've got out there so far, is to sort of maintain the status quo that we've got in WEIM. So we are thinking potentially outside of the current framework for market power mitigation in the price formation enhancements initiative. So this is another initiative that we're running concurrently with the EDAM initiative about potential changes that we could make to market power mitigation, and these obviously could impact how our tests are performed in EDAM going forward if these changes are to be implemented. One of the things that we've been thinking about, and this was initially brought up as a component of the EDAM policy, is this idea about grouping different balancing authority areas together when we're actually performing the three pivotal supplier test. So today, when we perform this for the WEIM, it's essentially done on a balancing area by balancing area basis. If there's transmission constraint congestion between the balancing areas, what we don't do is say, if we've got balancing authority A and balancing authority B, and there's no transmission congestion between them, but they may have transmission congestion between a third area, we don't group those two areas together when we're doing our three pivotal supplier test. And that's sort of what the proposal is in the price formation enhancement initiative and what we're thinking about as a potential change to this policy. We think that this could actually reduce the amount of instances that we see failures for the three pivotal supplier test. So it would mean effectively less market power mitigation because we are considering a broader area than we consider today when we're performing market power mitigation. But the details of any potential changes to three pivotal supplier tests and how we might be grouping different balancing authority areas would be discussed in greater detail in that price formation enhancement initiative. We also today don't enforce market power mitigation for resources that are outside of balancing areas where the congestion is occurring. So if you've got congestion in one area of a particular balancing authority area, even if your resource is just outside of that balancing area, across the border in the next balancing area, and you're certainly impacting the congestion on that transmission, we don't today include those resources in the three pivotal supplier test. This, as we expand into EDAM, this might also be another area that we want to consider. And this would just be an extension of how the calculations are performed for market power mitigation today. Milos, that's all I've got for prepared remarks. Maybe we could take questions. I'm just scanning the room. No? Kathleen, did you have a question? Or nope. Last carryover. Anything on the phone?
Isabel? Nope. Doesn't look like anything on the phone.
Oh, we've got one. We've got one taker.
Callie.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like.
There we go.
There
okay.
You go.
This is Callie Wells with the Western Power Trading Forum. So I just want to make sure I understand in my mind what market power mitigation is going to compose of going forward. So obviously we have, excuse me, local market power mitigation, which is the internal transmission constraints. And then it sounds like you're also going to be applying a system market power mitigation, which is basically if you have a BAA or a group of BAAs that are import constrained and you find one of those transfer constraints uncompetitive, all the resources within that BA or group of BAs would be mitigated. Do I understand that correctly?
So we are contemplating some rules around grouping balancing authority areas in the price formation enhancements initiative. So we're not even proposing that here in EDAM. That's something we might talk, well, we will be talking about in price formation. So I think that's the first thing I would put out there. We can call it system market power, or we could call it something else. But effectively, what you're saying is correct. You've got a grouping of balancing authority areas. There's one transmission constraint that's binding, and all of those resources could potentially provide relief to that constraint. Instead of performing market power mitigation on each individual balancing authority area, you group them all together, perform one test. And if you pass the 3 pivotal supplier test, we wouldn't do anything else, and we wouldn't be mitigating any of the resources there.
Okay, so there could be a situation where all the resources within a BAA or grouping, if that's ultimately the direction it goes, could be mitigated or subject to mitigation depending on what.
Potentially.
With what? Sorry.
Like in EIM.
Yes, yeah, but today that's not applied to the CAISO. So I just want to make sure I understand what this proposal is changing for EDAM, which now includes CAISO.
George.
Yeah, basically we're extending the EIM market power mitigation proposal status quo to the EDAM BAAs in EDAM. Yeah, the ISO is not part of it.
Okay, no, that's super helpful. And I guess a follow-up question is there any plan to do some sort of structural test ahead of time? Because I know with the EIM proposal, you guys did some sort of study. I think DMM did some studies periodically to show whether or not there's structural uncompetitiveness before even moving forward.
I think we should pick up that discussion in the price formation initiative because, this is just the elemental level of the proposal for EDAM at this point, but really we shouldn't look at it at isolation because there's a whole bigger proposal of what we're going to do that we're going to discuss in price formation. So I think it's better to take these discussions in that initiative because there we plan to do a more integrated market power mitigation approach for all BAAs in the EDAM footprint, and that will include the ISO. So I think we should discuss it there, but this is just the base we build from here.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
And Callie, I know you and I have had conversations about this, but just for everybody in the room, Department of Market Monitoring does have some pretty good statistics out there on what congestion looks like and how frequently some of the, across all EIM today, how frequently some of these resources are being mitigated. So I think that kind of extending that kind of analysis would be a good first place to start. Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Oh, Jeff.
Hi, Gabe. Jeff Spires with PowerX. I just wanted to support what Callie said there. I know the market power mitigation discussion is in a different initiative as part of the price formation enhancements discussion, and that's fine, but I would just emphasize that, I think we've had confusion amongst stakeholders about the scope of that discussion and whether or not it includes system market power mitigation or not. And fundamentally, I think the detail that is relevant to understanding that is whether or not the mitigation framework continues to assume that the CAISO BA is competitive at a BA-wide level or not. And so I would just really encourage for more clarity and saying, look, that's what we're talking about. We've discussed it in the past. It's obviously a challenging topic. If we're going to have the debate about that, just make it more clear, because I just think it would be a lot easier if people understood that that was part of the design. But specific to the EIM, aside from that, I do think there is a lot of concern around energy limited resources in general. Hydro, of course, we've had discussions in the past and developed the hydro DEB as one avenue to try to address some of those concerns. But I also know that entities that have gas plants have concerns too about the constraints they face. And so I do think, one thing that we've been suggesting that I think might be valuable is to, before we just assume that the EIM framework is the right one, have a broader conversation about what other markets do. A lot of the Eastern markets use conduct and impact. There might be benefits of looking at and saying, is that a better framework to give comfort and flexibility to the participants to be able to navigate the constraints they face at the same time as ensuring that we have a framework where we all collectively feel like there's enough mitigation and that it's being appropriately applied. So I just wanted to reiterate that because we continue to think that higher level dialogue on this topic would be valuable.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Jeff. I agree with you about the clarity in price formation as we start to put that proposal together. We'll make sure, or we'll do our best to try to hammer out what those details look like, and then we can have that conversation there. Conduct and impact tests, I know you and I have had these similar conversations in the past. I think that's something we could potentially consider. One thing to keep in mind, I know in terms of developing the EDAM framework, we're really thinking about a pretty aggressive timeline. Once you start opening up, potentially all of the technical intricacies of how we do market power mitigation today and thinking about rewriting all those, the implementation timeline could be quite lengthy, which shouldn't necessarily preclude us from having the conversation, but it is something that I kind of keep in the back of my head and say, well, this could be a tough thing to implement if we do want to go down that road. But I think it may be worth a conversation. Thanks for the comments.
Thanks, Gabe. Anybody else? No. All right, Milosh, I think we can move on.
All right. Now this is, let's see here. I know. Maybe Isabella, you can take us to convergence bidding. There we go. All right. So James is going to talk to us now about the convergence bidding framework and kind of the transitional framework that we're putting forward. So James, go right away.
All right. That's the right one. Yeah. I'm bringing it up on my computer because it's hard to see that screen, so I apologize. Okay. So as I mentioned in the IFM RUC section, today within the ISO, we have the concept of convergence bidding in our day-ahead market. So convergence bids are purely financial bids. They do not represent any physical supply or physical demand, and they're only really participating in the day-ahead market. The idea behind convergence, or the mechanics of convergence bidding, is that a convergence bidder can submit both virtual supply, which in the IFM process actually mimics and is considered no differently than physical supply. Or a convergence bidder can submit virtual demand, which again, in the market is not looked at any differently than physical demand. And if you have a virtual supply bid that clears, you're paid the day-ahead locational price at the location you submit, and then charge back the 15-minute locational price, with the idea being that if the day-ahead market price is higher than the 15-minute price, you've earned a profit. And likewise, on the flip side, for virtual demand, they're charged the day-ahead market price and paid the 15-minute price, and so are profitable if the day-ahead prices are lower than the 15-minute price. The idea behind convergence bidding and convergence bidding is present in all of the U.S. ISO RTO markets. That they're intended to minimize systemic differences between the day-ahead market and real-time market prices, and also do things like they intend to prevent withholding, both physical and or both supply withholding and demand withholding from the market. And they have also market power protection benefits, and they prevent essentially prevent physical participants from arbitraging between day-ahead and real-time market prices. And so it's intended to provide some harmony between the day-ahead market and real-time market prices and dispatch. So in the EDAM straw proposal, we are continuing to propose a transition period to convergence bidding in the EDAM footprint. What the transition period looks like mechanically is that in the first year, we would consider the convergence bidding to be a transitional year for all participants, and there would be no convergence bidding outside of the California ISO BAA. And then in the second year of the EDAM, each EDAM entity that had joined in the first year would have the option to enable convergence bidding right away or choose an additional one-year transition period. And then if you are a new entrant in year two, you also have the option to choose a one-year transition period. And that would follow, for years 3, years 4, years 5. If you're a new entrant, you get the opportunity to have a one-year transition period in your footprint. At the same time, convergence bidding, we propose, would continue in the California ISO BAA as this is happening. We had a few concerns within the stakeholder comments about potential unintended consequences for having convergence bidding, being a part of the California ISO. We're only a few of the EDAM BAs and not a part of the others. This is something that we propose to monitor really at all stages of this initiative. We're prepared to engaging with our market surveillance committee on this issue. It'll be a point of emphasis within our market simulations that are done as entities are joining the EDAM, and then there will be post-implementation monitoring, both by the ISO and by the Department of Market Monitoring, to ensure that the optional convergence bidding is not creating any issues. So the reason why the ISO is proposing a transition period is because we think it's important to allow for EDAM entities who traditionally have not participated in a market construct to gain the experience in the market before enabling convergence bidding in their footprint. We also think that there's potential that, as EDAM is a huge implementation effort, there's a potential for modeling or other implementation issues that get caught on by financial entities before the physical participants, and the worry that they could siphon off some of the value of the EDAM from the physical participants until these issues are identified. And so it provides a little bit of a buffer, at least in the first year, for any kinks to be worked out that could potentially be taken advantage of. And also, of course, that we heard, feedback from participants that there's a lack of familiarity with convergence bidding from entities that are not in the CAISO. They're worried about unintended financial impacts. And so we think that it's, I'm not on the right slide. There we go. Sorry about that. We think that it's appropriate to allow some time to get comfortable with the market processes. So in the straw proposal, in the first straw proposal, we had put in one sentence at the end of the paragraph to say that we would consider in the interim if there are any interim bidding requirements that are necessary for EDAM BAs without convergence bidding to sort of protect against or sort of replicate the benefits of convergence bidding in the interim. We did consider, and it was suggested in a few comments, to consider load scheduling requirements where there's a history of this. Before the ISO had convergence bidding before MRTU, there was a 95% load scheduling requirement. And even in the MRTU implementation, actually, the ISO did not implement convergence bidding right away, which was, more of an implementation issue. They wanted to get the MRTU. They didn't want convergence bidding to delay the MRTU. And FERC actually required at that time the ISO to consider scheduling an interim scheduling requirement to prevent load serving entities from under scheduling their load in the day ahead market. Because in the absence of convergence bidding, if you had convergence bidders and load is under scheduling in the day ahead market, a convergence bidder could take advantage of that fact, and that's part of their purpose. And we did, in fact, based on that FERC order, implement interim scheduling requirements where, there was some threshold for how much an entity or a load serving entity could schedule below their load forecast, and if they violated this threshold, they were charged $1 per megawatt hour price. And so we considered all of this in this transition period for the EDAM, and ultimately decided that these interim load scheduling requirements were not necessary for EDAM. And really the team felt like the incentives in the EDAM are different than in the MRTU, where in the MRTU we had load serving entities that are large net buyers who are divested from their generation, and because they're large net buyers have more of an incentive to try to arbitrage their load position in the day ahead market, where we don't feel that incentive is quite there with the EDAM entities. We're open to feedback on this, but ultimately that's what we decided to propose. Now, one interim bidding requirement we are moving forward with is within the resource efficiency evaluation. One of the mechanics of convergence bidding in our market, in the CAISO market, but also in other markets as well, is that we see virtual bidding replacing under-scheduled wind and solar resources essentially in the day-ahead market, where wind and solar resources may not want to risk scheduling or bidding themselves up to their forecast in case there are changes in their forecast going in the real time. And the essentially virtual supply has been noted to come in and essentially take on that risk and replace those under scheduled wind and solar bids. So what we're proposing within the resource efficiency evaluation is, if you are in an EDAM BAA that has convergence bidding, we will consider your supply on your wind and solar resources up to the forecast and not up to your bids. Whereas if you are an EDAM BAA without convergence bidding, we would only count the bids that are submitted on your wind and solar resources up to the bids that are submitted and not up to their forecast. With the idea being that if you have convergence bidding enabled within your BAA, that virtual supply would come in and make up the difference, and so that it's not necessary. So I think that may be my last slide. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. One other thing I wanted to mention that's not specifically put on the slides are comments about how the ISO would handle suspension or limitation of convergence bidding. Today, the ISO, as a market operator, has tariff authority to suspend or limit convergence bidding if there are market issues identified. And in fact, this authority was taken in summer 2020 to prevent issues with convergence bidding and their REC participation at that time. And in the revised STRA proposal, we continue to think that the ISO, as the market operator, is the appropriate entity to have the ultimate authority whether to suspend or limit convergence bidding, even in EDAM BAAs. Now, that said, we are wanting to collaborate on a process where EDAM BAAs can suggest to the ISO operators essentially that for whatever reason, they recommend suspension or limitation of convergence bidding in their area. It's causing specific issues. So we have operational procedures already in place that provides a sort of feedback, and we would add suspension of convergence bidding or limitation of convergence bidding as part of those operational procedures.
Thanks, James. Any questions in the room or on the phone? No? All right. Thanks very much, James. Oh, Jeff, one taker.
Is Jeff Nelson, SE. When you implement virtual bids in another BAA, is it going to be on a nodal basis, or is it going to be just sort of a virtual bid for the BAA, or what's the thinking?
Yeah, great question. We would plan for it to mimic the exact functionality as it's in with the ISO. So it would be all of the eligible, let's call it locations within the ISO to market today would mimic, we would mimic that in an EDAM BA. And also to include that we would not allow for intertie, virtual bidding at intertie locations in EDAM areas.
And this, I'm so sorry to ask this question again, but I'm going to ask it. Is it an obligation for EDAM joining BAAs to be fully nodaled out in the pricing and modeling, or can they have sort of a simplified pricing scheme? They have to have the full enchilada. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Russ.
On Russ Manifold BPA, the last set of bullets here seems a bit counterintuitive to me. If you could speak to it, the reasoning again behind it, or help me understand. So if you do not have convergence bidding, and I at a high level kind of understand convergence bidding, one of the ideas is to make sure that load is properly showing up and scheduling in advance. It seems that if you do not have convergence bidding, it seems more prudent to use the forecast, not the bid, for the RSE, because it's more important to make sure that you're committing physical supply. But this seems to say the opposite, that if you do not have convergence bidding, you would use the bid.
Yeah, so in both cases, the load, we're still using the load forecast in whether or not you have convergence bidding. What this bullet intends to say is specifically for what we call variable energy resources, which we can say wind and solar resources, that there is evidence within our market, and in a footnote in the paper, we provide some evidence within, I believe, MISO and New England ISO, that because wind and solar resources tend to, I'll say, under schedule in the day-ahead market, meaning they're bidding economically below their forecasted value, that virtual supply or virtual supply comes in and fills that gap. And so essentially what we're saying is that because area or EDAM areas with convergence bidding have this benefit of the virtual suppliers filling the need or filling the gap, that we can consider the variable energy resources within the supply of their resource efficiency evaluation up to the forecast and not limit them to their bids. Because, for example, limiting to their bids, you may only get like 80% or 90% of what the wind and solar resources actual forecasted values might be.
Okay, yeah. So, and I guess my mind went to the opposite scenario where is there no concern that somebody would bid above what their forecast is for a VER?
We won't take whatever is above the forecast. The question is whether you're gonna.
Wait.
Yeah.
You guys don't jump. Yeah, no. Continue, please. Yeah. So say that again.
Yeah. If there is a bid above the VER forecast, we will ignore that bid in all market applications.
That'd be a great bullet.
Right?
Yeah.
The question,
okay, thank you.
The question here is what happens if the bid stops short of the forecast, all right? That's what this bullet says. For areas that they don't have virtual bidding, which is expected to make
Which
up
is
that
another
difference.
supply below. Yeah.
We will extend a bit the forecast essentially in the resource efficiency evaluation. Okay. Because it's fair, right? We expect that this energy is going to actually
Going up to the forecast, you want to get credit for all of this.
For areas that they do have virtual bidding, we don't want to do that because then we may be double counting with the virtual bid that actually does this job. So that's the whole.
Yeah, if you bid, I was more concerned about bidding above your forecast and artificially getting credit for that. So, fantastic.
All right. Good. Any other questions? Okay, Kathleen.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'm not yet comfortable with the idea of using the forecast if they bid below that. And I have a question to see if I can get comfortable with it. My question is that for the integrated forward market, are you going to use that forecast that you used to pass the RSE, or are you going to use the bid-in offer?
We're using the bid, but we cap it at the VER forecast. So we're not using any portion of the bid above the VER forecast.
Right. But in the scenario that the bid is below, that is what goes into the IFM. That's what contributes to the IFM being able to solve. That is what the RSE is testing. So from a principled position, I do not think it makes sense to allow additional megawatts to potentially help pass the resource efficiency test, which is supposed to be seen if we can feasibly solve IFM for megawatts that were not going to be in IFM. So just ask you to continue to keep thinking about why we're doing an RSE.
But James explained why, and this is what this bullet says, right?
But if it's not in the day-ahead market, it's not going to be used in the market. If it's not, those megawatts are not going to show up because they weren't bid into IFM.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay,
we're saying that the megawatts will show up because that resource will actually produce its forecast in real time.
But we're talking about the day-ahead RSE, not the real-time RSE.
So we want to consider that in the day-ahead RSE because otherwise, and this is for BAAs without a virtual bidding, otherwise it will be unfair for that BAA because that capacity will actually meet demand, and that demand is part of the RSE. So if you don't consider it, they will be short. That's unfair.
Well, virtuals shouldn't be contributing to meeting the RSE period.
Not virtual. We're talking about VER.
So I don't see what is the different treatment.
VER. We're talking about VER.
I understand that, George, but regardless of whether or not an EDAM BAA allows for convergence bids, the resource efficiency test, I don't believe is including any convergence bids. So I don't see a need, I don't see a fairness issue is what I'm trying to say.
There's a misunderstanding. No virtual bid is considered in the resource efficiency evaluation test. That is not the issue.
Agreed.
The issue is how you handle variable energy resources in the resource efficiency evaluation test, right? And you may have variable energy resources that they don't bid up to their VER forecast for reasons that,
that's their choice.
We understand, right? We all understand that. For these VERs, in the resource efficiency evaluation for BAs that they don't have virtual bidding, we don't want to sort them by ignoring the additional capacity that will actually meet demand in real time.
But you will short the areas that do have convergence bidding in the RSE?
No, because the areas that they do have virtual bidding, there will be a virtual bid that will actually make up that difference. That's one of the functions of the virtual bid. We have faith that this happens. We know it happens for the ISO. We have confirmed it. So for these areas, we don't need to do this extension to cover the gap because the gap is already covered by a virtual bid. It seems as though the virtual bid is not part of the resource efficiency evaluation. Maybe that's the confusion. So for the resource efficiency evaluation point, we still need to consider that a VER can actually produce to its full forecast to meet the demand.
I have a principled view that is different than the one that you're articulating. I hope I'm clearly articulating why I think the resource efficiency test is supposed to be identifying if we can feasibly solve the integrated forward market run. So it's the bids that are made available that are going to be transmitted to the IFM is what we're trying to identify if it can solve it or not. That's just a principle. It's what we believe, and I'm articulating it. Thank you.
So Kathleen, this is Danny. I think we agree with you on principle. Our point here is we would expect the virtual supply to come in, bridge that delta between the bid-in VER and the forecast VER, and be able to solve the IFM.
From another principled position, I don't think that's what the RSE is supposed to be doing, right? It's supposed to be identifying, like if we've made a principle, that design is not including virtuals supply.
And I think what we're calling out is a little bit of a nuance for the CAISO BAA, because the CAISO BAA, by allowing virtuals, doesn't have an incentive for all of its renewable supply to bid in all the way up to forecast load. That's just kind of an artifact of virtual bidding, so we're trying to account for that.
Danny, this is Doug Boccignone. Isn't the way you're acknowledging that difference is not by giving the virtuals the credit. You're counting that incremental amount of forecast output in the RUC. So isn't it because you're counting it in the residual unit commitment process, you're getting credit for it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doug. Part of our proposal is to require a reliability capacity upward bid for virtual supply up to the forecast to ultimately clear the RUC. So yes.
And I think what you're saying is you won't have that same process in the non-convergence bidding entities. So, but they can fix that by bidding up to the forecast.
Yes, exactly.
In the same way, they could bid it as reliability capacity up.
Yes, thank you.
Pam?
I think there's a little just confusion around the different components of the RSE versus the use of the virtual bid versus the use of the forecast here. And so maybe some clarifying examples would be helpful. So I think we've been trying to talk about it offline and kind of really understand, how does, where does the agency of the VER resource owner come in? And because the VER owner does not want to have the price exposure in the day ahead market to up to the full forecast of their VER. I think we just need some examples around how to ensure that there's a reasonable opportunity to have your resource reflected in the most accurate and fully credited way in these several scenarios.
Thanks, Pam. So do we want to take that item back?
Yeah, that's a fair point. We can put together examples on that.
Okay. All right. I think we wanted to cover, is one more, it's a caller, virtual caller. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a question in the chat, so I'll read it out. The question is, does CAISO propose to require individual market participants, LSCs, IPPs, etc., within EDAM entities to participate in convergence bidding, or do you propose that the EDAM entity is the only entity interfacing with convergence bidding?
So in the CAISO today, there's actually a separate process for becoming a convergence bidding entity that's separate from being a physical scheduling coordinator. And so we would replicate that process in EDAM BAs where you would have financial participants or marketers or physical suppliers and load can also submit convergence bidding or convergence bids, but there would be a process for registering convergence bidding entities within each EDAM BAA, and so nobody is required to participate in that if they're not willing to.
Okay, thanks. Scott, I'm sorry, Jeff.
Hi, James. Jeff Spires with PowerX. This has been an interesting conversation. I just wanted to provide a couple of thoughts more generically. I think, first of all, from our perspective, we see the value of virtual bidding, but also recognize that it's pretty complicated and there can be unintended consequences. So I think the idea of a transition period seems like a logical solution to try to step in some of the more complicated design elements and do that properly. So I don't think we're, take issue with that, but some of what you were describing around the assumptions about whether other protections are needed around things like underscheduling of load, I think that needs some pretty careful consideration. I think this ties back to the conversation about the RUC. In my mind, there's kind of two priorities. One is you need enough physical supply to be committed day ahead. I think everybody wants to make sure that before we get into real time, we've got enough supply committed. But I think that in addition to that, we should be striving towards trying to have the day ahead market itself lead to as close to that solution as possible. And I'm a little bit concerned around just assuming that if that doesn't happen and the day ahead market doesn't clear the right amount of supply or doesn't lead to a feasible outcome, that we'll just use the RUC, because the RUC is after the day ahead market. The RUC commitments don't make their way into the day ahead market prices. And so I think that I have a concern, and it stems from a lot of the history in the CAISO BA of struggling with having to take systemic actions, including using the RUC after the day ahead market clears, that have impacts on price formation. So I think we just need to be thinking about that and saying whether or not there are convergence bids or not, when the market solves, is it leading to an outcome that's consistent with what the system needs and therefore leading to accurate prices? And is the use of RUC as minimal as possible? Because I think that would be the high level outcome. And if we start to see that the design is too heavily emphasizing the use of the RUC, I see that as problematic. So I just wanted to say that that's an area we need more thought on as well, to try to figure out how these pieces fit together.
Thanks, Jeff. I think Jan has a question over here, Shami. And then we have one on the phone.
Jan Strack, San Diego Gas Electric. I just wanted to respond real quickly to Jeff's comment. I'm not a big fan of this aftermarket action either, but I think on balance, it's far better than the alternative, which is the operators take out of market action. So while I understand the concern, I think there's overshadowing factors at play.
Okay, thanks for that comment, Jan. Who do we have on the phone, Isabella?
Todd Ryan, go ahead.
Hi, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Just a quick question. Please help me understand if I'm saying anything incorrect here, but it sounds like what this difference in convergence bidding might lead to is that those areas that don't have convergence bidding would count VERS up to their forecast, but in the RSC, but areas that do have convergence bidding would only count VERS up to the bid-in amount in the RSC. Is that correct?
The proposal is flipped. Areas with convergence bidding would have VER resources considered in their RSC up to their forecast, and those without convergence bidding would have their wind and solar resources considered only up to their bids.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Doug, microphone coming.
But they could, in the areas without convergence biddings, the VER resources could bid energy up to whatever level they're comfortable. You'll count it up to the forecast. But they could also bid reliability capacity up to the full forecast, the remainder. And in real time, they'll get paid the real time price for that incremental energy if it clears. And if the forecast is wrong and they don't show up, they'll get no pay for the capacity, but then they're back to as if they didn't offer it in the first place. So I think there will be an incentive for the variable resources to bid the full amount. And if they do bid the reliability capacity up, it will be counted for the RSE. So I think you get the same end result. It's a little bit different way to get there, because in one area you have convergence bidding, in the other area you don't.
Yeah, so the problem that we're trying to address is that reliability capacity bids aren't part of the resource efficiency evaluation. So otherwise I agree that, so a simple example, if you have 100 megawatt, a solar resource that can produce up to 100 megawatts, and or at least that's what its forecasted value is, and it only feels comfortable participating in the IFM up to 80 megawatts, then in the resource efficiency evaluation, only the 80 megawatts is considered as the supply to meet your resource efficiency evaluation. And basically what we're saying is that if you are, if you're a BAA that has a bunch of wind and solar resources, you're consistently going to have offers from your resources within your BAA that's short of their, let's say, expected output, and therefore gives you a disadvantage in the resource efficiency evaluation. And the reason why we feel comfortable for BAs that have convergence bidding to allow them just in the resource efficiency evaluation to have those resources considered up to their forecasts is that we expect that in the market that virtual supply will meet or cover for the bids, up to the bid that wasn't submitted, and therefore from a scheduling and dispatch perspective, it's no different, than having those resources bid at their forecast. Hope that helps. Or
so there is a difference then. Until you have convergence bidding, you're not going to get the full credit for the variable resources in the RSE.
Right. And even in the IFM, and even if the IFM, if in the same resource without convergence bidding, they're bidding 80 megawatts of supply when, they think that, or the forecasted value for that resource is 100, and there's no virtual supply to make up the difference, then in the IFM, the schedules are going to revolve around the bids. Whereas if you have convergence bidding and you do expect virtual supply to make up the difference, then the IFM schedules revolve around the forecast.
So should you give entities the option to start with virtual bidding from the beginning? Right. I mean, it seems like there's a trade-off there, and if there is this benefit, it'll be easier to pass the RSE.
Yeah. So, for reasons that we stated around, we think it's still prudent to have at least a 1 year, transition period for convergence bidding. However, after that 1 year, entities that join the EDAM will be able to choose whether or not they want to have convergence bidding enabled on day one, if they want to.
All right, Alan.
Hi, Alan Mack, SDG&E. Can I get you guys to confirm or correct my understanding of how you see convergence bidding working? Supposing a world in which, after EDAM's been running a while and we open up convergence bidding for all participants, how would you see? So my understanding is convergence bidding would be allowed within each EDAM territory, but then also be allowed between EDAM BAAs. So in other words, convergence bidding at the EDAM interties between balancing authorities. No. Oh, okay.
Yeah, to clarify, we extension of convergence bidding would not apply at the interties. And that's true within the ISO today. Essentially, you take the same locational positions, nodal positions, trading hubs, all of the eligible locations today within the ISO's rules, and apply that into the EDAM areas. So that excludes interties. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Kathleen.
Thanks. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I put my placard up when Jeff and Jan were talking, so apologies to go back a step. But Vistra deeply agrees with what I heard Jeff say, and so I just want to re-emphasize this and also check my comprehension. The residual unit commitment is not the integrated forward market. That is where we are should be focusing our desires and price formation being as accurate as possible in issuing financial day-ahead awards out of the IFM. We want to have RUC be as little necessary as possible. And I'll just briefly give a reminder that when RUC was initially requested as a market function, as an option, and filed at FERC, in that filing, the CAISO explained to FERC that, this market would be okay to have a residual unit commitment. The backstop capacity market is just and reasonable because it is in most instances going to result in $0 pricing and not be duplicative. There is a long history behind why RUC was set up the way it was, and that was a part of that initial idea was that you had sufficient RA resources that was supported in the filing. That was a big part of that demonstration. We aren't in the same situation that we were when that RUC filing was submitted. And so we do have non-zero RUC pricing and fairly frequently. But the history is important to remember that it really is a backstop capacity market that is supposed to be trying to correct for a few things. That the IFM doesn't use forecast, but I think, the resource efficiency test does. So the RSE is really the pre-market mechanism to incentivize the areas to show their supply to meet the forecast, which is today what we have for RUC. We use RUC to do, but RSE will do it. It removes virtual supply. RSE will not include virtuals, so RSE will also handle that check. I totally agree that there is still a risk that long start units would not be committed by IFM, which is like the main thing, the only binding thing that RUC does is issue a binding RUC startup instruction for long starts. And that's really important. We've asked for some data on the prospective areas about how many long starts are in their fleet. Like, is this a big issue? Do we absolutely need it? How should we be accommodating that? I don't know that you've provided that yet, but if you have, I apologize. And if you haven't, I do think that'd be really helpful because that's the thing that RUC does, that with virtuals and using bid in demand, the IFM, we still have that risk. So I wanted to emphasize that that is a small, and I hope it's small because as an entire Western grid, we're transitioning to very much faster units as a kind of as a general backup rule of thumb. And so I think it's a small percentage, but if the CAISO could provide that data, that would be very helpful. And I just wanted to emphasize that that's really a small thing that the RUC is doing.
All right. James, any other comment there? Or Jeff, did you have a response to that? And we have one on the phone, and then we'll take a break for lunch.
Yeah, I didn't want to chime in on RUC and all that because it's having in a different market design forum, right? It's in a different forum. But, right now, RUC is sort of after the market happens and kind of looks at that market and says, the RSC is a new beast. It's before the market happens. And it kind of actually does absolutely nothing to the market. Does nothing. So you could have all sorts of capacity in RSC that's physical and it's really going to be there, and you pass the RSC with flying colors, and then you go to the market and all of it is replaced with virtual supply. I mean, just, there's some physical constraints you're going to have to solve with physical resources. But, so we could still have massive things that clear in RUC because those things aren't locked in. Those things in the RSC test are not the same resources that will necessarily clear the market. And I do think that, and virtuals may be the ones that clear the market, and no physical resource, no is a big word, but there could be significant displacement with virtuals. And you did remind me, and I will just put a little bit of a pin here, that we had nice clean principles with RUC for resource adequacy units. Sorry, I'm going there. Resource adequacy, bid zero, gets paid zero. I think the same principles should apply to EDAM. resource adequacy, bids zero and gets paid zero. And what we've really done is we're splitting RUC after the market kind of in half, and we're putting half of RUC into the market through this imbalance reserve product. That's what RUC is, but it's now integrated into the market. And I think there should be a parallel sort of philosophy, but since it's now integrated to the market, there's an opportunity cost. I think the philosophy for RA in imbalance reserve should be imbalance reserve RUC, RA units bid zero, get paid opportunity cost. So I'll stop there, but RUC is still going to be crucially important unless you get rid of virtual bids.
All right.
Before I turn it over to George, I wanted to address the first thing you pointed out, Jeff, and hopefully offer a clarification. The RSC will use bids that are then used to clear the market. The exception that we're talking about is a potential lack of VER bids up to the forecast, which we then have confidence virtual supply will fill in, and that's why we're making this exception. But to your point that virtual supply can displace those physical resources,
yes.
That's of course true, but we are at least using the bid set in the RSC and in the IFM.
And yes, and there was a little bit of I'm not sure if people were focusing just on the VER issue or sort of broader issues. And I understand that the bidding issue is very narrow on the VERs, on what level you go to. But even those VER bids can get displaced by virtual bids once the real-time market's running, or once the IFM is running.
All right, as referee, I'm going to call it.
Quick clarification, because this is really important.
Okay.
And I think it is, we need, as a group, to understand how RUC works. I agree with Jeff. Jeff, I like your scenario, and one quick clarification. If you have sufficient, so the way RUC works is if that's displaced, if you have sufficient RA resources, there is no meaningful difference from a RUC result perspective. You already had that move into real time. Only if RA resources are not sufficient to make you up to your forecast is there an incremental must offer obligation awarded on non-RA resources that submitted an availability bid. So and we don't know how big that will be. And to your point, if everywhere else does a similar concept, we don't know how much is actually incremental. So it's the incremental piece of that, which should be small if every area is planning appropriately for forward purposes. And long starts, which I'd like the data on, is still, I think, going to be, that's the only other thing that really happens is a binding RUC startup instruction for long starts and those incremental awards. So I just want to clarify, his scenario is right, but we should still stay focused on it. It should be very small that it's doing.
All right. Thanks, Kathleen. I'm going to ask the caller on the phone to hold the question till after lunch, if you don't mind. We need to break. We've got lunch, buffet lunch served up on the terrace, out the doors left up the stairs. And we want to be back starting here around 1 o'clock, 1:05 at the latest. So please go ahead. We'll break for lunch and enjoy lunch. See you at 1:05.
Hi, everyone. We'll get started in just a few minutes. We're still wrapping up lunch here, so might be closer to 1:10. We'll be starting back up here in just a couple minutes.
I know we're a little bit behind after the lunch break, but we'll gather people here again and get started. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. If everybody wants to take their seats. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. Hope everyone had a good lunch. And just real quickly, before we jump back into the revised straw proposal, we have a special guest. So Elliot Mainzer was able to step away from the mothership for a few minutes. So I'm going to let him talk to us and kick things off for us for a few minutes. So Elliot, our president and CEO.
Hey, thanks, Joanne. This is probably going to be, this isn't even be a few minutes. This is going to be like 1 minute. I just wanted to come by, obviously, and say really one thing, and that is thank you. Not only do I want to thank you all for continuing to lean in and participate in this process and help us just make EDAM as strong and well-designed as it possibly can be, but these last few days have been super intense, and we do not take for granted for 1 nanosecond the level of assistance and cooperation and help that we've received these last few days from our partners across the West. And just watching us all sort of stitch together through the EIM and moving energy around, it's really been amazing to observe and just to see the value of regional cooperation and partnership. So thank you guys so much. I've been on the phone these last couple of days with many of your VPs or CEOs, and we're just all communicating and just taking care of each other. So thank you for the assistance you've provided to us, and we certainly have tried to return what we can. And going forward, it's we're all part of one big Western family. So thank you guys so much, and for all the effort, and to the team and to my staff, all the hours that they're logging and trying to synthesize and harness the collective wisdom of the West into this design. So thanks again. I am going to head back to HQ. We've got, we keep saying in the final night, but a 51,300 megawatt load forecast for tonight, coming off a little bit. It's smoky. We got to watch the VARs. We could hit an EEA2 again tonight, but we'll try to ride that. A lot of energy, some batteries, a big slug of DR, and again, BA to BA cooperation. So thanks again. Look forward to seeing many of you soon. And I appreciate you being here. So, Joanne, I'll turn it back to you and head back to Folsom.
Great. Thank you, Elliot. Thanks for... Thank you. And thanks for everything you're doing for us to keep things running. All right. I'm going to turn it over to you, Milosh, so we can jump back in. I think we're going to be covering external resource participation. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Joanne, and welcome everybody back from lunch. And, I just want to, again, thank everybody for their input thus far in helping us identify gaps that we need to close here as we approach the next iteration of the proposal. I do encourage everybody to put some of these thoughts and perspectives in your written comments as well. Share some examples, and I'll be reaching out to a few of you as well based on today's discussion on some examples that we can think through internally how to address some of the issues, both on convergence bidding as well as on some of the transmission topics that we covered earlier today. So really appreciate everybody's input and perspectives, and I encourage you to continue communicating with us as comments come in and as comments are due, and ahead of the next iteration of the proposal. So with that, I do want to recognize that we're about 1:15 and we've got still several topics to get through. A couple of them are meatier topics that I want to make sure I dedicate enough time to. So I may go a bit quicker through this external resource participation topic, but we do want to get to confidence in transfers. We have a number of examples to walk through and get some perspectives. Transfer revenue and congestion revenue allocation will also be an important one along with GHG. So with that, let's start with external resource participation. And this is really referring to resources that are located outside of the EDAM footprint, and how do those resources participate in the day-ahead market. I do want to recognize that in the EIM today, there's certain resources that are external to the EIM footprint that can participate in the market. And that's the pseudotide resources that can economically be economically bid or self-scheduled. You got dynamically scheduled resources as well that different balancing authority areas may have, and those can also economically bid or self-schedule. And then otherwise contracted resources that are not pseudotide or dynamically scheduled, those can self-schedule to fulfill their contractual obligations. What we call intertie bidding, which is effectively supply where it's not pseudotide, it's not dynamic, it doesn't have really a contractual relationship, it's just energy that's bid in, economically bid in at the intertie of entities. That's supported in the ISO today in the EIM, but it's not supported at the EIM entity interties or those footprint borders. And so what we're proposing, and consistent with our prior proposal, let me see, this is not working, but there we go. Consistent with our prior proposal, and we received stakeholder comments, particularly from EIM entities, that continuing to emphasize the operational concerns associated with allowing just intertie economic bidding at their borders. That's not associated with pseudotide or dynamically scheduled resources. They've continued to emphasize some of the operational concerns of potentially that not having the certainty that that supply is going to show up, that it's deliverable to their border, and potentially displacing their internal generation and placing that risk of non-performance on that balancing authority area, and just the overall operational uncertainty that they feel still exists with potentially intertie bidding coming out of the world and in the bilateral world towards the market world. Just allowing that without a contractual relationship, I think creates certain operational uncertainties and concerns for them. And so what we're proposing is effectively at this stage extending that EIM framework that I just described on the previous slide to external resource participation in the EDAM, where pseudotide and dynamically scheduled resources are going to continue to be able to economically bid or self-schedule at those interties, but contracted supply will only be able to effectively be brought in and self-schedule to meet those contractual obligations, not permitting economic intertie bidding at those EDAM entity interties. For the ISO, we would continue to support full intertie bidding, full external resource participation at our interties with non-EDAM balancing authority areas. We recognize that that's something, again, occurs today in the EIM. This is something that's been a long-standing feature of the ISO market at our interties, and it's something that entities have relied upon over the years to be able to bid in at the ISO border. But that's effectively the framework that we've put forward, and we certainly appreciate any kind of feedback from stakeholders on whether this is the appropriate balance to strike. We are committed, as well as we continue evaluating the EDAM, and as we gain experience, as entities gain experience participating in the EDAM, continuing to look at external resource participation in the model and potentially enhancing that. But at least as a day one start, the thought was that we would extend that EIM framework that entities are familiar with and comfortable with, extending out to the EDAM at the start. So I think those are the couple of slides I had on this particular topic. I'd certainly open it up for questions, and then we can move to confidence in transfers, I believe, is next.
Yeah, and I know that, Milos, I sort of missed the question from the last session that we were holding till after lunch. I think it's Libby that's on the phone. So maybe we can take Libby's question, if you don't mind. Go ahead.
Maybe let's just...
Hey.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, it's okay, Milos, if you want to keep going.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to see if we can see if there are any questions on this topic before then we come back, just so that we don't commingle issues. And then we can come back to convergence bidding, the last question.
I think Russ has a question.
Not the first time I've interrupted Libby. Yeah, on this, I'd encourage the CAISO to keep working on this. From my perspective, dynamic and pseudo-tie resources are not external resources. Those are resources that are in the balancing authority, and so I think this is not. There's no real avenue for external resource participation, and I think that there are going to be a lot of loads that are not associated or served by the EDAM balancing authority area, and I think it's important to try to find a way for resources to meet. Understand, like I don't think that ERP should come at the cost of an efficient and reliable optimization. So I think that there should be standards that make sure that it supports reliability and that they're not free riding. But in this situation, this would mean that if we were still an EIM entity but had not joined EDAM, we would not be able to bid an EIM participating resource to meet our load in the day ahead market. We would have to self-schedule that and then try to unwind it probably in real time. And I would presume that as an EIM participating resource, there's no reason that it wouldn't meet the technical requirements. And if there are transmission requirements in the day ahead, that would make sense. But I think that this is overly limiting, and I think that the CAISO should continue to work on ways to facilitate responsible, physical resources participating in the market.
Yeah, appreciate it, Russ. And fair point. I think the question is, should an EIM resource that's in the EIM, a participating resource that's already modeled, and maybe it's source specific, it can demonstrate that they've got transmission arrangements to get it to that balancing authority area, and to serve the load in that EDAM balancing authority area. Should that resource be allowed to economically schedule at that EDAM entity border? And I think it's a reasonable question. I think certainly would seek some feedback on. I think the push and pull there is, are those entities kind of deriving some of the same benefits of EDAM participation without necessarily making the commensurate investments that the EDAM entity may have made into the systems and the software and everything else to participate in the EDAM? But I think that's a fair question to explore. And maybe an option, an avenue here, maybe, there may be some unique scenarios, unique circumstances and obligations in balancing authority areas. So there could be individual, I know we've talked about this internally, could there be individual agreements between balancing authority areas to allow meeting of certain requirements and obligations, that would allow some of that economic bidding? But fair point, and we can certainly consider that. I encourage you to put some of that in your comments as well.
All right, any other questions on this topic? Dave?
Just sort of following up on where Russ was. If we do allow intertie bidding, would those resources count towards our resource efficiency evaluation? In other words, is that the incentive for us to enable that functionality, that we let them bid with firm transmission to our border, but that helps us pass the RS test?
Yeah, and fair point, David. And I would think that if that's the case, I think that could count, right?
Okay, Milos, should we take Libby's question now?
Okay, yeah, and I think Libby's question was on the previous topic, convergence bidding, so let's go to that.
Go ahead, Libby.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. It's back on the slide where we're talking about the RS piece of the transition into convergence bidding. One of the pieces I'm wondering about is my understanding is that the market is going to preserve imbalance reserves to cover the uncertainty of both load and VERS. So I would think that assuming the VERS are going to be at their forecast and then having the reserve already secured, or maybe not already, but post RSE secured to cover that, wouldn't matter whether or not there was virtual supply related, that you would be able to, you would have enough to get that energy there because you preserve it in the reserves. Am I thinking about that wrong?
Hi, this is James. So the one distinction we need to make is that the uncertainty you're talking about is forecast to forecast uncertainty. So the uncertainty that drives the procurement of, procurement of imbalance reserves and how it relates to VERS are by comparing their day-ahead forecast to their real-time forecast. But what we were discussing earlier actually relates their bids to their forecast, and so it's not quite the same concept because the virtual supply covers the portion of bids that are not submitted, and the uncertainty through the imbalance reserve is not related to the quantity that VERS are historically bidding into the day-ahead market. It's just looking at their forecast difference. Does that help?
But I think it helps, but I guess what I'm wondering is, you still have, the RSE is not looking at how much is bid and how much demand is bid, how much supply is bid. The RSE is just trying to figure out, did you bring enough to meet your load? If it seems like it would not make sense to assume that the VER is going to come in any lower than that day ahead forecast, because you then are going to cover reserves to cover the uncertainty relative to that forecast. From an RS perspective, it wouldn't seem like the bids actually matter. From a solution, optimization, RUC, whatever, all of that stuff, maybe not RUC, but IFM, I think I get that, but specific to the RSE, I don't understand why, if the RSE is just trying to figure out what supply is likely to show up and then cover reserves around the uncertainty relative to that level of forecast, I would think that according to the slide, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, the slide says RSE will consider VERS at their energy bids. But I would think from an RS perspective, how much energy you're bringing to meet your load on an hourly basis would, by definition, need to be relative to that forecast and then preserve reserves around that forecast.
Yeah, so essentially, I think what you may be arguing is that everybody should have in their resource efficiency evaluation the benefit of having their wind and solar resources considered at their forecast. Is that correct?
I think so, and I think because you're still covering the ability to adjust around their energy level once you get closer into real time. And again, I'm only thinking of this in the context of the RSE, not in any of the other. I can understand all this. Well, I don't understand yet all these pieces of virtual stuff with IFM and whatnot, but specific to the RSE, and I think maybe someone was making maybe a similar point earlier, that the RSE isn't about virtual or physical. Well, it's not about the difference between virtual and physical supply. It's just looking at what's going to actually show up physically. And so it would seem that if the forecast is showing that much energy for the VERS, and then we're going to secure uncertainty around that it doesn't make sense that you would assume that those VERS aren't going to show up in terms of meeting that load.
Yeah, I think the substantial discussion today warrants the team going back and looking at this proposal and I think we'll think about it some more and come out with some more detail on the next proposal.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Carrie?
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Oh, not on convergence bidding. We can go back to the slide we were just talking about. Yes, on external resource participation. So I have a question. It's a little ironic to be talking about excluding merchant participation in the middle of a heat wave where we're desperate for imports. So I'm just wondering if we could talk about what happens if we don't allow merchant participation. Do we get less imports into the CAISO? It just seems pretty contrary to me to not want to have as much participation as we can in the market. So at a high level, I'm wondering, are you assuming this energy is going to flow to the CAISO by some other means? Or are you just imagining that it's not needed? Some color would be helpful. Thanks.
Sorry, what do you mean by merchant?
External resource.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, so I think to the extent that we're allowing room for, and let me go for the other slide, is effectively extending that EIM framework that we would expect that, as each balancing authority area is striving to meet their resource sufficiency and other grid conditions, that to the extent that they contract for that supply, they could deliver it and self-schedule it onto their system. The ISO is going to continue allowing intertie bidding, including economic bidding, but think that there's pathways here for them to, as they do in the EIM today, to continue bringing in this supply into their system. It's not as robust as full intertie bidding, but I think in the stakeholder comments, we've heard extensive concerns from current EIM entities that are considering the EDAM of broadening full intertie bidding at their interties and the operational concerns that could create, since they ultimately are responsible for maintaining that reliability. I think some of the concerns that we've heard, and I encourage others to some of the folks to express some of those concerns as well if they still persist, but it's operational concerns of those unknown supply bidding at their border and then potentially displacing internal resources. The entities maybe not securing enough reserves because they don't know whether that supply is going to show up, whether it's deliverable to their system. And so that operational uncertainty associated with those economic intertie bids that are not contracted, that are not known to them ahead of time, they feel that could have, as in the EIM today, could have reliability impacts, including in the day ahead time frame as you're positioning yourself for operation. So hopefully that helps, but I encourage others as well if anybody wants to add anything from the EIM folks, expressing some of those concerns that I think we've heard in the comments.
I mean, I understand the comments and the viewpoints from the EIM entities. I guess I was asking for a CAISO perspective, but perhaps you parroting back what they're saying means, this is a compromise design, right? Without the EDAM entities, there is no EDAM, and that's a fine position to have. Yeah. But I'm just wondering if the CAISO had a different position.
No, I think we noted this in the proposal. I think we recognize those concerns and we thought that would be a fair starting point, extending this framework, but continuing to evaluate, particularly, if at a later point in time we look at co-optimization of ancillary services in the market with energy, relooking at that point in time, intertie bidding and maybe broadening that for individual entities. But we thought that starting, with what they're familiar with as they gain experience in the market and then potentially evolving from that. Because I think we also heard in the comments that entities recognize the benefit of intertie bidding, particularly, if you're short on resource sufficiency, rather than going out and buying a 16-hour block product, an intertie bid could help solve that deficiency. But there's that operational uncertainty starting with the market. But I think we noted the openness to continue to evaluate this.
Yeah, thanks, Milos. Maybe this heat wave will reassure other entities that, you can rely on market interties to keep the lights on, as we certainly have these past 5 days. Without just completely market imports, we wouldn't be sitting here in cool air conditioning. So the market does work, and I hope that
belief in markets ultimately gets baked into the CAISO design, acknowledging, that it takes time to trust new things, but actually having an explicit, we will reevaluate this at this point in time. And if it works, we are going to allow external participation and third parties to, access our markets. Thanks.
Thank you. Fair point. Very good point. And that's something we can consider as well. I think what you're suggesting is maybe a more defined evaluation period after entities gain some experience. Thank you.
Okay. Any callers? No. Okay. Mike Wilding.
Thanks. I want to ask a question that's maybe somewhat related to this, but I don't see it in the slides anywhere, so I guess this is the best time to ask it. I want to talk about all resources within a BAA being participating resources and what that means, and specifically, a couple of questions. One is if it's not a network resource, and what is the impacts of transmission on that? Are they still required to buy transmission, or do they use EDAM transmission? What's available in the market if we're going to allow a non-network resource within our BA to bid? And then kind of related to this, that last bullet, what you might have for example, I have in my BA resources that supply to other BAs that, we would both be participating in EDAM. And so how does that work? Does that resource still have to be self-scheduled as external supply for the other BA participating in EDAM, or now can they just bid into the market and not have to buy transmission?
Yeah, and maybe George, I'll start and you can help me out. But I think what you're referring to when you say network, you're talking about designated network resources or just resource within your BA? Okay. Yeah, so I think what you're asking is if you've got two EDAM BAs and one of the BAs relies on a resource in your balancing authority area for the resource efficiency, et cetera, we would expect that in that case, that resource, can be used for the resource efficiency evaluation that can be economically bid. They would be bringing in that transmission associated, to the transfer point with the other balancing authority area that's relying on it to account for the resource efficiency evaluation. So, yeah, we would envision that for RSE purposes, they would be bidding that in or self-scheduling, but they would have the necessary bucket one transmission. And is there anything you want to add, George, to that?
Yeah, just to clarify that this external resource participation refers to resources that are outside the market footprint. So they're not resources inside an EDAM BAA. They're resources in a non-EDAM BAA. And they can participate by submitting intertie self-schedules at an intertie with an EDAM BAA, and specifically just for the ISO, the ISO entertains also intertie bids at these interties with a non-EDAM BAA. So they can participate in that fashion. That's part of the proposal here. In the future, as Milos mentioned, we'll have to have a more detailed look on other more detailed levels of how external resources can participate and what is needed to back up this participation. You mentioned transmission. Obviously, transmission is required to get the border to submit an intertie bid, and that will be declared, as we have said before, with a tag that needs to be submitted for an intertie schedule that clears the market 3 hours, up to 3 hours after the market clears, right?
So maybe let me ask a little bit more pointed question then. Today, in my BA, have a non-designated network resource that doesn't have a NITS agreement, and so today they buy transmission to get out of the BA to serve someone else. Might be an EDAM, might not be an EDAM. Tomorrow in EDAM, if all resources within a BA are participating, can that resource now just bid into EIM, not have to worry about transmission, use transmission that's available in EDAM? Sorry, I said EIM, I meant EDAM, and not have to buy transmission?
Very good question, Mike. So as far as the market design goes, we cannot see the requirement for having transmission inside a BAA because basically the market is using all the transmission that is made available through the full network model and is using it for all resources that participate with bids. Now, if there is a requirement for that resource to acquire transmission from its BAA, it's something that the market cannot see. That should be something that should be handled between the resource and the EDAM BAA through whatever agreements must be in place. But the market cannot see that particular detail.
And Mike, I think to that example, because I was going to respond to what I thought the example was, but that's one of Bonneville's concerns. But I think that example is really more about the transmission rate design that we talked about earlier. We have 60 IPPs in our BA, right? And pretty much all of them buy long-term firm point-to-point or their DNRs. And so we want to make sure that we're not going to lose all that revenue. But there are a couple controls in place. One, most of these resources probably want to commit long-term, and so they're probably going to be part of bucket one, used for resource efficiency evaluation. So they're going to have to hold on to that, and so I think that there are some controls, and then having a rate in place to try to identify if that activity is shifted. I think I think the previous discussion tries to address that, but there's risks that we need to manage. In terms of actual external resource participation, using your BA as an example, we have several hundred megawatts of load in your BA that we serve, and the majority of that's going to be tied to probably one of our three aggregate participating resources. And so if you join EDAM and we're not in EDAM, you're going to have to meet the RSC requirement for that load, right? And so I think we have typically NITs or a combination of NITs and point-to-point. We're going to need that to serve our load, and I think it's fair to make sure that we've got transmission to the border. But at a minimum, I think your BA would benefit from us bidding that in. And if we serve our own load, we've already paid for our NITs agreement. You get credit for our bid in terms of the resource efficiency evaluation. If we serve anything above our load, we're using their transmission. So if we serve your load, right, then you benefit, right? We are economic. Your load's already paid for transmission, and everybody wins in that perspective. Or if we're not economic, you still got the benefit of the resource efficiency evaluation. Maybe you get to serve our load, right? And then everybody's better off. And in that scenario, that's clearly a resource that if we're committed, I presume would have a base schedule going into the EIM that's financially binding, and if we move off of that, we're exposed to prices, and so I think there's a way to do this that is to everybody's benefit, for including EDAM balancing authorities outside of the CAISO, and would want us to try to find a way to make that happen, because I think it will make it's going to be tough to meet RSC if you have load that isn't being served by those resources, and I think finding a way to allow those people to do that economically is probably going to help everybody out.
David?
David Rubin, NV Energy. I do agree with Russ, or a lot of Russ said that with respect to the internal resources, I think our expectation is that a lot of them will continue to buy transmission to meet an RS obligation. A geothermal unit in Nevada selling to Edison will still need firm point-to-point to get to that. With respect to an internal unit just participating in the market, I would go back to the FERC orders on EIM. If you go back to Pacific Corp's initial, attempt to join or start the OAT to facilitate the EIM, there was a proposal to charge internal generators for transmission, and FERC said no. that an internal generator following an ISO dispatch instruction does not need to buy transmission in order to participate in the market. I don't have an expectation that they would apply a different rule to an internal generator for EDAM. They have to have an agreement, like a non-firm service agreement, and any generation above the dispatch instruction could be treated as unscheduled energy. So there's a risk there unless they buy. But I think the FERC rule was you add any transmission agreement with the transmission provider and the market award, and it's sort of that cumulative bandwidth that the generator has.
And so if that external resource, think about the last sub-bullet here, if that external resource is in another BA, EDAM participating BA, I think, Milos, what I heard you say is for that resource to be relied on in the RSC, it would need firm transmission to the border of the BA that's counting it in its RSC. So that's regardless of where that external resource sits, whether it's in a EDAM BA or a non-EDAM BA. Is that right?
Right. So if you're relying on a resource outside of, yeah, let me think here. Correct me if I'm wrong, George. But if the resource is outside of the EDAM balancing authority area and counting it for and it's in a non-EDAM BA, counting it for the EDAM BA's RSC.
Yeah, you need a self-schedule at the borders. When that is tagged, that will show that you have transmission to get there. If the resource is in an EDAM BAA and wants to serve load in another EDAM BAA, the construct is a bucket 1 transfer, which will require to have transmission from the resource to the border through the transfer and from the border of the other BAA to the load. So you have to connect all of that for the bucket 1 transmission to be declared and be feasible.
This is Kathleen from Vistra. So, and this is maybe even a really great example of why the bucket thing I have the hardest time with. Because I think we're talking, or like the scenario is someone like other than a load serving entity, third party, merchant, inside a BAA. I'm my own scheduling coordinator. I thought that was the scenario. So I'm sitting here and listening to this conversation. I'm like, but can we focus on the example is I'm a third party. So if I have firm transmission, that's not bucket 1, that's bucket 2, which is why I keep saying buckets don't make sense to me. Bucket 2, because I'm not the load serving entity, but I am firm, which is why I was suggesting y'all think about it from a firmness perspective rather than from who holds it. So it's not bucket 1, it is bucket 2. I'm a third party resource. I have my own SC. I bid my resource in. I secure my transmission. I'm just trying to figure out how to use it. I think it's going to be really hard. And that's where a lot of like Vistra's questions come from is it practically going to be doable within this type of market construct? Because I have a question. So kind of think through how we would actually do this. So I heard you are going to include third-party SCs in the RSC, and I've had that confirmed multiple times, which is helpful. I think I hear you say bucket 1 a lot, but I continue to think you still mean any firm transmission associated with a resource that's offering, and I hope you can get there because that's really critical because there are third parties in this territory. So I'm assuming that's loose talk. And it's really just, do you meet priority 7 or 6? But then it's still not the load serving entity doing anything else. So my question for you is your expectation, so like if we would normally have contract path transmission going through BAs and sinking into one of the EDAM BAAs, that's the point of receipt today. The area just one step up. So the point of
or that's point of delivery. So the POR that we would be looking at would be outside. So what I'm trying to figure out is the same thing that Mike's trying to figure out is, do I have to submit as a scheduling coordinator that's not the EDAM entity? Am I submitting a self-schedule at that intertie? And it's just, again, kind of confusing language that there's not intertie bidding in EDAM, because there really is, but I have to self-schedule at that delivery point? Or are you truly saying that we have to offer at the CAISO intertie and then self-schedule our transfer path from California all the way up to that EDAM BAA? Because I also kind of hear that when you say there are no intertie points in EDAM, but at the CAISO border. So as an external third party, you're going to need to sync there and then flow through EDAM, which I think is going to be hard and have congestion impacts.
All right, let's unpack this a little bit and talk about one of the specific scenarios that you touched. I think you started by saying you're a generator in an EDAM BAA and you have a contract serving a load in another EDAM BAA. Was that correct?
Yeah, and since I'm next to Mike, I'm going to say Pacific or hypothetically.
Whatever. So, and you have secure transmission. And you have secured firm transmission to go from the generator to the border and through the intertie and to your load.
Sorry, I'm a third party, so I just want to re-emphasize that, right?
You have both long-term transmission, let's say, and you have it, right?
Yeah, that's the
all right.
Hypothetical.
So it's for the benefit of both PAAs to recognize that construct and register with the ISO, with the market operator, a bucket one transfer for this amount of megawatts that,
it's
right?
Not bucket one, it's third party rights that the transmission customer holds.
Fine. But what did I say? It's the benefit for the two PAAs to recognize the beneficial aspect of a bucket one and register it as bucket one.
But it is not, and it can't be, because I'm not the load serving entity. They won't be able to register it as bucket one. That is exactly why we continue to ask to not focus on the buckets.
We make the rules in this market design.
Okay, but hang on a second. The term buckets, I get it. Not everybody likes it, but it's a tool to orient ourselves around it. But I think the answer to your question is that long-term firm right that you have to the border can be used to support that export out of that EDAM entity for purposes, just like a NITS service would have served for the internal load. I think that's the only thing I think that she wants confirmation on. Is that it?
Well, yeah, we were just talking. In this example, those are rights on Pacific Corp system by a third party, and they're not California rights. They're not, and so in definition of the buckets, right, those are bucket two rights. Yeah.
The bucket two that can be used to support in the RSC. They get transferred over. They get allocated over. What George is trying to explain is if you could register that and provide that information, it supports that transfer.
No. What I was saying is that I recognize why you're saying it cannot be bucket one, but this is because we're setting some rules and we're designing this market, so we set the rules. If we all agree that this particular construct should be a bucket one, I am saying you better make it bucket one, because otherwise you will lose the benefit of it. That's what I'm saying. And I don't believe that you cannot not make it. Yeah, you can make it a bucket one. If we all agree that this is a beneficial construct to have, then we should put it in the market design that you can do it. If you delete bucket one, you lose the benefits of using it for the resource efficiency evaluation. But then this will, but then this will be a special bucket two. So that's what we call bucket one.
Okay. Time out. I literally am thinking right now that this terminology is just tripping everybody up, and I understand that. But please, if you have questions or comments, lift your hands up, get a microphone. There are people on the phone. Let's take a deep breath, and we'll continue talking. But I think also I will ask that we don't complicate things and confuse things to the point where we can't even have a conversation. And if there are really explicit contract rights you're trying to look at, I asked earlier today. We'll get those in writing and we'll look at those very carefully and provide an answer. And it doesn't matter whether you call it a bucket, a pail, a sieve. I don't care what you call it at this point. But we'll be accurate on that terminology. Okay? And I will ask, because it's really difficult on the fly to say, here's a really explicit example, and us to have to then, say, respond back to it. So I'm just going to ask for that courtesy, and we'll continue talking, and then we'll have that. We'll keep taking that beyond that. And I recognize, Carrie, you don't like the term bucket. I know you're going to say that you don't like the buckets, but we have used it for a purpose of literally as a tool to make this an educated conversation. So I just want to stress that.
So this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just want to high level it a bit and say that I completely appreciate you don't want to respond to specific examples on the fly, but the idea that there's merchant or independent transmission within an EDAM entity's BAA is not that specific of an example. That's just something we've been talking about. And then the point on the buckets, it's not the terminology, it's the concept. And we're just trying to illustrate that in Kathleen's very generalized example, it would simplify things enormously if we just acknowledge conceptually what we're talking about is that you have a minimum within bucket 2, a pathway 1 and pathway 2. And just as Milos was explaining yesterday, that's the type of transmission that counts in the RSE. I actually think that simplifies things enormously, and this is a high-level example, and it's appropriate to talk about, because if there's some reason that bucket 1 needs to be distinguished from bucket 2, I think that's important to talk about. But the way you guys are framing it is it's just a tool. It's a verbal tool to distinguish the two, and I don't think that's really helpful when we work through the examples to have an artificial distinction between bucket 1 and bucket 2, when as Kathleen has pointed out, it's the same type of service. So I think that's where the trip up is getting. But again, WPTF does not care that much. We're just trying to help. Thanks.
Carrie, can I ask a clarifying question? Because I think this is Pam from Portland General, all the way over in the corner. I think we started out this conversation and Russ offered an example of an EIM participating resource offering a bid to serve a load in another EDAM entity BAA. That's a bid-in resource that might get dispatched by the market up or down or awarded through the market process. And I think some of the conversations and the examples that we moved into are more if a third party, a merchant resource has a contract to serve a load in another, or a contract to do something that exports out of an EDAM BAA, will those rights be respected? But I thought your question started out a little bit more along the lines of Russ's question, which is, are third-party merchant generators going to be allowed to bid regardless really of where they're located? And I think that's...
So my original question was on external resource participation, and then moved off that and moved on to Mike's question, which he explicitly said, hey, it's not this slide, but let's talk about this other thing. So I am now moved off my thing and I'm on Mike's thing now. So if that helps.
So maybe, because maybe I don't understand Mike's thing, but I'm curious, and I understand all the reasons why, like third-party participation, having merchant resources participating in EIM is just not a common occurrence today. But is the value proposition changing sufficiently so that there might be more willingness to register as a participating resource where it would be included as part of the model, have a master file, some of these other components that I think make more kind of, parity from a resource perspective. I don't know if that's the right word, but where I think, because when Russ gave his examples, oh yeah, of course, Russ has about 80 megawatts of load in my BA, and I'd love for him to bid supply in to serve that. But then I think there's this discomfort of do I know where that resource is? Is it committed? Is it what else is it doing out there besides agreeing to serve my load, and where is it from and what is it doing? And so I think maybe if there's more interest in becoming a participating resource, regardless of internal or external, there's maybe some additional thought there.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think it's a little tough to think about merchant and independent within a BAA and then external to EDAM entities and not in one. And I think the trust proposition and the value proposition is different between the two, which is why we're treating them differently. But I think both of them have complications, and that ultimately it would be best for everyone if everyone got to participate under about as equal rules as you can. So I think that's my broader pro-markets point.
All right, Stuart.
Stuart Kelly, just trying to bring this back. I mean, the bottom line is there's concerns at the startup of this market for external to an EDAM BAA participating within the BAA or bidding at the boundary because of free ridership concerns and the potential that actual supply doesn't turn up, number one. Number two, to Mike's concern, if there's a resource within Pacificor's BAA, and I remember this back in 2014, and that resource, in my mind, should have been treated similarly, and it's effectively getting free ridership. FERC ruled against that, as Dave outlined, so that's where we stand, and I think as the market evolves, then there's an opportunity to get that external supply in, but if you don't approach it in that way, there's no incentive and you won't get an EDAM market. That's fundamentally the concern.
Jeff Nelson, did you have? Go ahead, Jeff.
I don't want to complicate things, but it just seems to me that if a transmission operator sells transmission to someone, it was sort of like a bucket 2 sale, sorry. And then when another person uses that to bring it into their RSC showing, it's bucket 1 transmission that they're using for the RSC showing. So it's sort of like two sides of a coin, and I'm just going to stop. Thank you.
Actually, that's really helpful, Jeff. That's really helpful. In simple terms, I think that's what we were trying to say. Thank you, Jeff. That was very helpful.
This is Kathleen. What I am trying to hopefully share with the CAISO is that is not accurate. The way that so the scenario here is participating resource. I'm totally with Pam. Assume this is, I'm modeled, I'm a resource, I'm a scheduling coordinator. I have to take these actions. I am within an area. And I also have transmission rights. I do not understand what this new path, I honestly don't know what this path is that you're alluding to, where I somehow communicate to am I supposed to communicate to the TSP that I donate my rights to them and then they're going to show that? I don't understand this idea of, I'm a merchant generator, I'm the market participant, and I have these rights. I'm fulfilling my contract, my obligation with my partner. I'm not having my partner turn around and falsely say that they have arranged transmission. That is not accurate. That's not the scenario or hypothetical we were talking through. Third party arrange for their own rights because that's what the contract requires. It is not turning into bucket 1. Bucket 1 is not that.
Okay, so I think, first of all, I think the principle that Jeff articulated very briefly is what we were trying to get to. I will grant to you that we are not taking over transmission with the transmission providers who are going to participate in the EDAM, so maybe it will be helpful if we are misstating how they do their business and how that transmission is handled. Then I think we should get feedback from those of you that do this. And if we're misstating it, that's fine. We'll correct our statement. But that principle that Jeff was articulating is really all we got to. We weren't going to intervene in the relationship between the merchant and the transmission provider within the EDAM sector. I hope that makes sense. But and Mike is really trying to get an edge in, so I'll let him.
I think that makes sense. I think lots of people have been giving feedback on this for months now. I'm encouraged to hear that there's more traction perhaps on the panel to consider the feedback. The point I was trying to highlight was that there is still a path. I was talking about this less from the export scenario, although that's important, but also from an import. A resource that's been resource that is selling into an EDAM BAA that is not within any part of EDAM. I think the question was, how do you there is still going to be a pathway to inject into the pool. If that is going to happen in California, right?
So I am so sorry, but we have, I just have to call a little bit of a time here because this is the same topic we've been talking about now for some time. And I'm sorry, Kathleen, I will ask Mike to make a statement and then we'll move, and we'll have to take this example detailed. Sorry, Carrie, it takes me examples to understand. We'll go through it with you all and make sure we get it right. It'll be validated by the transmission providers who are going to participate in this process, and we'll take it from there.
Mike, did you?
I don't know. Well, I actually had a couple questions, and they're pretty easy questions, like yes and no. Like, I don't need a long explanation. First question, per the straw proposal, because I hear talk about registering as participating resources. Per the proposal, is the proposal on the table that every generator within my BA will be a participating EDAM resource? That's the default. Is that correct?
Yes, there's no other alternative.
Thank you.
Just yes, that is the answer. That is the proposal, yes.
Okay. So if I have...
I've never heard Anna give a yes or no answer.
Sorry.
I can do it, Joanne. I can do it.
Yeah. So I think this is a very general question, but if you need an example, I will provide one at a later date. If I have a non-network merchant generator within my BA that is contracted to another EDAM BA, are they required to have firm transmission on my system to count towards that other EDAM BA's RSE?
Yes.
This is not a yes or no question. Because it depends. If it's pseudo-tied.
No, it is not pseudo-tied. There is not pseudo-tied. It's not dynamically scheduled. It is a...
It's a normal generator in a market model.
The market
normal
does
generator
not,
in a market model.
If it's not pseudo-tied, the market does not see that it serves load in another BAA. It will see it as simply as a supply resource in your BAA.
Yeah.
I think the answer, this is the...
So that goes to my third question.
I think we'll have to put that question back to you guys because this goes back to what Dave, I think it goes back, did David leave the room? Okay, I think it goes a little bit back to where David was saying, you know.
No, I don't think so. Because my third question goes to what David's saying.
Okay.
This question is if this is a contract, a resource within my BA that has a contract with another BA. I don't care what BA, well, I do care. In this instance, it's an EDAM BA. That EDAM BA wants to rely on it for its RSE. Does it need firm transmission out of my BA?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. The intent is that you are bringing firm transmission to the table at those transfer points across the interfaces. If NVE, let's say it's packet NVE wants to count a resource within Pacificor's balancing authority area for the resource sufficiency evaluation, they need to bring in that bucket one transmission for the RSE for that to count, or that firm transmission or conditional firm.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my third question, which I think George... No, I said three questions. My third question, which I think George might have already answered, is, so now I have a generator in my BA that is not contractually obligated. Today, it might be, bidding in the bilateral market and buying daily transmission when it wants to or when it needs to. Tomorrow in EDAM, will that generator just be able to bid into the market because it's within my BA and have no obligation to buy transmission? And I think based on David's response and what FERC has said, and based on what George has said, you're saying yes. Because it will automatically be participating resource. And is that assumption correct?
That is what is in the proposal now. If you want something different, we can talk about it. But according to what is in the proposal now, yes.
Thank you.
Hey, George, this is Doug Boccignone. In that scenario, does the host BAA get to count the resource in its RSE?
Yes, if it has a bid.
Yeah. So as long as that resource is bidding, you're going to get some benefit.
Yeah,
from it.
I don't think you can count it. It doesn't have a NITS agreement. It is not a network resource, not designated network resource. It's a merchant supplier. That's where I have it. That's where I really want to think about this, and I'll let us move on. But I don't think that is a simple.
But the real question here is, when this resource is running, it's serving load, right? Somewhere in your BAA. The energy is used to serve load.
This is where I have we'll go back to one of my previous existential problems with things that you guys can deal with later. This is one of the issues with focusing on ETSRs. The answer is it does count for RSE, because from the CAISO's perspective, there's no transmission constraint. There's no transmission at all. CAISO only cares. Bucket 1 is about transfers between balancing authorities. In your scenario, there is no transfer between balancing authorities. It's in your balancing authority. The CAISO doesn't care what its relationship is with you, but it knows it's in your balancing authority. So if it bids, you will get credit in the RFC. No buckets are implicated. There are no buckets in that scenario.
Right, but I have no obligation in that for that resource. I have no control over it. It's not obligated to me. I can't tell it to bid.
Being a BA is hard.
I mean,
I know,
are
man.
we actually
Okay, so
Mike? Is this a realistic example? Like, would a merchant generator ever? I mean, outside of California, like, not have any type of transmission at all?
Well, if it's free in EDAM, no.
It's not our experience.
No.
I think
It's possible. But.
Okay, we're going to take a pause in the room here. We have a bunch of people on the phone apparently trying to call in, you guys.
I think this is going really great.
You think it's going great?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks, Russ.
It's starting to feel like progress.
This is your kind of meeting, Russ. I get it.
Do we have anybody on the phone? No. Okay. All right. Milos, do you want to move on?
Sure. All right. Let's keep those. I think we've got some thoughts here to go back and consider, including that question of generators that are, not necessarily contracted. I think what we had proposed before, and I think we laid it out in the proposal, was that those count. But let's good discussion, good thoughts. Let us think about those a bit more. We want to move on to confidence in market transfers, and I think we jump from an easy to a harder issue. Just keeps getting easier here. This may carry us to 5 p.m. But let's start with just confidence in transfers. We have a few examples that we want to walk through and then solicit some feedback in these, and George is going to walk it through it shortly. But let me just introduce the topic. Again, this has been a long-standing topic between the two straw proposals that we've been covering, which is establishing that confidence in market transfers as a critical design of the overall EDAM, design item of the overall EDAM initiative, since entities are going to be depending upon those EDAM transfers to serve load, and they're going to be making transmission and generation available to optimize and ultimately identify those transfers. And it's important to remember as we get into these examples that George is going to walk through what are some of the elements of the design that contribute to this confidence, but it's important to remember that each balancing authority area continues to retain their balancing authority area function and are responsible for managing reliability in that BA. So there's going to be a number of what Hill's going to walk through. What can the EDAM do? What can the market do? What are some of those design features that help ensure confidence? But also it's important to acknowledge, and we'll touch on that later, that each balancing authority area continues to retain access to their own operational tools and operational coordination to manage grid conditions. So with that, let me turn it over to George to walk us through this, and please feel free to ask questions and through the examples.
Good afternoon, everyone. So these are elements that you have seen before. We have talked to them about before. All the rules and the features that we have included in the market design for EDAM to essentially instill confidence in transfers. So I'm just going to go through them quickly. You know them. We have a very robust day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation, which is a full unit commitment application for each BAA that we're testing with all the resource constraints, okay, over 24 hours. So that can give you a very good result on whether each BAA has brought sufficient participation from their supply resources to meet all the requirements. We have in the proposal the integrated forward market and the residual unit commitment. These are security constrained optimal scheduling applications that they employ a full unit commitment and full set of transmission constraints and a full set of resource constraints, very elaborate. We have all intertemporal constraints. We're the only ISO that incorporates dynamic ramp constraints. And we have done all this through the years that we're running this market to guarantee that the results of these applications, both IFM and RAC, are feasible going into real time. And now in EDAM, that also guarantees the feasibility of transfers that are going to be scheduled in these applications. We have also set the rules that transmission capacity that is made available for transfers and is used in EDAM to schedule on it is not recallable. Okay, it can't go away. It has to persist through real time. This allows in real time to potentially counterflow on those day-ahead energy transfers if this is the result of the optimal dispatch or the need to find a feasible solution in real time. We have introduced the product of imbalance reserves in the day-ahead market enhancements, which we expand to all EDAM BAAs in this design, which is a product that not only covers uncertainty, thank you, going from day-ahead to real time, but also not shown in the slide here, it also covers for the granularity difference between the day-ahead market, which produces hourly schedules, and the 15-minute market in real time where the schedules are on a 15-minute basis. We also have a constraint that we propose to implement in EDAM, which comes from the EIM today, that will actually make sure that if a BAA can support other BAAs through export transfers, that will not happen, that will not be detrimental to the reliability of that BAA. That constraint will make sure that export transfers will only be scheduled after all the requirements for that BAA, including meeting load and demand forecast in RAC, and the uncertainty requirements are met. Okay. We have currently this constraint implemented in WAY, and we propose to implement this constraint for energy transfers, but also for imbalance reserve and reliability capacity transfers in EDAM. We will talk more about this constraint when we go over the example. Okay. So besides all the efforts that are going into the market design, where we're bringing all these elements, we recognize the fact that ultimately BAAs retain their role to manage reliability in their BAA. In this design, we're not optimizing or procuring contingency reserves for EDAM BAAs. They declare that on their own as self-schedules, self-provision. We take that and we incorporate that into the market. That becomes the responsibility of each BAA. And we also realize that in real time, each BAA has a full access to all the operational tools that they need for reliability. Some of these tools, actually, we have market features that they bring them into the market. For example, excess supply that is not in the market, this can actually be designated as available balancing capacity in the WAIM today, which is conditionally dispatched capacity. It stays out of the market until the BAA needs it to avoid an infeasible solution. So that is actually a feature in the market. But there could be also capacity that is not in the market at all, and the operator in real time could exercise what we call a manual dispatch, which is an override of the optimal solution calculated by the real-time market to effectively address reliability conditions that they may develop in real time. We also have the concept of emergency assistance and reserve sharing. Reserve sharing, if it's called, it's also incorporated in the real-time market solution through manual dispatch. And emergency assistance is actually a concept that we're introducing the resource efficiency evaluation enhancements phase 2. So we're bringing all these aspects in. You also have the ability for the market to cut low priority exports to non-EIM BAAs. This is a feature that is used in the ISO today, where we may have low priority exports. The market will cut this before going into the next step of potentially relaxing the power balance constraint. Then we also have features like emergency backup supply, which could be exercised by operators, and demand response. Specifically for demand response for the ISO, we also have the concept of reliability demand response, which is conditional capacity that is enabled by the operator to be in the market. Before that, the market doesn't even act on it. So when you have certain conditions that require this additional capacity, it can be brought into the market. So these are features that you have heard about. We're just mentioning here, it's a refresher. I'm going to stop here before I start going through the example to see if there are any questions or any questions for clarification you may have, and then we'll post through. Any questions on the phone? Okay.
No, doesn't seem like it. Go ahead.
All right. So we had an example, an end-to-end example in the proposal that shows how these sequential markets work, how the IFM works, how the rack works, and then how everything translates from the day-ahead market results into real time. We showed several scenarios that can play out in real time, and we wanted also to show an edge case, where is a case where in real time the market cannot find a solution, it exhausts all available bids, and then we want to show what can happen in that case. We changed here the example in this presentation. We removed the virtual supply. We had virtual supply in BAA in the proposal. And we got some feedback that maybe the solutions that were shown in the example were due to the virtual supply. So we wanted to emphatically say, no, that's not the case. You can have a similar solution without virtual supply. So intentionally we removed it here and we repeat the example without it to show you that we can find exactly the same solution without virtual supply, basically. So this is our setup. There are 3 BAAs, A, B, and C. There is 100 megawatt omnidirectional transfer capacity released between the BAAs. I specify this as bucket 2. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that it's not used in the resource efficiency evaluation. Okay. You have generator and load in each BAA. The load forecast in the day ahead time frame is 1,000 megawatts in each BAA. And then you have generators in each BAA. As you can see, 1,000 megawatt capacity in A, 1,100 in B, and 1,200 in C. There are different prices, $40 in A, $30 in B, and $50 in C. That's the more expensive generator in the example. I also saw an import bid, actually. BAA allows bids. So that's an import bid for 100 megawatts at $10, so that's going to clear. By the way, before you ask, that import has submitted a full tag. So we can consider it in the RSC, so to avoid any kind of questions on that. And I'm also showing an export, and it's a high priority export to a non-EDAM BAA for BAA-C for 100 megawatts. We also show the bids for imbalance reserve That's blue, and we have an imbalance reserve up requirement of 100 megawatts in each BAA. So that's the uncertainty that we expect in the day-ahead time frame we want to procure. And there are also reliability capacity up bids. So this is our setup. So with this one, we go and find the solution that will come in the market. So this slide shows the IFM solution. And because we have prices for energy that are much higher than capacity, it's easy to find the optimal solution by looking at the energy. Essentially, you have the more expensive generation, which is in BAAC. The optimal solution will try to displace that generation, so it will use available capacity from BAAs A and B to schedule a maximum of 100 megawatt transfer. That's all the capacity that we have for the transfer. So you can see in green here, the 100 megawatt energy transfers from A to C and from B to C that essentially displace 200 megawatts of more expensive generation BAAC. By the way, all these three BAAs are sufficient. They had enough capacity to meet the requirements, so they all passed the RSC, okay? Now, we also saw that in BAAs B and C, all the load forecast, the whole 1,000 megawatts is self-scheduled in the IFM. That's the green 1,000 megawatt result. But in BAA, the load is self-scheduling only 900 megawatts. So you can see that in BAA, you have essentially 1,100 megawatt of supply, including the import, all right? 900 megawatt of load and 100 megawatt of transfer out. So there's still 100 megawatt available capacity left out of the generator A. And that generator will actually get now 100 megawatt imbalance reserve up award to meet the 100 megawatt imbalance reserve up requirement in BAA. So that's about BAA. In BAA B, there is no available capacity left after the 100 megawatt transfer export. So now BAA B requires 100 megawatt of imbalance reserve up to meet its imbalance reserve up requirements. There's plenty of capacity in BAAC, which was displaced economically. So now the market, the IFM, will schedule generator C. We will give it a 200 megawatt imbalance reserve up award, 100 of which it's using, it's used locally to meet the uncertainty in BAAC, and 100 megawatt of imbalance reserve is transferred out to BAAB to meet the requirements in BAAB. So looking at what happens here between BAB and C, you have an optimal result where excess capacity in BAAB is used as an energy transfer to displace more expensive capacity in BAAC, and in return, that capacity that is displaced in BAAC is provide an opposite capacity transfer and imbalance reserve transfer to BAAB to meet the uncertainty requirement in BAAB. What that means is that if uncertainty materializes in BAAB in real time, that will be covered by a dynamic transfer from BAAC to BAAB that will counter the day-ahead transfer of the 100 megawatts. So that's the solution in IFM, and we go now to RAC. And the solution in RAC is similar, but now in RAC, we have to remember that the IFM solution is fixed. So whatever IFM schedule, energy schedules, and imbalance reserve awards, these are fixed. The only thing that is a variable in RAC is reliability capacity. So BAAs B and C, the load that was scheduled in the IFM was 1,000 megawatts, equal to the demand forecast, and we have no virtual bids here in this example. So they don't have a reliability a RAC requirement. The RAC requirement is 0. However, in BAA, the load that was scheduled in the IFM was 900 megawatts, and the demand forecast is 1,000 megawatts. So BAA has 100 megawatt reliability RAC, how we call it, reliability capacity up requirement. Okay, but there is no spare capacity anymore in BAA. Okay, all of it is used by the IFM. However, there is still 100 megawatt of capacity available in BAAC. Why? Because that energy transfer of 100 megawatt from the IFM actually displaced 100 megawatt of capacity from generator C. So now RAC will schedule a 100 megawatt reliability capacity up award for generator C and a reliability capacity up transfer of 100 megawatts from C to B to meet the reliability capacity requirement in BAA. So here you see between IFM and RAC a similar phenomenon where the economics drive energy transfers to displace capacity in more expensive capacity in a BAA, and that displaced capacity now becomes available to supply capacity transfers in the opposite direction. Imbalance reserve transfer to BAA-B and reliability capacity up transfer to BAA-A. Okay? So that's our result for RAC. Now we had in the example in the proposal also different scenarios that play out in real time. Here we want to focus on the last scenario where we have an edge case. So we go here to show this edge case scenario. Allow me to bring it back to my screen here. Okay, so this is a scenario where in real time now, the uncertainty materializes. And we have uncertainty that materializes beyond the total requirement that we procured for Imbalance reserve up in the day ahead. Capacity was already tied from the IFM and RAC solution. There was no spare capacity in this example. Everything was used, right? Remember, we procured a total of 300 megawatt of Imbalance reserve up, all right? But here we have an example where in real time, there is 310 megawatts of uncertainty materializing. All right, 90 megawatts in BAA. So you can see the forecast goes to 1090. Same in BAB, the forecast goes to 1090. And 130 megawatts in BAC, where the forecast jumps to 1130. Since we have now a total of 310 megawatt of uncertainty that materialized, but we only had 300 megawatt procured in balance reserve up, we are short by 10 megawatts, okay? The market, the real-time market, will use all available bids to try to find an optimal solution, but it will not be able to find an optimal solution because it will be missing 10 megawatts of supply. So what the outcome is here in this example is that the available capacity in C, okay, remember there was 100 megawatt of available capacity in A because we procured the balance reserve up from A. So that is dispatched, okay? And we have some capacity that is available in C because we had 100 megawatt of imbalance reserve up and 100 megawatt of reliability capacity up. So all of it is dispatched. So now every generator, and these are the red values for real-time dispatch, every generator is at their maximum of 1,000 megawatts. If you look at what's the capacity situation in BAC, you'll find out that BAC, meeting its own requirements of 1130 megawatt of demand, it can only export a total of 170 megawatts. But the other BAAs, they need a total of 180 megawatts to avoid, of 180 megawatts to meet the requirements. So some BAA, either A or B, is going to be short. In this example, we show that 90 megawatts counterflow from C to A, and A is okay because it gets the 90 megawatts that it requires, but there's only 80 megawatts left to counterflow from C to B, which will put BAAB in a shortage of 10 megawatts, and that the market indicates by relaxing the power balance constraint in BAAB by 10 megawatts. You can see that the forecast is 1090, but the scheduled load is 1080. We looked at this result, and we didn't think it was right. And the reason was that you have the situation that after the day-ahead market, both BAAs A and B, they provide cheaper energy to displace capacity in BAAC, but they expect in return those capacity transfers from BAAC when the uncertainty materializes in real time. And then what happens here in real time is because BAAC has additional uncertainty beyond the requirements that we procured, BAAC falls short in returning that capacity to the BAAs A and B, leaving either of them in deficiency. And the reason that results to you get this result is because we have this constraint in place that prevents a power balance relaxation in BAAC as long as it dynamically exports. Okay, we have talked about this constraint before. We said we don't want to propagate any insufficiency from one BAA to another. So a BAA will not become insufficient providing exports to another BAA before it's meeting its own requirement. So speaking about BAAC, BAAC will meet its own requirement of the demand forecast of 1130 megawatts, and it will only export, allowed by this constraint, to export up to 170 megawatts, which will put the shortfall into another BAA. So let me go next and have some observations about this solution and what we can do to have a different solution that makes more sense. So these are observations from the example. Okay, you show that many times an optimal solution, and this does not require, it's not because of virtual bids. This can happen on any optimal solution. You can have an outcome, an optimal outcome, where you have energy transfers, okay, between BAAs that are counterflowed by capacity transfers. Okay. The problem that we see here is that in edge cases, and only in edge cases, because that capacity that is counterflowing is going to be available in real time, right? Because we have rules that say whatever capacity award comes out of the day-ahead market is obligated to have a bid, has a must offer obligation in real time. So it will be available to be dispatched. But in an edge case, you may not have enough to make that counterflow possible. And this is what is illustrated in this example. All right. And we have that constraint that we're going to talk about next more in detail, that in BAAC, the net base transfer is minus 200 megawatts. It's your day ahead position. You're importing 200 megawatts. And that constraint does not allow a power balance constraint violation in BAAC for as long as you're dynamically exporting anything, until you dynamically export all the 200 megawatts. But you don't have room for that. You only export 170 here in this case. Another observation for the operator of BAAB is that, as we have said many times, load and transfers, day-ahead transfers, are at the same firm priority. So since BAAB is short by 10 megawatts, you can see that because the market publishes a shortfall for 10 megawatts, having equal priority between the day-ahead transfer of 100 megawatts and the load, the operator in BAAB could attempt to do a pro rata cut between the day-ahead transfer and the load. But that is not going to work, because cutting the day-ahead transfer will create a chain reaction that BAAC will cut the import transfer back, the dynamic import transfer back, having no benefit at all. So in many situations, we do say that day-ahead transfers have the same priority with load, but that doesn't mean that you can easily go ahead and pro rata cut them, because cutting a transfer to another BAA creates a chain reaction, and it may come back and hurt you. So these are observations about what happened in the example. Now, what can we do to have a more reasonable example? Because what we see in this one is that BAAC gets the benefit in the day-ahead market of import day-ahead transfers, and everybody's happy because we see a lower cost for meeting the demand. And that's what EDAM does, finds a lower cost. However, there is a commitment to make good for those capacity transfers in real time, and that doesn't happen here because there's no available capacity to do a full counter on the day-ahead transfer. So we have to realize that it's not only the day-ahead energy transfers that are firm, but also whatever day-ahead capacity transfers are scheduled by EDAM. These are also a firm commitment. Now, for the day-ahead transfers in EIM, we can give them a high scheduling priority, same as base transfers. So problem solved with the day-ahead energy transfers, but the day-ahead capacity transfers, that concept does not even exist in EIM. EIM doesn't have the concept of a capacity transfer. So how can we make the capacity transfers firm? So the solution lies in that constraint that is used for power balance relaxation. So we're going to look into that. We have showed you this before. So we're going to talk a little bit about this because that's where the solution lies. And, well, it's good to have equations back. So what you see here is the first line is your power balance constraint. Okay, the sum of generation minus demand minus your algebraic net transfer. Algebraic because it's positive for exports, negative for imports. Okay, that's 0. That's your power balance constraint. And there are two relaxation variables, one for shortfall, one for supply shortfall, that PS plus, and one for supply surplus. These variables are penalized in the objective function with high costs, specifically the bid cap, whatever is the prevalent bid cap. In the example was $1,000. And that's for the shortfall. The surplus is minus 150, whatever we have as a cap in the market, which means that they will not take value. You won't have a relaxation of the power balance constraint before you exhaust all economic bids. These are this is the mechanism for the market to find still a result, a solution, even if there is no available supply to meet all the demand. Now, the next two equations, these are the constraints that they dictate when the power balance constraint can be relaxed. When can these variables S take value? We'll focus on the second one. That's the one for shortfall. This is the one we're dealing here in this example. There are two terms that are multiplied. The right term essentially looks at how much is the export, the transfer, compared to the base transfer. All right, so in EIM today, the base transfer is composed from the sum, the algebraic sum of all your base transfers for that BAA. Here in EDAM, this is your day-ahead energy transfers, right? This is minus 200 in our example. So looking at this, if the transfer, your net transfer position in real time exceeds your base transfer, then that term on the right becomes positive. This constraint will now dictate that the first term is 0. You can have either available balancing capacity dispatched or a relaxation of the power balance constraint for shortfall as long as you're exporting about your base. In other words, this constraint will not allow an export from the BAA to happen because you're relaxing the power balance constraint or because you're dispatching available balancing capacity. And the base for that is the minus 200, which was the result for the outcome we saw. Basically, it does not allow a power balance constraint violation in BAAC to actually counterflow on the day-ahead energy transfer. What we're proposing here is to make a change in what is considered the base transfer in EIM for EDAM BAAs, essentially not limiting the calculation of what is the base transfer on your day-ahead energy transfers, but also add the day-ahead capacity transfers. These are the red terms. So in our example, we have a minus 200 energy position, but we also have plus 100 for imbalance reserve up and plus 100 for reliability capacity up. So if you add those up, your base position becomes now 0. Okay? With the base 0, if you go again to the second equation, you'll see that now, starting from minus 200, you can dynamically export up to 200 megawatts while having ABC or ABC dispatched or a power balance constraint violation, because you offset your reference from minus 200 to 0. Okay? So now, if there is a need to counterflow on that energy transfer, that constraint will allow a power balance constraint violation. Before it was not. So if we apply this concept now and try to resolve that edge case, we'll get this solution. In this solution, the BAAC needs to counterflow up to 200 megawatts. And the constraint now will allow a power balance constraint violation in BAC to do that. If there was available balancing capacity declared in BAC, it would be used first. And then when you run out of it and you still need to counterflow to avoid balance constraint violations in other BAAs, then it will relax the power balance constraint in C. So in the previous solution, we had the BAAB balance constraint relaxed. Here, instead, you will have the power balance constraint BAAC relaxed by 10 megawatts. I'm going to get back to the red numbers. So the market will relax the power balance constraint BAC by 10 megawatts to be able to provide a total of 180 megawatt dynamic export to the BAAs A and B, so that A and B, you have a feasible solution, no power balance constraint violation, and that is limited in BAAC that had the obligation to provide that capacity transfer that cleared the day-ahead market. Now, when we go to how the operator will act, okay, you have a 10 megawatt shortfall as indicated by the market, and you have a high priority export, 100 megawatts, and a demand of 1130 megawatts. All right, so now you can do a prorata, and because the exports are intertie schedules, they need to be integer. Essentially, you will cut the export by 1 megawatt and the load by 9 megawatts. And that's the outcome that you will have with this change that we can do in the constraint. Now, we see that this outcome is more appropriate because it realizes the fact that BAAC had the energy transfers from the day-ahead market, but it also had a commitment to provide these capacity transfers, essentially being able to convert them to energy in real time if needed. So this is what is achieved here at this point. So I'm going to stop here and we can have, I'm sure you have questions, so let's go through them. Or if you don't have questions, then I'll...
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is a good time to take a break, George, and we come back for questions?
We could, so that you can formulate your questions during the break.
Exactly. Okay. So let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:05. And there are snacks out there in the lobby area.
Are you with me? Huh?
think we're ready to get started again in a couple minutes here. All right, if we can get everybody coming in from the lobby, that would be great. Okay, we're coming up to the final stretch of today. Maybe Anna can ring the bell out there. Get everybody to come in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It's the end of snack bell. Thanks. Okay. All right, I think we're ready to keep rolling. So go ahead, Milosh or George. I think you're going to pick up. Isabella, do we have any questions in the chat? We do. Okay, so it looks like they gathered their thoughts during the break. So let's go ahead. First caller on the phone. Go ahead, caller. State your name and affiliation.
Hi, this is Tong Wu from WAPA. I have two questions. One question is, let's assume that this export from BAAC is backed by WSPP Schedule C. This is a liquidated damage contract. If you cut this without transmission outage, the seller may be subject to penalty because of the liquidated damage clause. So do you have special consideration for Schedule C, or any schedule you just cut it?
So this is Russ from BPA, and had kind of a hallway discussion that might help this. So I don't think that that's necessary, but in order to see if that's true, maybe go through some Socratic dialogue. So so the 100 megawatt that drops to 99 megawatts on this slide, that looks like a curtailment. But am I correct in assuming that is not an actual curtailment, that is not an adjustment to net scheduled interchange?
It's not something that the market will produce as a result. The market will simply relax the power balance constraint in BAAC, and so that BAAC is short by 10 megawatts. What we were showing here in the slide is the possible action of an operator that considers that export schedule and the load, the native load, at equal priority if the solution and the action for that operator was to cap those pro rata.
Okay, yeah, and so all that's happening is the power balance constraint in BAC is being relaxed by 10 megawatts, which creates a shadow price, and that's being applied. It's being distributed 9 megawatts to load, 1 megawatt to the export. And so what that would tell me as a BA is I ought to do 10 megawatts of something to fix it. And one of the ways I know that is the the need to do that is reflected by the prices at the load and at the point of interchange, and it creates an incentive for me to take those actions to fix the problem. But it's still the balancing authority that would have, like, the balancing authority would need to make the choice to either curtail the schedule. I could also, if I had 10 megawatts tucked away, I could go get 10 megawatts, right? Theoretically, yes. Like whatever my arrangement is, if I've got like distributed energy resources, if I've got demand response that nobody knew about, like I could go do that.
You may also get emergency assistance for 10 megawatts.
Okay, yeah. So all that happens here is the power balance constraint is relaxed. You are not physically shedding load. There is no ACE. This is for a future period. There's no actual physical imbalance at this point in time. This is reflecting to the balancing authority. The robot says you're going to be in trouble for this future period if you don't do anything.
Yes.
And these prices reflect the actions that the market would take if it had control, but it does not have control.
I see. That's very good. So the 99 megawatt is only a suggestion. It is not a actual final schedule. Is that right?
Yes, Tom.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Any other questions on the phone? No. Or in the room? Jeff?
Thanks, George. Jeff Spires at PowerX. Thanks for walking through this and in the amount of detail that you have with these examples. I think it's helpful. I had one quick question and then a follow-up. The quick question is just trying to make sure that I understand this is different than what's in the proposal, right? This is a modification.
Right. In the proposal, we showed the previous solution, which is based on the existing rules for enforcing that power balance relaxation constraint. And what we're showing here is that if we change these rules, the way I described in the following slide, then you will have, in the previous slide, then you'll have this solution instead.
Okay. I just wanted to ask kind of a higher level question about this, just to see if it lines up with what you think the formulas and the proposal here would lead to. Like the way that this example starts is helpful because it keeps it very simple. You have 3 BAs that are all basically the same. They all have 1,000 megawatts of load, and they all have 100 megawatts of uncertainty. So it seems as though a starting point from a principle might be something like saying, okay, let's just say that we all agree that the RS standard for EDAM is X. It's a P95. And that means that these 3 BAs have to contribute 100 megawatts of imbalance reserve. It seems like each BA, by the time you get to the real-time solution, they should be able to know that they're going to get at least 1,100 megawatts of supply. If the uncertainty materializes across the footprints or across the different BAs within the footprint, it seems like no BA should end up worse off than they started in terms of saying they brought in 1,100
Correct.
megawatts, they're agreeing to cover X amount of uncertainty, so is everyone else.
Right.
Does that make sense to you? Is that what this is trying to achieve?
Yes, and this is the solution if the uncertainty stays within that P95 or whatever we use to procure in the day-ahead imbalance reserve. And we had other examples in the proposal that show non-edge examples about how this materializes. What happens here is that you go beyond the P95, right? So the P95 was the 300 megawatt and went to 310. And not only that, but also from the day ahead, there was not even a single capacity unspoken for. All of the capacity was fully scheduled. I engineered this example this way because I wanted to create an edge case scenario. It is possible that in real time, there might have been available capacity 10 megawatts, some of that were not used, and then they would make this solution feasible here. But because there wasn't any available capacity. When you went over the P95, then you have infeasibility in real time, and you have this edge case scenario.
Yeah, right. I guess what I was trying to say was, to the extent that that occurs and you've gone over the level that was established, so you've gone over the 300, and now you're at 310. It seems like that shouldn't result in any one BA not being able to access at least the amount that they put in, the 1,000 megawatts plus their 100 megawatts of uncertainty. That's kind of what I was getting at. You shouldn't see, at least at a high level, you shouldn't see one BA say only getting 1,090 when their load is at 1,100, at the same time that a different BA has gone beyond that uncertainty threshold and they're getting 110 of that uncertainty. See what I'm saying? I'm just trying to...
I understand what you're saying, but this ignores the fact that you have some commitments from the day-ahead transfers. If you factor that in, now it will lead you to the specific BAA that needs to take the hit. And that's what makes the difference.
Yeah, but I guess that's where, and trying to respond to this on the fly, the variation in the proposal, the first one that you showed, that was one of the things that jumped out at me about that. Is it seemed like what would happen in that scenario is, if you happen to be an exporter in the day-ahead market, you had more commitments and therefore had higher risk of having a power balance violation, whereas if you were an importer, on a relative basis, you had less. Whereas I'm trying to figure out whether this solution addresses that or not.
That is addressing exactly that. When we saw the previous solution, we didn't like it internally. When we looked at it, we said there's something wrong with this. And many stakeholders actually told us that this is no way, that this is not acceptable. This is not rational, and we tried to find a way to reach to a more justifiable solution, which is, I believe it's this one. And basically this one corrects what we put out originally in the proposal for the purpose of discussion. We wanted to have this discussion, and then in the meantime, we found the solution, so now there's no reason to have the revolution.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, I think you can carry on to the next section, George, or scenario.
I believe I'm passing the baton to
I think
Milos
so.
here.
All right, 2 more slides on this, and then we can switch to a different topic. But just to carry on what I think we've noted even in the workshops that we had back in July, but just ultimately when you do get into that edge case scenario, and now each balancing authority area relies on their own tools to maintain reliability, and I think George covered some of the sample tools. Each balancing authority area may have different tool set to maintain reliability in those edge case scenarios. But ultimately, the proposal is that if you find yourself in that edge case scenario as an EDAM balancing authority area, that those market transfers be afforded equal priority to load, subject to operational discretion and coordination consistent with good utility practice. And what this means is that when an entity finds themselves in that situation where they've exhausted their tool set and now load shed is at risk, similar to, I think, again, this week being an example, that transfers will be afforded, effectively would be curtailed or adjusted on a pro rata basis with load. And the operational discretion and coordination that we would expect is that the balancing authority area that is, that is facing that situation and facing the risk of load shed, they would effectively communicate and have the discretion to communicate and coordinate with the balancing authority that is expecting that export transfer from that balancing authority area that's facing that load shed. And they would communicate with the receiving balancing authority area, and to the extent that the curtailment of the transfers would not impact adversely the reliability of the receiving BA, the balancing authority area would have the discretion to potentially curtail those transfers ahead of load and avoid load shed. But to the extent that that's not possible, and that curtailing that export transfer would put the other receiving balancing authority area into a reliability condition, then the expectation is that those will be afforded equal priority to load. And I do want to clarify here as well that in terms of different roles and functions, and we've noted this in the past as well, but the ISO is not the one that's directing load shed. The ISO is not the one that's issuing load shed or effectuating load shed in any of the balancing authority areas. That's the EDAM balancing authority area that retains that operational responsibility, and they're the ones that are ultimately in that edge case deploying their own individual tools that they may have at their disposal, and they're the ones that are effectuating this priority and any kind of load shed that ultimately may need to take place. So this is the concept of effectuating that prioritization, effectuating that equal priority in that operational time horizon. So we can open up. Yeah, Jan, I think you've got a question.
I think this is Jan Strack from San Diego. I think this is going to be an uneducated question, but George, I want to go back. If you flip real quick back to George's last slide, this says, I'm looking at the first bullet, and it says there's an equal curtailment of load. In this example, BAC's load is getting curtailed, correct? But there's no curtailment of the transfers, or I see 1 megawatt on one of the transfers, but what am I missing on the curtailment?
This is an equal priority between firm export and load. So the solution shown here by the potential solution by the operator is to go a pro rata curtailment of the export and the load.
But the 90 megawatts, that doesn't reflect curtailment, does it? Or am I missing something?
That is a transfer, which
is not an export. Is that you're making a distinction there?
It's not an export.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, as I said earlier. If you're going to cut exports that are transfers, you propagate potentially the problem to another BAA. So you can still do that, but you have to have coordination with the other BAA, and I think this is what Milos is going to cover next.
That helps. Thanks, George.
Jeff.
Jeff Nelson, SC. Part 2 to Jan's question. And maybe you answered it. If the entity, whatever, C in this case, was completely an EDAM, and the only thing they had were transfers, and they didn't have any exports, because it's the first time I've realized there's a difference between those two words in this context, what happens?
So what happens is what we listed earlier. The operator will look at all its tools. All right, maybe it's demand response, maybe capacity that is left out of the market, maybe it's an ABC that the market will use already, or reliable demand response.
George, let me rephrase the question.
Yeah.
What will the optimization say to do?
Well, the optimization will simply relax the power balance constraint and say you're 10 megawatts short.
Okay, it'll be pure power balance. It won't do sort of a pro rata ETSR.
It doesn't do that.
Okay.
There are some things that it will do, features that we have in the market, like cutting LPT exports. We'll do that.
Right. In my hypothetical, there's nothing but transfers.
Right. Then it will just do the power balance constraint relaxation and will post out a 10 megawatt shortfall and $1,000 price.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Kathleen.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Next slide, where you were, Milos, when you ended. I think this is the right time to ask my question that I kind of set up for you all to think about last night, about Pathway 3, and if we're going to be allowing for some non-firm transmission to be modeled in EDAM to support some transfers. I was asking for some additional kind of feedback on the curtailment priority in an edge case like this. And it'd be helpful to hear from some TSPs too, BAs as well on that answer. So if you could provide some additional context on the difference, that'd be great.
That's a great question, Kathleen. Can we go back to those equations? Because we can use this effectuate what we're talking about. So far we only have firm or reasonably firm transmission capacity released as transfers. If we are going to release non-firm for a transfer, then you want, in an edge case scenario, like this example here, to differentiate the curtailment priorities of firm and non-firm. So in the same way here that we added to the base those capacity transfers being firm, and you see the whole amount of the day-ahead energy transfers are part of the base because they're considered firm. If any portion of that was non-firm, we can actually take it out of the base here, which will actually allow now through the constraint, a power balance constraint violation. It will actually not allow a power balance constraint violation to counterflow on a non-firm transmission. All right. So you would expect a solution that first it will try to counterflow on the non-firm, then to relax the power balance constraint to counterflow on the firm. Okay. So we can play around with this. This is a great tool, and if we agree to handle non-firm transmission in that way, then we can do it.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, David.
Hi, Dave Rubin, NV Energy. I just want to understand what we mean by non-firm, because at least when I go back to the pathways, I'm releasing firm ATC and non-firm ATC, but that's different than a transmission customer who may have bought a non-firm scheduling right. That, the non-firm scheduling right's not getting released. We're just talking about making all of our transmission available, firm ATC and non-firm ATC. So I just want to make sure we're all talking using sort of the same terminology. In other words, the model that you have is our system, so that either it's going to be scheduled by a customer or it's not going to be scheduled. And the non-scheduled parts will have two. It'll be stuff that folks have not bought, firm ATC. It'll have stuff that folks have bought, the non-firm ATC. But it's still just our system at the end of the day.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to, do we want to afford a different curtailment priority between what you consider firm and what you consider non-firm that are both released and used in EDAM? That's what it comes down to.
And this is, if I can chime in real quick, thank Dave. I was hesitant to make my question more complex, but since you opened the door, I'm going to. Since you opened the door, yes, I hope we're speaking the same language, and I appreciate you reframing it so that we are all speaking the same language. There's complexity on the actual the TSP side when you go to look at your OAT, what you're able to make changes on. So this functionality being available will be very meaningful if non-firm ATC that is from firm not being scheduled is going to be made available by the TSP, but that TSP isn't able to make an OAT change to effectively restrict the firm holder from coming back in real time. And so you might want to have this functionality. So that if I don't know if you want to respond to that, but that's kind of why I was also seeing if anyone from a BAA TSP had thoughts on this. David.
Okay, I think it's an interesting idea. I think, we haven't talked about using this functionality in that way to basically accommodate the original transmission customer coming back with their rights to do so, and then maybe afford you would sort of be backing off the market in this way. At this stage, it's sort of a new idea, and I don't know, George, whether it introduces help or just more complexity. as far as solving the way to accommodate the transmission customer coming back intraday when they need to do so?
Well, when we started this early on, when we had the early workshops talking about transmission, we started by saying that we want to see firm or reasonably firm transmission being released for transfers. And we were getting a lot of comments from participants on whether it makes sense to also release non-firm transmission because, yes, it's not available 24/7, and maybe the odd time that it's going to be recalled, we're taking a hit, but overall you may see a benefit. So if we are at the point that we're saying, oh, maybe it's not a bad idea to release non-firm as well, then we may need to differentiate its curtailment priority in edge case scenarios like that. And I believe we have the tools to do that. Yes, it will be more complicated, but at the very end is what we want to have in this market in terms of efficiency. If we all believe that it's efficient on the long run to do that, then we can work on it.
Kristen?
Kirsten Rock with Pacific Core. I'm going to give you an easy one because it's a process one and not about the what, but rather the why. When I look at this graphic right here, that's easy for me to follow because there's good definitions. And while you're speaking about the technical stuff, I can follow along. I was hoping to make I would kindly ask for consideration these process diagrams, both in the proposal, and I think you did that where you labeled, this color means this and kind of steps. It would be very helpful in these type of presentations to kind of define what some of these acronyms mean, as well as kind of maybe label it, would perhaps even go as far as to suggest in, the next proposal, rather than just attempting to have a very kind of complex flow depicted in a flat diagram, maybe to put an appendix together, just kind of steps that through. I think this is very important for us to all understand. I'm fearful that it gets lost a little bit in the complexity, and I understand that that's very clear in your head. I struggled a little bit following, so just maybe, I know this is a pain to have to put these together, but I think it would aid in our collective understanding of the issues. Thank you.
And thank you for that comment.
All right, Isabel, nothing? Okay. All right.
All right, this is the last slide, but it's also substantive and meaty. So in this context of confidence in transfers, I think this is the opportunity where we also want to talk about some feedback that we received in the stakeholder comments and as well as in the workshops as well. But there was a desire that transfers to other EDAM between balancing authority areas potentially have a lower priority to the extent that entity effectively does not meet the resource sufficiency evaluation in one way or another. That entity that either doesn't cure through the failure of the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation, as I'll mention here shortly, or otherwise fails to tag or meet some of the other requirements after the day-ahead market has run, that entity that's outside of that EIM RSC pool have a lower priority to their transfers as a consequence related to that resource sufficiency evaluation. So I think there was a number of stakeholder comments. I'd say the majority of stakeholder comments acknowledged the need to consider a lower prioritization for entities that effectively don't meet the resource sufficiency evaluation requirements in one way or another, and there's different ways that this could materialize. And so what we looked at then is potentially affording a lower priority, and we also talked about in the workshops, but that it materializes in that operational horizon where the operator has the discretion to effectuate this lower priority when to transfers that are sinking in an EDAM BA that either has failed the resource sufficiency evaluation and the market did not have enough supply to cure that infeasibility. So if you recall from our discussion previously on RSC, to the extent an entity fails the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation, there will be an administrative surcharge which effectively cures the deficiency, and they continue to be in the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation pool, meaning that they're in the pool that's evaluated together for the EIM RSE. One way that in certain instances the market may not be able to cure that to the extent that there's an infeasibility, not enough supply, and that's one way that the EDAM entity may have failed and not cured the resource sufficiency evaluation, in which case they're out of that pool. Another way is, if you recall from our previous discussion, introduction of a tagging requirement, and to the extent that after the market run, those imports are not tagged in the day-ahead time frame. That's the primary tagging deadline. There will be a cure period through which we expect that this would not be utilized frequently because there'll be robust monitoring, and we would monitor for perpetual failures. But the idea is that to the extent the entity doesn't tag in that day-ahead time frame, I think we said 3 hours after the market close, and subsequently by the short-term unit commitment horizon fails to tag that import or otherwise resupply, they're also out of that EIM RSE pool. And in that instance, if you're out of the EIM RSE pool, meaning again that you're not evaluated together between all of those EDAM BAs that passed the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation, that be evaluated together for the EIM RSE. If you're out of that pool, then the operators in those edge case scenarios would have the discretion to, if load shedded is at risk, to curtail that transfer to the EDAM BA that's out of the pool ahead of curtailing load, and effectively afforded that lower priority. We would expect that there would still be operational coordination and communication, and but they would have that discretion to curtail those ahead of load and not afford it an equal priority to load, as would be the case for transfers between EDAM entities that are in that pool that pass the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation. So that's our proposal for that lower priority and how to effectuate it in that operational horizon. Again, we talked about this in the workshops, and this was something that stakeholders suggested. There may be different variations of different triggers that stakeholders may want to suggest here, but this was our thinking of how to effectuate it and under what conditions would that lower priority could materialize itself when it comes to that BA that is now out of that EIM resource sufficiency evaluation pool. This is the last slide, so we can pause for some questions on this concept of lower priority to these transfers. And I know it interplays with the discussion we just had with, is there a lower priority to transmission that's effectuated on non-firm? But in this context, considering that these transfers are supported by firm or conditional firm transmission, this is how we would effectuate a lower priority, or how we would propose that it be materialized.
I think we have a phone-in caller.
Yep. Can we go to Lindsay Schluckaway?
Hi, Lindsay Schluckaway with NV Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I was wondering if for this lower priority transmission, or this lower priority for the failed EDAM entity, are we only talking about bucket 3 transfers?
So this would be any transfers ultimately that emerge out of the market, for the sake of, again, using the term bucket, all the transmission that's made available between the buckets, or however you want to call it, it's ultimately made available to the market to support transfers. It's not differentiating between the who made the transmission available.
Okay. Well, I guess, okay, so maybe I'll ask the question a different way. If this only EDAM market awards, this wouldn't be, I guess what I'm trying to get at, we're not talking about transfers that I've already contractually made, correct? For resource sufficiency. We wouldn't be curtailing those, right?
So the type of the transfer, whether it was bucket 1, bucket 2, or bucket 3, I think in the real time frame, it doesn't matter. At that point, it's scheduled day ahead transfer. It doesn't matter what it was when it was considered by the EDAM. Now we're in real time, so we're just dealing with day ahead transfers that have cleared, and it doesn't matter whether they were bucket 1, bucket 2, or so. That's why we don't see a distinction when it comes to what kind of type of transmission was. The only distinction we're talking about just minutes ago was whether it's on firm or non-firm transmission, that's potentially a distinction that can be made when it comes to real-time curtailments.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, I guess, how this would work. So it's all firm transmission, but if an EDAM entity fails the sufficiency test, then it would be a lower priority and they could be curtailed, even their contractual arrangements, correct?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And let me see if I can try to noodle out the difference here. As we looked at it in the context of the proposal, transfers to that balancing authority area that are exporting from that EIMRC pool that passed the resource sufficiency evaluation, the transfers to that EDAM BA that now has failed or has met one of these two requirements here to not be in the pool, the transfers to them would have this lower priority that could be effectuated in that edge case scenario in the operational time frame. I think I think one area that we'd certainly be open to consideration is, is it all the transfers, and maybe this is what you're getting at, Lindsay, is it all the transfers that are subject to this lower priority, or is it some amount commensurate with, whatever they didn't, whatever was infeasible? So if they, for example, if they failed the RSC by 20 megawatts, but the market was only able to, cure 10, and so you're deficient by 10 effectively, you're out of the pool. Is the lower priority afforded only for 10 megawatts of transfers to them? Or is it effectively all transfers that may sink in their balancing authority area for that particular hour where they failed the pool or they're out of the pool? I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but I think that's something certainly we're open to comment on. Is it all, to the extent that EDAM BA is out of the pool for either of these two reasons, is it all transfers to them that would have this lower priority, or is it capped at the amount that they effectively couldn't cure through the EDAM RSC, through the market, or otherwise they failed to tag and resupply? So if they only failed and tag and resupply by 10 megawatts, lower priorities afforded to 10 megawatts of transfers to them.
That's not quite what I'm trying to get at. I guess my concern is that if I've contracted energy to meet my load well in advance and it's on firm transmission, and let's say it's somewhere in the Northwest and I'm trying to get it to Nevada, and everything that transaction has already been made, then my concern is that in EDAM, if I fail to RSC, then I am subject to potentially losing that contract or being curtailed on that contractual amount, even though it's on firm transmission.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea here of the design, is that you fail the resource sufficiency, or there are multiple reasons you ultimately did not bring enough to the table to pass that resource sufficiency evaluation or otherwise be considered sufficient. Your transfers would have now, for that period of time, whether it's an hour or multiple hours, would have a lower priority that could be effectuated here. We're certainly open to comments. Is there ways of differentiating between certain volume of transfers, but I don't know that there's a clean way to cut this in terms of which transfers. Once this all goes into the market, the transmission goes into the market will efficiently identify those transfers to UBA to meet the obligations. Question is it all the transfers that would be at risk of this lower priority, or some other finite amount? And we're certainly open to questions of to comments on how to differentiate that if there's a suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much. This helps explain your proposal.
Okay, I think Robert, did you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, this is Robert Fisher, NV. My question's more in the origin of a failure. In the previous meetings, there was a flowchart in regards to how if an entity fails the test, they would have to automatically pay the 16-hour penalty. So is the definition of that even after you've paid the 16-hour penalty to participate in the market? Because there is really, with no other out beyond the 16-hour penalty, there is no other way to fail the test.
Yeah, and maybe you want to go, Danny, or you want me to do it?
No, I can try to help. Milos is okay there. Hello? Yeah, I think, Robert, the idea is that the market would try to cure the deficiency if it could, and then if not, you're short, based off that residual shortfall, you would still be exposed to lower priority.
So that would be in the test that you're taking that measure in regards to, because after the test results have occurred, when you go into IFM, the only way you can get through is you have to pay the 16-hour penalty.
Mm-hmm.
And so even after paying the 16-hour penalty, the lower priority would still kick in.
Only if the market is unable to resolve the shortfall, and there was still a short position going into the real-time market.
Okay, so it's in combination, so you still have a shortfall even though you paid the 16-hour.
Yeah, like if the market's able to resolve it, then we would view all EDAM transfers at equal priority moving into the real-time market.
So it's defined based upon the IFM results?
Yes.
And then from there, if it's defined by the IFM results, is it a shortfall in regards to uncertainty or energy?
It would be a shortfall in regards to uncertainty and or energy.
Okay, interesting. Let me ponder that a bit. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Mike.
Maybe just wanted to make, sorry, this is Mike from Pacific Corp. Just want to make maybe two comments and ask a question or clarifying question. First, what Robert said, if an entity fails the RSC, pays the administrative charge, and the market cannot solve, then that entity shouldn't pay the administrative charge for that whole amount because the market couldn't solve. They're not getting cured. Am I thinking about that right, or is that? And then I want to ask another question after that.
I don't think we went into that much detail in the revised straw proposal, but that's a fair point. If there's a residual shortfall that the market can't solve, you should only have a surcharge for the quantity that the market was able to resolve the shortfall on.
Okay. And then I wanted to follow up on Lindsay's question too, and maybe just support that. I think the transfer should be differentiated, meaning if you've gone out and procured supply, forward procured supply, external supply to your BA, you've got firm transmission to bring that home. It should not be subject to a lower price. If you've done that forward, so I think we do need to find a way to.
Yeah, I think the example
to differentiate that. Yeah.
You're raising, I guess, is feasible. It would be a very odd scenario there where all of the transfers into the deficient BA would have to be curtailed because huge quantities of uncertainty arose in all of the source BAAs. And to the extent that that's a concern that this body has, I think we can look to try to find a way to protect some level of the forward contracted showings that fed into the RSC.
Yeah.
I will say it's not straightforward. These are we're going to have a networked system. So figuring out who gets to curtail what quantity is going to be a sticky wicket.
Absolutely agree. It's not straightforward. But yeah, thanks.
Sure.
Just one follow-up question. You got me thinking about this a little bit. And this is Robert Fisher from NV. So if the 16-hour penalty is paid, it was my understanding the full transfers would be available once that is paid. Is that accurate, or is the transfer increased based upon the quantity of shortness?
I think that the idea is the charge would be based off the shortfall amount, but we aren't running the market before we're running the market. So we don't have any way to determine if we can cure it. So it would have to be a retroactive adjustment.
So what I'm referring to is in IFM, once the penalty's been paid based upon the quantity of the failure, what transfers? Is it the full transfer capability that is available during that time frame, or is it some incremental amount after that?
I'm not quite following the question, Robert.
It's the whatever scheduling limits were declared for the transfers, that doesn't change. It's just that previously we had rules that said that if you fail the RSC, we isolate you. So even if there is available transmission capacity, you can't get the import.
Okay.
Right now, we're saying, okay, we'll use whatever available transmission capacity there is to provide imports to get you out of the infeasibility, but then you have to pay that administrative fee. Well, now, what happens in real time, also let's not forget that this is an optional election from the BAA. The BAA may elect not to get this assistive energy and cure this between day ahead and real time on their own. So we have to factor that in too. That's actually another path.
So 2 things on that, George. On the last presentation, that wasn't an option. The administrative price had to be paid on the flow chart.
I think we have an option now in the proposal for that.
Okay. No, I think that did deviate from the straw to the revised straw proposal.
We took the option out?
Yes.
So there's no option.
So you're getting why I'm asking these questions. So because there is no option, what I'm saying is if you pay that administrative price and you have full transfer capability after that, that's my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all of it.
So then if there's a shortage in that instance, that's not really related to that specific area that was short prior to that, because if you have the full transfer capability and now you have an uncertainty quantity, that's going to be a regional aspect.
Well, perhaps you use all the available transfer capability to alleviate the problem, and still you didn't resolve it fully, and there was still a power balance constraint violation. Now, as I said that before, for the day-ahead market, this is very difficult to happen, particularly for the IFM. I can see it potentially happening for RAC, but really this is not a very credible scenario for the IFM because you have all these virtual bits, you have load bits. It's really hard for the IFM to...
Yeah, and you're getting to my point is that is if you have full transfer capability and you're measuring this shortage based upon the uncertainty level that you procure in your area, it's not really a good measure to show that that specific area is short because you had full transfer capability and relieved it through that administrative pricing.
Yeah, I think, Robert, we're proposing to treat uncertainty equally throughout the entire footprint, but I will note in the proposal, we did ask for feedback on if there should be a different surcharge for potential failure within a BAA's band of uncertainty requirement.
Yeah, and that's another aspect I was trying to avoid, but if you're going to open it, I can go down there too. Because,
yeah, sure.
If you're going to fail this test by 10 megawatts of uncertainty, this is a forecast variability from a day-ahead market to a 15-minute market. And if your meteorologist says you're completely fine within 10 megawatts of that failure, I don't understand why you would be completely eliminated out of the market or have to pay that administrative price.
I don't think the question is if you're comfortable with what your meteorologist says. I think the question is are your neighboring BAAs comfortable with what your meteorologist says?
Which is true, and with the 97.5 percentile aspect, that also introduces those aspects as well. So, I mean, there's different measures of the data and the level of uncertainty and having to pay a 16-hour administrative price for something that in our current WEAM may not even show up in regards to pricing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fair point. We're trying to get to an agreement where everybody's comfortable with the quantities of uncertainty everybody else is procuring and bringing into the EDAM market.
Yep. No, I 100% agree, and I just want to make sure that these failures are clearly defined and that when we go down this failure route that these lower priority aspects are taken into consideration based upon an accurate failure representation.
Okay.
Yeah, and thanks, Robert, and I encourage you again also to put this into your comments to the extent that entities believe there should be also some kind of a band that it's not, obviously you fail about a megawatt or so, should that mean complete failure of the RSC and et cetera, and feasibility, or is there some kind of a band as well through which maybe the penalty doesn't apply? But certainly open to suggestions on the structure.
Okay, we have a question on the phone that's been waiting for just a while. Isabella, is it Libby?
Yep, can we take Libby Kirby?
Yep, hey guys. I got the conversation that was happening right before this, I got slightly confused about the setup with respect to what this priority was applying to. It sounded like some folks were asking the question around like pre-contracted supply, and I was curious if in those questions they were asking, are you guys talking about like self-scheduled energy or some sort of sale of RS requirement or someone you've contractually worked with to bid capacity on your behalf for the RSE? I'm assuming, and hopefully folks on the panel can confirm, when we're talking about this priority stuff, I'm assuming this does not apply to things like self-scheduled energy. It's just applying to transfers determined in the day-ahead market. And I wasn't sure if that, I got a little lost in that whole thing.
This should apply to the transfers cleared by the day-ahead market. I think what we're trying to tease out, Libby, is if we need to, when we make these manual adjustments, recognize that certain quantities of those transfers may have been backed by long-term firm forward contracts and not have those available for lower priority.
Okay, so you're saying you're still talking transfers, but are you differentiating, like when you say, okay, let's say you fail the RSE, are you saying within your BA, you want a difference between what is lower priority that was on firm versus non-firm? Or are you saying I failed RSE, but I think anything that I contracted on firm should still come to me above someone else with non-firm?
Yeah, I think the concern that I heard and the way I understood it is maybe you have 20 megawatts of net EDAM import transfers, but you failed the RSE. And the concern that Lindsay raised is, are all 20 megawatts of those available for manual curtailment at a lower priority, or should maybe 10 megawatts be protected because 10 megawatts were reflected in a long-term forward contract? Is that the concern also, Mike?
Yes, I'm a little confused with all the different terms floating around, but yes, Danny, that's right.
That makes me feel better, Mike. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kathleen, you had, and then we'll go to Jeff.
I appreciate that. Sorry for jumping in, I guess, but thanks, Jeff. I'm also confused, to make Libby and Mike feel better. So can I ask a quick question? I hope so here's where I'm getting stuck, is I hear you saying if the market can cure, so there's a shortfall in RSC, you fail, got that. IFM runs, and you're saying if IFM can cure that shortage, this is a non-issue. This doesn't apply, right? Okay, so where I'm being dense, and I'd appreciate some help, is even if the market in your edge case that can't fully solve, have to violate some constraints to get a feasible solution out, but there's still going to be that it violated PVC to get the solution. I get that. What I am confused about is the day-ahead transfer, the IFM transfers out of that solution that we were able to solve even with that failure were in your example, that 20 megawatts to me is what the market could cure. So I hear that as the proposal doesn't apply to anything. Anything on incremental to that 20 megawatt would come from a real-time transfer.
So I think the way that we've structured this, and the concern that we heard, is that other BAAs aren't comfortable in super, super tight system conditions offering all of their residual capacity into the EDAM to clear EDAM transfers into a deficient BAA, because you're already in a tight condition, and that increases their exposure moving to real time, especially if you're unable to cure that deficient BAA. So they wanted some ability to prioritize and not have to send their residual supply in very tight conditions into a deficient BAA, or if they did, it would not be at the risk to their own load.
And so I think what I am hearing is that we're not talking about the day ahead transfer, because that's the cured part. The day ahead transfer amount is what we could cure. That's good. You're talking about real time incremental transfers to that. having a lower priority.
Well, the real-time incremental transfers to that, if the real-time can't cure it, wouldn't be awarded in the first place. So we are talking about that day-ahead transfer.
I think I might need multiple people more examples. I can't. I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around the idea that the IFM transfer is not what the IFM could cure. Did confusion at least make enough sense to take that back and try and provide an explanation?
The IFM transfer is what the IFM can cure, and the problem we're trying to solve is in super, super tight system conditions, do the BAAs who are curing that feel comfortable backing those transfers with equal priority? And the feedback we've heard to date is no. If the market can't cure the shortfall, that is a pretty good indicator that conditions are going to be super tight. They're not comfortable backing those transfers with equal priority.
Catherine, this is similar to your earlier question. It goes along that line that you clear the day-ahead market, okay, and you have some day-ahead transfers that are now scheduled, and so far we're always saying, okay, these are high priority firm transfers for real time. Then you brought the question, hey, what about if some portion of these transfers are on non-firm transmission? We're saying, okay, maybe this should have a lower priority. This one is going on a parallel path. Say, what about if that BAA was short 10 megawatts, although with all the assistance that it took, it's still short 10 megawatts, or maybe it failed the RSC for 20 megawatts, and it got transfers and it was cured. Maybe that 20 megawatts of net import maybe should be considered a lower priority. That's what the whole thing is.
And this is totally asking you to put this in a parking lot and think about how you might provide more clarity on it. I think the phrasing "what the market can't cure" is confusing. And so maybe there's a better way of saying what you're trying to identify. Differentiating transfers on different types of transmission is intuitive. Saying that there's a solution that comes out of a market, which will be 10 megawatts, let's say there's 20 megawatts of transfers, that didn't bridge the gap that you needed. You had 10 megawatts that we couldn't solve, so you were really 30 megawatts short. 20 megawatts was cured by the market, that was your transfer. The 10 megawatt that didn't clear there's no clearing of transfers from IFM, right? It couldn't be cured. You don't have a day-ahead transfer on it. That, in my world, is not cured, and it could be semantics. So if you could think about that and think of a clearer way to explain it, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, sure. We're definitely going to clean up our nomenclature after today.
All right. I think Jeff, you were next.
Sorry, Jeff has been waiting.
Jeff, yeah. Jeff's next.
Sorry, Stuart.
Thank you. Sorry, Stuart. Jeff Spires with PowerX. I wanted to just comment on a few of these bullets, but maybe first I want to clarify one thing that's related to what Lindsay was saying. When I'm thinking about priority of transfers and how to treat EDAM transfers when someone fails resource sufficiency, I'm thinking that is with respect to incremental energy that they're getting out of the market, not related to their forward contracts or whatever they've done ahead of time. So in my mind, if an entity is contracted for supply and they're bringing it in as an import prior to EDAM, that's not what I think we should be focused on. I think what we should be talking about is what is the priority of supply if that entity comes into the resource sufficiency test without enough supply to pass and uses a market dispatch of incremental EDAM supply to fill that gap. And that's really what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about what is the priority of transfers. And I think that's comparable to the EIM, where entities will transact ahead of time, but then in the EIM there are incremental transfers of energy between the BAs that may or may not be limited by failing the resource sufficiency test. So I kind of think about it the same way. So that's just one thing I wanted to say up front to clarify. I don't think we should be talking about exposing forward contracts to some kind of lower priority. But that being said,
I think that the lower priority of that incremental EDAM energy is really important and something that should apply anytime an entity fails the EDAM RS test. And I think that there's a few different reasons for that. Number one, just from an incentive point of view, in our view, what we want to incent is entities to pass the resource sufficiency test. And one element of the design that can encourage that are financial penalties, but I think we've had a lot of debate about financial costs and how effective they can really be. So that's something I'm sure we'll continue to have discussion about. But I think the other element of it is saying, if you don't bring your fair share and meet the same standard that was collectively agreed to as being necessary to ensure reliability and equity, then to the extent that you're using the market to fill that gap and something goes wrong, you're exposed to dealing with that shortfall first ahead of the entities that did pull their weight, essentially. Because I do think we need to recognize here that all else being equal, if an entity shows up to the day-ahead market short and uses supply from others to fill that gap, that still puts the footprint in a more short position than they'd otherwise be. And if we think about some of the examples like the one on the board that George was walking through, that might not actually materialize till real time. So you might actually be in a situation where the day-ahead market, everything seemed like it was okay. One entity showed up short, received energy from the other BAs in the market. Now we're in real time. The load's coming in higher than we thought, and it's a real challenge when you have one entity that didn't bring their fair share to figure out what to do with that. So I think this lower priority is something that should apply at all times. If you don't meet the test, you have the opportunity to fill in the gap through the market if you need it, but if that's going to be the direction we take, there should be an understanding that that doesn't put anyone else at risk. You're doing that at your own risk if there's surplus supply available. And then the last thing I would just say is once you get into real time, I think it's important that curtailment priority is actually part of the market solution. So in terms of what we were talking about earlier, which BA ends up with the power balance violation, which BA is the one that ends up having to then make the determination about how to what operator steps they'll take to deal with that. I feel some discomfort with the way it reads in the slides, sort of like it sounds like through the market dispatch, they'll be treated equally, and then it'll be up to the operator at the last minute to decide what to do. And I just don't think that, I think there needs to be more clarity here about how these priorities work upfront, a common understanding, they're embedded in the market solution, and then the operators, of course, use their discretion about actually initiating load curtailment, et cetera, but not leaving this type of complicated issue to real time to work out.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So it sounds like then, what you're suggesting is, administrative surcharge plus a lower priority to the extent that they fail the RSC, and then find a way as well of effectuating this lower priority within the market solution as opposed to just the operational time horizon.
Yes,
okay.
And I appreciate you summarizing that so succinctly.
No, thank you.
Okay, Stuart, did you have?
Just touch on the last point with Jeff. I think the operability of some of these design elements is really important. I'm not sure how it would work in the market in an automated way and still give operators visibility. But if that's not the path that's taken in this, at minimum they need screens and situational awareness that they can see what the lower priority is. I do have one question. I'm just want to clarify something. Are we still, in the event that EDAM entities pass the RSC, are we still not having any lower priority for any transfers? Because I thought I had something that was starting to diverge from that, and I've got heartburn now. So can you clarify, please?
Yeah, I mean, if you yeah, I think if you pass the RSC, then you're on an equal playing field and have equal priority to transfers. I think what George was, and maybe this is what George was also mentioning, was I think we were hearing feedback that potentially, yeah, is there some ability for non-firm transmission to support transfers, and would that then effectuate a lower priority? But I think, you know, at this point, in consistent with our proposal, if you pass the resource sufficiency evaluation, we're assuming that this is with firm and conditional firm transmission that's made available to the market to support transfers. There's equal priority between transfers for entities that pass the RSC.
Yeah, because if we are considering lower priority, I just don't see how the EDAM construct's going to work. I just don't see it, but I probably don't understand it in enough detail.
Well, maybe I can explain it. Okay, so we showed earlier how we can adjust the base transfer in real time for how does it work with those constraints. Certainly, the base transfer is a safe harbor for the BAA. Protects the BAA for that amount of net transfer. So if you want to have some ability to take away from that base transfer, reduce the safe harbor for conditions like you may have non-firm imports as a result of day-ahead transfers. That was one example that we discussed with Kathleen. Or here, you failed the RSC by 30 megawatts. So we're going to save 30 megawatts out of your net base transfer position in real time. We remove that from your safe harbor. That means your power balance constraint violation could be violated up to 30 megawatts to make up for the 30 megawatt shortfall that you had in the day ahead. Although you paid the administrative penalties. I think this is the kind of discussion we're having here. And whatever the outcome is, we can tune that constraint to make it happen.
Yeah, Stuart, just to clarify on what George is saying, kind of the way I've thought of this is in that equation for the surplus variable, the question is are we giving equal priority to energy, imbalance reserve up, and reliability capacity up transfers, informing that base transfer moving into real time? And I think what he's proposing is to give equal priority to all three of those.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. George, are you, or Milos, you have the next slides?
Yes, I think we're going to get to, at least get to start, and I'm going to ask Anya, maybe she can help provide an overview of these. I don't think we'll finish here by 5 on this topic, but I think we'll talk as part of the next step so that we can find a half day to finish out stuff. But at least we appreciate that a number of entities probably also are very interested in GHG accounting and made the long trip here. So I think we're going to start with GHG accounting and see how far we get. But I'll turn it over to Anya.
All right, I won't race through this, but thanks for saving the best for last. All right, well, thanks for sticking with us on greenhouse gas throughout this EDAM process. Let me maybe just start with our goal with greenhouse gas design in EDAM. Our key goal is intended to account for the costs arising from state greenhouse gas pricing policies and reflect them in our market. And reflecting the state requirements also means working to support the reporting requirements from state air regulators like CARB, the Washington Department of Ecology, and any other future jurisdictions that have a price on carbon. We're also looking to ensure that we're not adversely impacting jurisdictions that do not have a price on carbon compliance. In the revised straw proposal, we did propose the resource-specific approach for the onset of EDAM. We landed here as stakeholders are familiar with the design as an extension of the WEIM. It's the most defined option. It requires the least amount of implementation changes, and it will require fewer regulatory changes as compared to the other proposals. I'll note that GHG design isn't done once EDAM launches. Like all market design, it'll continue to evolve based on stakeholder experience and our findings. and may evolve based on future regulatory changes from state air regulators. So to continue that theme from the last slide, the GHG design will continue to evolve. And I did want to flag that the resource-specific model's implementation is foundational and does allow for evolution to LEDWP's approach or the zonal approach if state regulators move in that direction. I also want to highlight some of the flexibility of the resource-specific model. It is flexible enough to include some additional constraints to reflect state GHG regulation that isn't price-based. And this would apply to a GHG regulation area that would be created. I think Oregon is a great example of what could be included here. And these types of constraints could exclude resources with a kind of above a given emission factor or certain resource types. This is a functionality that could apply to either the resource-specific approach or the LEDWP approach, just based on the fact that they are source-specific. It would not apply to the zonal approach as a function of its design, as the toll doesn't allow for us to exclude certain resources or certain resources above a given emissions factor just based on the toll's design. Maybe I'll pause here for any questions.
Mary.
Thanks, Anya. This is Mary Winke from the Public Generating Pool. I wanted to just have provide a comment on this question about constraints on including resources with X emissions factor or certain resource types. And I think that this is a very important issue. There's a lot of entities in the West who are going to, at some point, be needing to participate in market that reflects their preferences for certain types of resources over others. However, I recommend removing this from the scope of EDAM because I think it's a much bigger issue, and just kind of having this sentence there kind of, to me, suggests that this is something that can be done easily, and I think it'll be really difficult. And I think in particular, it'll be challenging to figure out how to allocate clean resources to demand that only wants those resources without producing a lot of leakage, because there will still be fossil resources in the footprint that have to be presumably allocated somewhere. I also think that I understand the Oregon example, but if all states participating in the EDAM all indicate that they all want only clean resources, then I think there's going to be an issue there that needs to be solved. So I just think it's a little bit of a can of worms, and it's sort of thrown in the proposal as if it's something that can be achieved with relative ease. So while I agree it's an issue that needs a lot of discussion and conversation, I think it's a much bigger issue than is reflected, that is how it is characterized in this proposal. And so I would propose kind of taking it out of the scope.
And maybe I should have made this clear. It's not intended to be included for EDAM day one. It's really meant to say that the design of the resource-specific approach is flexible enough to accommodate such constraints in the future, definitely not on day one. And I agree that more discussion would be needed, especially in light of the, I guess, size or number of entities or GHG regulation areas that could be included in this.
Yeah, and I guess I would just push back on that a little bit with, I just don't think we know that it can actually accommodate that in the future. And the suggestion, like I say, I just don't think we know it. And so suggesting that it could, I think, gives kind of a false impression of what the market can actually accomplish with respect to this real challenging issue. So I appreciate that perspective. I think it's, I don't think we know that it can solve that problem, and I don't think we should need to figure that out now, one way or the other.
It's only a statement. It's only a statement that the resource-specific proposal can very easily address this particular potential regulator ask. That's all it is. It's a statement.
I just respectfully disagree with that statement, so I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Any other comments in the room or on the phone?
I can kind of chime in with Mary, because I do appreciate the stability here, and I recognize that Portland and Oregon is probably one of the entities that was uncomfortable with a wholesale readaptation of the GHG program because of our specific state constraints. But I think, and yes, these are statements on a slide, but I think we read deeply in our little world about these statements and care very much about the words. And I think one of the things that I've really appreciated about this process to date is a lot of the creativity and thought that has gone into GHG design. And I hope that we can continue to build on that creativity. And yes, like we need a GHG design that will work from day one, but that I want to make sure that the work that we've done doesn't get lost, and that we can keep building on that as we think about what works for Oregon and Washington and California, as well as, all of the utilities out there who have corporate commitments and other types of GHG commitments that are west-wide, and that I think we have a lot of work to do in the future, and that this is it's a path towards a framework for day one. But I think the work we've done so far shouldn't we be lost, and we should keep some of that momentum as well.
Thank you, Pam. All right.
I don't think nothing on the phone. Go ahead.
Well, before I touch on each of the three proposals that were included in the revised straw proposal, I thought I'd at least touch on some of the common design elements across the proposals. Key to that is the geographic boundaries. And by reflecting the geographic boundaries at the GHG regulation area or state level, we're able to kind of transition away from using BAA boundaries that don't line up with those GHG regulation areas to really model kind of the costs of greenhouse gas compliance. I think there has been some confusion in terms of what a greenhouse gas regulation area would be. It is an area that has a state price on carbon compliance. However, going back to the last slide and the thoughts there might be an evolution in the future to have a GHG regulation area that could be defined based on those constraints. We also recognize that there's some very special considerations, especially for federal power entities, and recognize we need to work closely and collaborate on how the implementation of GHG boundaries is done for those entities. I thought I'd also touch on the treatment of resources in the RSE and in the GHG counterfactual, since this question came up numerous times from stakeholders. So any self-schedules or bids from pseudo-tied resources that were offered from a non-GHG regulation area to a GHG regulation area would be included in the RSE and GHG counterfactual. So I'm going to spend the next few slides going over the various, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff Nelson, I think I've forgotten, I think it was in there, if you remind me. For renewable resources, for example, if we had a wind facility in a different state and we had transmission and we were bringing it in, how does the wind count in the RSE, and then how does the wind count in any sort of GHG obligation calculation?
Sure. So it's, if you have a wind contract, if it's
contracted resource.
Yeah, if it's pseudo tied in, we're kind of considering it as part of that RSE, or if it's self-scheduled, but if it's not, then it would not be included in that RSE, but it would be included in the GHG kind of accounting.
So in the RSC, so George, are we putting in the nameplate, or I'm sorry, a forecast at the time?
Yeah, earlier today when we were talking about treatment of variable energy resources, specifically for the RSC and for RAC, we made a point that we expect their forecast to actually materialize in real time. So it makes sense to consider the whole amount of the forecast available for both the RSC and available in RAC. Now, this is something new here. You're asking about pseudo-tying that resource to a greenhouse gas regulation area. That's a different topic.
Well, it really wasn't, but I'm interested in that answer.
Okay. So what's the question then?
Well, I just wanted to see, I was trying to link the transmission with the wind and counting in RSC, and it sounds like you'd have to at least have enough transmission to meet the forecast for it all to count in the RSC. Just bucket.
I will even go beyond that. For this arrangement to make sense for the market solution, this resource has to pseudo-tie. Along with the pseudo-tie agreement, there is a stipulation that it has secure transmission for the entire amount of its capacity. That's when we pseudo-tie a resource.
Yeah.
So transmission is a very important key.
Why does it have to pseudo-tie for it to make sense?
Because if it's not pseudo-tied, we have a wrong market solution, that the market solution will not consider it as part of the BAA, right?
Right.
Whereas the greenhouse gas regulation model will, so we have an inconsistency. And we should not do that.
But what if it's just self-scheduled?
Yeah, just self-scheduled in. I mean,
well, yeah, still, the self-schedule.
The key is I want to make sure that I get credit for an absolute clean resource, and I want to make sure that resource is counting towards the RSC. Okay. And do I have to pseudo-tie to get both?
It's a non-emitting resource.
It's a wind, long-term, old contract with a wind. And
if it's not emitting resource, bidding a zero greenhouse gas bid adder will more likely guarantee that you will get a greenhouse gas attribution unless the greenhouse gas reference takes it first, right? So there are many moving parts here.
Okay, I'll go offline, George. I don't want to be more confused.
We can talk afterwards, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to walk through the three designs that we included in the revised straw proposal. I'll start with resource specific, and I'll note that the layout here includes 2 GHG regulation areas, and then the orange box is kind of the non-GHG regulation area. In some cases, a BAA overlaps the GHG regulation area and a non-GHG regulation area, and then we have BAAC that is not in the greenhouse gas regulation area. So for the resource-specific approach, it is an extension of the WEIM design that uses resource-specific greenhouse gas bid adders to optimize greenhouse gas dispatch. It does require compliance and reporting by non-GHG regulation areas if their resources are attributed. Commonly across all three proposals, if a resource is internal to a greenhouse gas regulation area, they'll include their greenhouse gas cost of compliance in their energy bid. For resources external, it'll be energy only. It doesn't include the greenhouse gas cost of compliance because they're not subject to any greenhouse gas regulation. Where some of the key differences exist are how kind of imports are flagged. So for the resource-specific approach, for a resource to make itself available, they would have a voluntary GHG bid adder indicating their willingness to serve a GHG regulation area. And the differentiation between specified and unspecified is really up to state air regulators in terms of meeting those state air regulator requirements. You'll notice there's also an arrow between the GHG regulation areas. We anticipate starting EDAM in an unlinked state of the world, meaning that the GHG regulation areas, California and Washington for today, do not recognize each other's compliance instruments. And as a result, there would be a greenhouse gas bid adder. We recognize that this is another kind of cost of greenhouse gas compliance on top of the greenhouse gas cost of compliance paid in state. And this will be an issue that state air regulators will need to work out. I think there is some precedence for this, but in Quebec with their accounting of RGGI, whereas in a linked state of the world, that energy bid would include the greenhouse gas cost adder. Any questions on the resource-specific approach? All right, I'll keep moving. For zonal, the design does offer a source-specific pathway. I want to make that clear. Otherwise, a toll applies to the transfers. And really, it's the kind of transfers from that non-GHG regulation area, BAAC, into a GHG regulation area where unspecified imports would use that toll. At the start of EDAM, we're thinking it would be, even though we're not moving forward, this approach would be the emissions factor multiplied by the allowance price. When it comes to transfers between GHG regulation areas, in this unlinked state of the world, there would be either kind of a specified pathway that could be used or an unspecified toll, but that would be recognized not between GHG regulation areas, but between effectively a non-GHG regulation area to a GHG regulation area. In a linked state of the world, there'd be an opportunity to have these transfers without a hurdle rate or toll. Go ahead, Jeff.
Are you done with the slide?
Yes.
Okay. There was, I think, one line in the straw proposal, and it was sort of a hypothetical of I don't know, maybe it was somewhere else. A California resource that was GHG emitting, selling to Washington. And the issue seemed to be that since it's in California already, it's putting a GHG adder in there, and it's getting taxed for GHG. And then to sell to Oregon, it would have, or to Washington, excuse me, it would have sort of another tax put on it. Maybe we could talk through that a little bit. So it seems like it's paying for GHG twice. It's being charged for GHG in California, and it's being charged for GHG in Washington. And I think that there was something, regulators need to work this out or something like that is in the paper. Could you just sort of comment on that? And is there a market solution that you've thought of, or do you think that's the right answer?
I think it's an out-of-market solution that state air regulators need to address. And I think the reason I brought up Quebec and RGGI is an example of how they've dealt with that in Quebec with this same issue of paying for greenhouse gas compliance costs twice. So I don't know if anyone else on the panel wants to add anything, George?
Depending on how the regulators agree to handle this, we are ready to implement it in that way if we use the resource-specific approach, because it's very flexible. We can do whatever the regulators want. So if the regulators say, yes, there's a double tax, we'll do that. If the regulator for Washington say, yes, we understand that the California resource is paying some, it has already the burden of greenhouse gas regulation cost in California, but we're treating all imports to Washington, at some unspecified rate. That also applies to that resource, then that's another. Or maybe they can say, okay, we'll give a discount to California resources because they're already, I'm just telling you things. Whatever the final decision of what the regulators want to do are, this model, the resource-specific model, is flexible enough to implement.
So assuming they do nothing, because that's usually a safe starting place at least.
Then we need to know if the programs are linked or not. If the programs are linked, we assume that there's no additional cost. If the programs are not linked, then any California generator that will get an attribution for Washington, according to Washington regulation, will have an unspecified rate on it. So we'll model it as such. Guess what? No California generator would like to do that, right? So
well, I hear you, but is the model going to be set up so that generically every single resource can have 2 GHG adders, even the resources in California?
We can set it up like that if this is what is required by the regulators.
Because if they do nothing, I think it's required at this stage.
Then grudgingly we'll do that. But we can do it. That's the fact of the matter is that we can do it. It's just work that I don't know how much it will be used, because as you know, the greenhouse gas bid adders are optional. So again, you have to ask a California resource that's already
they may not want to sell.
For,
they may not want to sell. Yeah. They just refuse to sell to Washington.
I'm guessing it's a feature that we can implement, but it's maybe a wasted effort. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, it gets super cold in the northwest sometimes, so who knows?
All right. Well, moving on. Great question. Thanks, Jeff. To the LADWP approach. Thank you to the LA team for putting this forward. It is an extension of the resource-specific design. It does have a few key changes. Instead of a non-GHG region inserting their own kind of voluntary GHG bid adder, CAISO would do that bid insertion. Imports to a GHG regulation area would be accounted for on a load basis. And it does eliminate kind of compliance and reporting by non-GHG area resources, similar to the zonal approach. So wanted to kind of flag those key differences, and there is kind of a similar approach in terms of how transfers would be handled between the GHG regions. Some of the questions that came in response to the straw proposal related to leakage and secondary dispatch, I thought it might be helpful to kind of touch on this for the three proposals. Both the resource-specific approach and LADWP approach do have secondary dispatch as a result of higher emitting resources, backfilling lower emitting resources that serve GHG regulation area load. In terms of quantification, there is kind of the GHG reference in place for both approaches, and it's estimated as the sum of GHG attributions below that reference. For the zonal approach, just recognizing that it's more of a potential leakage issue in terms of leakage could occur if the toll is set too low. There is not kind of a GHG counterfactual in place or means of quantifying leakage in place. And I think for all three proposals, it's really up to state air regulators in terms of how they address emissions leakage or secondary dispatch in EDAM. In the WEAM today, this is addressed by CARB through the outstanding emissions calculation. Since we are moving forward with the resource-specific approach, and there have been questions on secondary dispatch, I thought it would be helpful to spend some time on how GHG attribution and secondary dispatch occur today. So after these voluntary GHG bids are offered and total imports are determined, the optimization takes those total imports from a GHG regulation area and then attributes resources based on their composite energy and GHG bid lowest to highest. And it's that marginal GHG resource that sets the GHG price. And because of this process of attributing resources kind of lowest to highest, it does result in lower emitting resources, resulting in higher emitting resources backfilling to serve resources or serve load in other BAAs. And this is known as secondary dispatch, and calculating that secondary dispatch by state air regulators allows them to both quantify, but also take responsibility for the atmospheric impact of their program if they choose to do so. So you all have seen this slide before if you participated in the GHG working group. And there's kind of 2 points I wanted to emphasize on this slide. This is meant to be an example of attribution that occurs in the WEIM today. And the 2 points I wanted to emphasize were one, the WEIM uses a base schedule that is self-submitted by the EIM entity. It's not an optimal solution. And the resource specifics approach of moving forward with a GHG counterfactual will be an optimized solution as opposed to kind of taking these assumptions of how resources would operate in a given area. I also kind of wanted to flag that, while I'm using the WEIM construct of a counterfactual, again, in in EDAM, this would be the GHG reference pass. So in this example, there's 3 resources. They all, for the purposes of this being the WEIM, have a base schedule that's the same, 200 megawatts for all resources. In RTD, they are dispatched either above or below that base schedule. And then the column for GHG attribution, as I mentioned on the last slide, as we're attributing resources based on kind of least costs, based on total imports into a GHG regulation area, this is based on assuming that these resources were least costs, and this is the total attributed amount based on that examination of which resources were attributed. So you can kind of think of this as an input to this graph here. And then that contribution to secondary dispatch, consider that you're taking the difference between the attribution and then the value of the difference between RTD dispatch and the base schedule. And that latter difference between RTD dispatch and the base schedule cannot be negative. I think the easiest example to go through is with generator 2, the gas resource, where you're taking the 80 megawatts of GHG attribution and subtracting the difference between 250 and 200, which gives you that total quantification of secondary dispatch at 30 megawatts. So this is an example that WEIM attribution can occur either above or below that base schedule. Another aspect of the resource-specific approach is the GHG reference pass. In the straw proposal, we proposed using the RSE solution. We've pivoted to having a new market run to determine the GHG counterfactual. We're referring to this as the GHG reference pass. It'll be identical to the integrated forward market, but it wouldn't include GHG bids. And what you're really looking at is how are we optimizing resources within a BAA? And then how do you optimize that across the EDAM footprint to reflect how supply can optimally serve within that footprint without net imports to a GHG regulation area. In that examination, we're also looking to ensure that the net GHG transfers are limited in the import direction. And I mentioned this earlier, but the GHG reference pass does include self-schedules or kind of bids from pseudo-tied resources. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Nick Berkey, City of Anaheim Public Utilities. So my question, this may have already been answered back in the GHG meetings, but I understand the purpose of the secondary dispatch and the counterfactual run in the EIM because you have a difference between the base schedules and the real-time market dispatches. Why is there a need for the GHG reference pass in the EDAM when the day-ahead market or the IFM run is essentially providing you the base schedules? There's really no secondary dispatches in my mind to be had because I understand that you can run the market twice, one with GHG, one without, but in reality, EDAM is just the new IFM. It's the market setting the schedules for the day. So why is there a purpose for a reference pass and secondary dispatches in the day ahead? Because it's essentially it's just the schedule.
True, but they're done simultaneously. Like if we don't have a greenhouse gas reference and we try to find it through the IFM solution, in the IFM solution we're actually having also the greenhouse gas model. So those are co-optimized and done at the same time. So if you want to limit or some measure of limiting secondary dispatch, you need to have some reference that tells you this is what the schedules, the optimal schedules would have been, okay, if you would ignore or didn't have greenhouse gas transfers into the greenhouse gas areas. You need some base to do some measure to limit the secondary dispatch. Without that base, you find a solution for the market simultaneously with the greenhouse gas model inside. So now you don't know what happened with the secondary dispatch. It's already embedded in the solution. You can't apply some mechanism to reduce it. That's why you need kind of two passes, right?
Yeah, but I'm imagining that I assume participants already include GHG in their bids, or at least they should if they were smart.
Yeah, sure, yes.
So they would continue to do so in the EDAM.
Yeah, sure. The question is with the outside resources. That's where the secondary dispatch happens. The market attributes an external resource to serve, let's say, California load, and then another resource backfills for that because you still need it to serve external load, and that's what creates the secondary dispatch. And if you want to have some mechanism to limit or restrict the secondary dispatch, you need to differentiate how much of the schedule of the resource would have been there without California, without serving California load, so that at least we can attribute, if possible, above that level to not have a secondary dispatch. Now, this is not always possible, and Anya showed that sometimes you can have attributions below the base schedule, but at least you have some mechanism to limit the secondary dispatch if you have a reference, and that's why it's there for.
I have a thought on that, but it's not coming quick. But what happens if EDAM moves to a full RTO model? Will we still have a secondary dispatch issue, or because at that point you're still?
Yeah, the only case that you won't have a secondary dispatch issue if the entire market footprint is under a greenhouse gas regulation,
and they're all linked.
Okay.
I'll noodle on that one.
We may get to that point at some point in the future.
All right. Thanks, Nick. I think, Jeff, did you have a question?
I did. I don't know if I've lost it or not. So the California units already have the GHG baked in, so you don't do anything to the California area as part of this, right? It's just for the external area, so you're going to do the actual manufacturing. And then you may get to it, but there's some additional constraints about only a balancing authority who's sort of a net exporter is going to be sort of eligible for this. How does that interact with this pass? Is a net exporter relative to this pass or the market?
Yeah. Since you won't have greenhouse gas attributions in the greenhouse gas reference pass, you won't have these constraints either. Or even if you have them, they won't become active because you won't have greenhouse gas attributions. Those constraints restrict the aggregate greenhouse gas attribution to a BAA. But if there is none, these constraints are not active.
Okay, so but when you do that, it's based on the actual market run, whether.
I wouldn't say the actual market run because we're doing something. We're removing or we're not considering greenhouse gas bid others. Whereas the actual market run will consider
it.
So it's like a two-pass scenario. We were talking sometimes in the past that you want to run first an optimization without the greenhouse gas attributions to find out what would be the optimal schedules if we didn't have to worry about the greenhouse gas regulation cost, and then use that schedule as a reference to limit the attributions, in effect limiting the secondary dispatch.
With one IFM with CARB, one without CARB.
Yeah, I get that part. It's that how that other rule interleaves onto this on whether you determine that they're even eligible for a secondary dispatch view.
The greenhouse gas reference pass is what we called, in other words, the counterfactual for determining rules for greenhouse gas attribution in the market run.
Okay, I'll just thank you.
Okay. Nick, did you have anything more? Stuart, did you have a question? I don't know if you needed the microphone.
Thank you. Milos was probably answering it. I was just trying to understand, George, if you're a California resource and your GHG cost is in your bid ADA, but you wanted to bid into Washington at a different cost of carbon, you don't. You said you didn't have to do anything than what we do to.
That's not what we said. We said if we have to accommodate this, then we'll have to allow greenhouse gas bid adders for California resources intending to serve Washington load.
Okay, that was the clarification. Thank you.
And then this would open the next question. Do you do that for import bids into California as well? And I'm not going to answer it.
Kathleen? Thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I wanted to expand on the answer to Nick's question, because I actually think us being aligned on what problem we're trying to solve with that reference pass would be helpful, and sometimes I feel like we're not. So I'll put out what I think we're trying to achieve and see if that you think that's consistent with what your design is attempting to address, or if you think it's maybe the gap. The way that I think about what we're trying to do is in the environmental regulation space, we are trying to figure out a benchmark to approximate, and I think we all have to accept it's an estimate, it's an approximation once we get through that, but to approximate what is surplus. What is surplus from a resource? What is surplus from a BAA? Because there's different ways that you can participate under these paradigms, right? You could either be a resource that could be source specified. You could also be an asset controlling supplier, a BAA, that is providing its surplus. And that is probably the best example that I'll lean in on, or unspecified. And we talked a lot about that. But let's talk a little about the asset controlling supplier one that I feel like we haven't given maybe as much light on. The reference pass is a way for us to try to estimate what is that surplus that could be sold at that ACS rate. So it is really critical if we align on that's what we're trying to achieve, that the reference pass be on a BAA level, because we're really trying to get at BAA surplus. And then if it's a source specified arrangement, the resource surplus, which would be a subset of that total BAA surplus that can support transfers out that might be backing the net imports into a greenhouse gas area. So it is an exercise to try to get to something that we can use to approximate the environmental regulation rules. In order for that to be successful, IFM, a simplified IFM makes a lot of sense. I know you didn't mention this, but I assume we are removing virtual supply from this run, all virtuals, because that will distort the results. I see a head nod for those on the phone. So that's important. We're using forecast, not bid and demand. That's also critically important, right? What is the dispatch to meet the load that would be economically dispatched, but for transfers? So the third piece is we need to block transfers and include source specified that are on contract that submit an offer, so we can get to those baseline levels. Anything on top of that, they're then able to offer as an ACS that surplus. So on one hand, you're trying to do a service to try and get to that amount, but it'll only work if you block the transfers. So have some concerns with the current proposal and using this example to try to highlight them for you. But assuming we can get to this reference pass that we're all competent in, I think this is a step in the right direction.
So I heard at least two questions in that, there may be more. One of them was that the reference should be performed, or maybe it should be performed on a BA by BA basis. So the answer is no.
I don't think I had a question. That's a recommendation for you to consider.
Okay. So my comment is no, because the intent is to include the economic displacement that could possibly happen between BAAs in the external area, because otherwise your reference would be wrong if you go on a BA by BA basis, which is one of the disadvantages in EIM, because the reference in EIM is really the base schedules, and these are considered for that BAA alone. So here in EDAM, the proposal to have a greenhouse gas reference, which is a complete optimization of the whole market footprint, it will give you a reference, a counterfactual. We're actually taking advantage of the economic displacement that happens in the external resources. Okay, that's one. The other thing was about virtual bids. So virtual bids will be considered in the greenhouse gas reference pass because they're part of your market solution in IFM. Virtual bids do not have greenhouse gas bid adders, of course, and we don't include the greenhouse gas bid adders in the greenhouse gas reference pass, but the virtual bids should be part of the greenhouse gas because they're part of your market solution. IFM does not differentiate between virtual bids and physical bids. It clears them based on their economics without any distinction. So your reference should realize that because it's the reference that you're going to use next in the market. If you don't include the virtual bids, your greenhouse gas reference is not going to be correct.
Thanks for that answer, George. I don't want to belabor this because it's late. We have been very consistent throughout the workshops and all of our feedback that these are the accommodations that need to be made to have confidence in this baseline. And just saying you're not going to do that doesn't help me understand why or how to get comfortable with a baseline that I don't have confidence in. So I think that is, we're at an impasse that the answer is just, that's not the design. I think we need to talk through why. And I was trying to put something helpful on the table, which is, I believe the rules require us to identify surplus at a BAA level. I think you're trying to identify surplus at an footprint across non-greenhouse gas area. And I just don't think that's consistent with what is needed.
I hear you, Kathleen. I also gave you the reasons why my answer was that. Now you say you don't agree. You have to present your reasons why you don't have the confidence in that, right? I gave you reasons for my answer.
Yeah. All right. We may have to take some of these discussions offline because we do have several more questions. I think we have to get through one more slide. So Jeff.
I promise I'll keep it short. I know we're out of time, but maybe the first thing I'd say is this is a complicated topic. I think there's lots of disagreement about what the right path forward is. I think first of all, we should dedicate more time to get into these issues. But today, one question that's very detailed that I would like to just clarify is, what is the proposal under the second bullet for the net export constraint? Because when I read the proposal and some of the dialogue we've had in the past, it sounded like the concept was limiting the deeming to the actual export that was coming out of that BA, whereas this says the limit would be to the transfer limit of the BA, and those are very different. So
it's the former.
So it's the former.
Yeah, whatever export clears in the IFM, that is used as also dynamically limiting the net, the gross attribution in that BAA.
So if we are able to have a further discussion, I think it would be helpful to walk through how that would work. We have some concerns in terms of understanding what the price formation impacts of that would be if you have a dynamic constraint.
I can help you with that. The simpler implementation would be to disregard the impact of that constraint in price formation for multiple reasons. One reason, and this is selfish from implementation perspective, it simplifies settlements because if you don't include it and somehow you reflect different prices, you have now neutrality problem. The formulation of the resource-specific approach is on a settlement basis, has a nice attribute of being neutral. That will destroy that neutrality, which will create an open issue on what do you do with revenue collection now that will be the direct outcome of that difference across that BAA boundary, because you consider a constraint. Now, if you don't consider it, this is becoming similar to an aggregate upper limit on the attribution, similar to an aggregate P max for the resources, which means that You still see the same price externally for that BAA as with other BAAs, if there is no congestion, of course. We're only talking the greenhouse gas effect, right? So it won't have an effect on the price, but you may not see attributions for a resource that is in the money, right? Because there is an aggregate constraint that limits it. I can give you several parallels. One that is probably coming to mind right away is this this aggregate constraint that we have for collocated resources. It's an aggregate Pmax constraint that limits the schedules based on an aggregate constraint, but doesn't affect the pricing. So it's going to be something similar like that. So if you had concerns with the pricing previously, we can put it to bed.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. But like I said, I think getting into that and just having more opportunity to discuss GHG in general, I think is really important. So thanks.
Yeah, clearly, I think we're out of time for today, and we're going to have to follow up on this discussion. Do you want to quickly summarize next steps, Milos?
Yeah. And Isabella, if you don't mind, maybe just switching to the next step slides. But first, while she's doing that, let me just again express our gratitude on behalf of the ISO team here and a number of folks that are behind the scenes that helped us work together with you on putting together some of these aspects of the proposal. We appreciate the robust dialogue. I'll acknowledge the discussion went a little bit rougher than I expected on some of these aspects, particularly transmission. I think there's a number of things that we need to clarify and work on, and we'll be reaching out offline to wrap up get some examples on transmission things that we need to clarify. But in terms of the next steps, if we go on to the next slide, we've extended the comment deadline to September 26th. Hopefully gives it a little bit more time to comment on aspects of the written proposal. We published last week or the week before, we published a comments template, so it's live on the website. And then we've tentatively, and we're going to announce this next week, but scheduled some workshops on settlements issues, on settlement topics on October 5th and 6th. I think there was a request for some additional workshops on a couple of items coming out from today. Let us see how we can incorporate that and maybe create additional opportunities for workshops before the next proposal based on your comments in this discussion. But we're also going to look to schedule a follow-up discussion likely on the 14th. We've looked at some dates in the afternoon to just finish out going through some of the aspects of GHG that we didn't get to today, transfer revenue and congestion revenue discussion, and a couple of the other smaller topics as well. And we'd appreciate it if you can join us for that virtual discussion as well. And we'll announce that here likely tomorrow once we confirm some of the dates. But again, thank you to everybody for taking the time. Have a great, safe trip back. I appreciate you all taking the time, and I'll turn it over to Joanne for a couple of reminders.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think the next big stakeholder meeting or in-person meeting that we will be hosting is our stakeholder symposium. We're very excited to host that symposium again. It's been 4 years since we were able to do it. We're going to be hosting it on November 9th and 10th here in Sacramento at the Convention Center. We've got a great agenda already planned and some great speakers lined up. So please register if you haven't, and certainly reach out if you've got some questions about the symposium. And then I would like to just say thank you as well for joining us. Thank you to everybody on the phone virtually that hung in there. I know it's been a long day, great dialogue and conversation, and we look forward to the follow-up. So safe travels, stay cool, and don't forget to flex alert. Thank you.